Hello? I don't know if I balanced this right. I accidentally closed my background music tab. I fucked up. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. We can't have people being nice to this remake. I haven't even started yet. I haven't even delivered 1 ounce of hate. And already just drowning in this toxic positivity. You have no idea where you are, how evil we are here. But you'll find out soon enough. Hi, everybody. Hello. Good afternoon. I was going to say good morning, but it's actually nighttime. Good night, my bad. Hi, everybody. I hope that you have had a good Monday. Yeah, it's Monday for sure. I had a salmon. So good. So delicious. Teriyaki salmon. Man, like, when you have nice, good salmon, that's really good. What do you think of that? Still your favorite hairstyle? Oh, thank you for liking it. Mina really likes it too. I love it. I created this hairstyle. I made it up. I made it up. Albert, biggest D in RE. Wesker, no, that goes to Krauser. Krauser's way bigger than him. 100% confirmed. I literally spoke to Capcom and they showed me his nude model. I don't know why they had a nude model on hand, but they do. Hi, Platinum. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty ready to tear some people apart and also suck some people off. How about you guys? Also, good news. So, my GameCube controller arrived, the one that has built-in USB. Oh,
names of a friend.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you. The downside with the controller is that the wire's built into it, so if anything were to happen, I had to buy an entirely new controller instead of just getting a new cable, but I'll just try to take care of it the best that I can. But I tested it out. It works. The only downside is I will say that it feels cheaper and lighter than an actual GameCube controller. And I don't remember if the D-pad on the actual GameCube controller, because I mean I have it, it's kind of stiff on this thing. So that's fine because whenever I play games on GameCube, even tank controls, I just use the analog stick. It's a little bit weird, but you get used to it. It's not that bad. Time to make RE4 remake fans really mad. Yeah. 100%. I already watched the video because there's no way that I would wait. And I got a lot of things to say about it, but we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. Let's kind of chit-chat a little bit, talk about some bullshit before we segue over into what will probably dominate a majority of the stream. But after we talk about Crowbcat and all that, I'm going to continue my playthrough of Resident Evil 4 on GameCube. Now that I have my GameCube controller, it's going to just feel a lot better with the button placements. It'll just feel more natural to me. Because going back to GameCube, controls, like, I mean, I don't know if I guess I could remap them if I wanted to, but I don't know. I just rather use the GameCube controller. Well, maybe if you play with the D-pad enough, it won't be so stiff. Nah. It's not that it's stiff. I feel like it's tinier than a D-pad normally is. Like PlayStation controller D-pads, they are, the little buttons are kind of placed better, more spacious, I guess. Whereas GameCube D-pad, it feels more compact and tiny, and it's not the worst or anything, but it doesn't feel good. Make a size queen. Size queen. This is going to be a long reaction, yeah, because I'll get a little ahead of myself. So I wrote down my talking points. Firstly, I want to say that I have now officially contacted my artist to push forward Sailor Synth and Captain Anessa merch, which is these two cuties. And I guess it'll finish pretty quick, but I won't be able to actually debut it until preferably when I debut the winter costumes, which will be December. So I'm gonna get that rolling. I've already talked to Ubu Market. They still seem like they're good to go, working with me again. So I'll keep you guys updated on that. Unfortunately, to kind of budget a little bit more, I'm going to only get one original illustration that will then be used for posters, shirts, and acrylic stands instead of getting an additional chibi one. So it'll be like a little bit less merch, but it's really not that big of a deal. And then, of course, also going to have merch of the, well, it'll just be stands of the actual models themselves, where it's the stand in PNG, because sometimes it's fun to just have the actual, like, official, quote, model, like, on your desk. I have a few, actually. I have Mame's. I have Mame's iconic default costume. I have her, I think, next to PumpkinSynth. So I'm looking forward to that. I'll keep you guys posted on that. And then beside that, mostly, oh yeah, I went to physical therapy, had a really good session. I talked to him, my physical therapist, and I told him what happened about the weird sickly knot and the nausea that I was dealing with, and he doesn't seem to have any specific guesses as to what's wrong, which is very worrying, but that's kind of how it is working with people regarding health, whether it's doctors or, like, you know, physical therapists, chiropractors, is that I think they generally have a really wide range of knowledge about everything, but when you start getting into very specific weird shit, that's when it gets a little bit more complicated, because all of our bodies are different, our histories are different, our lifestyles, injuries that we've succumbed to, etc. That just make things more complicated and harder to narrow. His only thing is he thought maybe, like, you know, your brain sends signals. That's where, like, the pain sensation comes from. It's your brain telling you that that hurts, and maybe I'm hyper fixating on certain pain too much and kind of amplifying it, if that makes sense. Something like that. You're getting old. Yeah, I did bring up, so I will say that there's a stereotype about chiropractors, but as I always say, if I didn't go to my chiropractor like 5-ish years ago, I would not be able to be at a computer. Like, he's the only reason that I started being able to recover at all. So I don't think it's fair to say that all chiropractors are bad, because I'm literally able to prove that that's not the case. I.e., I am the proof. And he does really good work, and he did acupuncture on me when I went through that flare-up last week. It was so bad I ended up crying. That's how bad it was. And it would not go away when he did the chiropractor adjustment. Something about that wasn't working. So when he used acupuncture, it relieved the pressure in that spot, and then I felt okay again. And it wasn't a placebo thing or anything like that, because I wasn't like hook, line, and sinker thinking that acupuncture would 100% fix me. If anything, I was skeptical that it would work, but it actually did. It actually did work. Hyperfixating can make things worse for sure. I've done it to myself, took a while to accept. I'm fine. I think a lot of it is if you have really bad OCD, it can get to a point where it's difficult to manage. Like for me, there are certain things that I have that I won't disclose all of them, but some things that I have, I'm just way too hyper aware of it. And maybe you guys have done this as well. A good example is, have you ever become hyper aware of your tongue, for example, or hyper aware of swallowing? And something about being hyper aware and in tune with that bodily function ends up fucking with your head and making you feel like a little bit crazy. Like that I do that kind of stuff, but all the time. Also, hello, Fuko. Hi, yeah, we're 100% going to be talking about Crowbcat. I am a bit of a fan of the guy, but I have a lot to say regarding that because, you know, Crowbcat's haters have kind of increased. A lot of people point to Crowbcat and say, it's your fault that people are like this and this now, and I got stuff to say about that because I think me and a lot of people have, a lot of choice words for being accused of only having issues with games because a YouTube guy told us to have issues. Not like we didn't exist before Crowbcat or from the same era as Crowbcat. I would imagine that he's relatively in our age range. Just happened to like certain things about the games that we grew up with, or, you know, maybe games that we didn't per se grow up with but went back and played later when we're older and still like. We just have similar tastes. We've always been out there, and I've been a Resident Evil critiquer for a very long time before I ever heard of Crowbcat, probably before his channel even existed, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Nah, man, video was Kino. I think that if you go into the Crowbcat video as a super fan of Resident Evil 4 Remake. I feel like most likely you're going to be not you, but just in general, you're going to be cemented in your thoughts about the remake, that a video dissecting it isn't going to convince you. Maybe some people could get convinced, but I think for the most part, you're either an old school game fan or you are a modern school game fan, and it's very hard for either side to kind of come around, you know? But I like to try my best to make arguments as fair as I can, and, you know, push what my preferences are, because I do have some specific issues that maybe don't bother people as much as they bother me, but I want to put it out there because it does matter to me a lot. And how do I say? I feel like either side could make good arguments. It's just that sometimes I don't feel like people who oppose me give me really good arguments. I feel like a lot of the times it just comes across as bogus. And maybe that's how my point, or Crowbcat, or any other dissector comes across to people who just like modern games and don't have as much issues as we do. But how do we start? So first off, I want to say that well, I guess I could talk about my history with Resident Evil, because I do feel like I want to reintroduce my familiarity with the series and what I've been like. I've always been this way for a very long time. Crowbcat and YouTubers didn't groom me into being autistic. They didn't groom me into being OCD. They didn't groom me into having very militant stances on how I feel games should be or what I like about games. And I like to think that I'm fair for the most part, in that it's mostly, if I have an IP that, you know, initially appealed to me, if that IP gets altered and changed, I'm gonna have issues with it. It's not like I'm going to Fortnite and playing Fortnite and saying that this is a shitty game because it doesn't play like Resident Evil. It's like that's yours. That's the game of the new generation. But, you know, I played old Resident Evil, and new Resident Evil doesn't match up to it as much. It does do some good things, but I do have some issues with it as a pre-existing fan, and I feel like I try to be fair, right? Early on with Resident Evil, you know, I was introduced to it via the classic games 1, 2, 3, original 4, so on and so on. And I did have a brief period because, you know, sometimes our opinions evolve as we age. Sometimes our opinions regress. Sometimes they improve. I did have a period of time where I had a lot of personal issue with Resident Evil 4. I liked it a lot as a game. Like, I initially delayed playing it because I didn't like how it seemed completely drastically different from the classic games. But I eventually sucked it up, played it, and I'm like, wow, this is a fantastic game. It doesn't even matter that it's not the same style as the old games. It was able to win me over on its own merit. It was good for what it was, for what it wanted to be. Like, you want to make Resident Evil an action-oriented game instead of being as classic as survival horror, but you want to do it, like, amazingly and fantastically, I'm 100% gonna recognize that. And I then hit a period where I started resenting RE4, because then we went through 5, and don't get me wrong, 5 is a fantastic action game, but it continued. Operation Raccoon City, Revelations being a bit mid, Resident Evil 6, and it just was a very messy period where I was not happy with the state of Resident Evil, and so I started resenting Resident Evil 4. I started resenting Resident Evil 4 fans, because before this Resident Evil 4 remake, it was 4 fans that were the obnoxious kind of, quote, newbie fans, where they would come in and, oh, hi, Omo, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm in a ramble of my Resident Evil history. If you want to catch the beginning, you'll have to watch the VOD. But I hope you had a good stream, Omo. What were you guys up to? But I gotta keep up with my momentum. This is me at my full power. My full autism only comes out when it's Resident Evil. But, as I was talking about, oh shit, I lost my complete train of thought. It's over. I also will try and catch up with chat. I'll be scrolling up so I don't miss anything that you guys said, because I do really want to have a back and forth with you guys. But I want to finish sections up before I kind of interrupt myself and then go back. Also, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, Obo. Oh, yes, thank you, Orchida. So Resident Evil 4 fans, the original ones used to be, the annoying ones, they would come around and they would shit on our old games. Original RE4 fans shat on 1, they shat on 2, they shat on 3, they shat on Code Veronica, and then they said RE4 is the best one, it fixed a shitty formula, or it would sometimes be classic fans that then played 4 and are like, yeah, this is the way of the future, I'm never going back to those old games. And a lot of the time the stereotype would be, hi, Resident Evil 4 is the best Resident Evil game. And then you would go, what's your first Resident Evil game? And they would say, Resident Evil 4 is my first game and it's also the best game. And I think half the time they haven't even played the original ones. So that's a little bit of context for how discourse used to be. But, you know, Resident Evil has been a divided fan base for a very long time. That's just what happens when you have an IP that has a kind of sort of cemented formula and then does a drastic change. It creates a rift and there's no going back from it, really. But I would sit on it and my resentment faded away. Hating Resident Evil 4, or trying to hate it, was not going to change the course of the series. It wasn't going to make Resident Evil 4 not exist and a time portal would open up next to me and then I walk into it and then we just get Code Veronica 2 or whatever. So I mellowed out. And I've been very content loving Resident Evil 4 and loving the classic games, because I think Resident Evil is now it's a versatile IP. If it wants to be survival horror, it can be pretty good. If it wants to be action horror, it can be pretty good. As long as you're doing a good job at whichever style Resident Evil you want to make, I'm happy. I have preferences, of course, and I'll have issues with new Resident Evils based on certain decisions they make, but for the most part, I like to think that I'm open-minded. And one way I like to highlight that point is by mentioning stuff like Resident Evil 6 doesn't suck because it's an action game. There's a lot of people who dumb down that whole discourse by saying, yeah, it's good, but it's not Resident Evil. They went too far. It's like, that's not the issue. The issue is how everything came together as a whole. It's the forced walk-in. It's the excessive pushing of QTEs when we were all getting sick of that being shoved into every game. It's I guess being a little bit, it's a bit an ugly game. It's lots of scripted set pieces, following NPCs, not being able to walk ahead of them, just this and that, just being exhausting to play when that just keeps stacking on top of each other. There's another game, I'm trying to think, another game that has that exact issue. Oh, it's Resident Evil 4 Remake. Resident Evil 4 Remake, is it a bad game? Absolutely not. That's what makes it a little bit difficult to discuss, because nobody is saying that Resident Evil 4 Remake is a terrible game or a bad game. There are people that are saying it's soulless, but if you ask them to elaborate, they might tell you that they're not saying it's actually a truly atrocious game, but as a remake and as a game that is a little bit more soulless leaning. Does RE4 Remake have that issue? Yeah, you said that you watched, or you implied that you watched the Crowbcat video on RE4, right? Like his new one? If you watched it, then you would see a lot of the points that they're bringing up as things that irritate us. And I will say that Crowbcat's video, his format is, he doesn't like to use a mic himself. What he likes to do is he almost makes a scrapbook opinion piece where he gets clips, interviews, and he goes to other content creators and he kind of stitches together his points. Why am I getting into this? Hold on. Never mind. Anyway, something about Crowbcat. Well, whatever. I'm gonna scroll back up and see what people have to say. I don't like Crowbcat's videos because they often strike a disingenuous tone that focuses way too much on superficial details, but I thought this before his RE4 Remake video. I watched the new one and it's basically a supercut of other videos and streams, which is a better format than just gameplay clips in my opinion. The Electric Underground videos are great. It's kind of like, I'll actually say straight up, I think that his first Resident Evil 4 remake video was his weakest. I would say that his RE4 remake video, like the new one that he did, that he released like yesterday, I think it's on par with as
names of friends.
Thank you for the follow. I think it's as on par with his Back for Blood video, where he is getting into it more than just like, oh, look at the gun detail of the old TF2 guns compared to the new TF2 guns, if that makes sense. I think that this video surpasses his last Resident Evil 4 remake video, because the last Resident Evil 4 remake video that he made that caused that huge controversy about the audio and this and that, he wasn't really digging into it. He was just like, here's a static shot of this location, and here's that same location in the remake. And I would see it, and I wouldn't actually be immediately bothered by what the remake looks like. And I think that it's good that he went and made another video where he's more explicit in talking about what his issues are with what does he not like about the new visuals, why doesn't he like it. I feel like it feels more thoughtful now. And I want to assume personally, because I think I saw somebody imply that he was possibly milking the Resident Evil 4 remake thing. I think that he probably was always going to do a follow-up video because Resident Evil 4 is a huge game in history. It's like a very important game, and it got remade. There's a lot to talk about here, so I'm gonna assume that he was always gonna make this. What's the problem then? Forced walk segments only start being a problem on replays. I mean, don't we like to replay games? So you're telling me that a game will be lame as fuck to replay? So what's the problem? Like, do you see what you're kind of saying? Like, whenever you replay Resident Evil 4, like original Resident Evil 4, you don't have anything like that you had to deal with. Or a better example. Let me think of a better example. Hold on. I'm saying RE4 Remake doesn't have them. Oh, does it have forced walking? Well, I was also kind of getting into modern Resident Evil as a whole. It's not just Resident Evil 4 Remake that I've had an issue with, or other people have had an issue with. Resident Evil 4 Remake is part of the modern Resident Evil package. So a lot of the issues that I have with modern Resident Evil, it started with modern Resident Evil. Mainly whenever it went through a revival with Resident Evil 7, because RE6 was rock bottom. Resident Evil 7 came up from the ashes and started pushing the series back into a better direction. And Resident Evil fans have been eating pretty good ever since. And 7, 8, 2 Remake, 3 Remake, 4 Remake, and Requiem, they all do things that are a little bit annoying, that bother me. And they keep doing it is the crazy thing. Like, Resident Evil 7 has been doing things that I hate, and they don't stop doing it. They keep doing it. But I will say, like, Requiem's, for example, Requiem, and Resident Evil 4 Remake, if you want to continue that, or count that, the way they open, it's not as dragged out in terms of going through the motions before you get to the real game. But I think 7 and 8 are, really struggle with that. So I guess maybe they've improved a tiny bit, right? And then you, like, other things that the modern Resident Evil games have fucked up is, like, for example, Resident Evil 3 Remake. There's a lot of issues with that game. That game, in my opinion, is just weak. I think, do I want to say it's a bad game? I think it's the worst. One of the worst Resident Evils, in my opinion, I feel. One of Resident Evil's core foundations is replayability. RE1 has over 10 endings. Yes, replayability. I think, I mean, I guess not every single game it needs to have good replayability, I suppose, depending on the kind of game. But I like when a game is thinking about replayability. Like, when you replay Village, for example, do you look forward to walking through your house, talking to your wife, picking up your baby, walking upstairs, putting the baby in the crib, walking downstairs, going back to your wife, having the cutscene. Like, you could skip the cutscenes, of course. That's fine. It doesn't matter if your games have cutscenes. What sucks is when you have scripted segments where you cannot skip it because, quote, it is gameplay. Like, I don't like that stuff. Forced walk segments bother me on a first playthrough, even because I can already envision how much it'll aggravate me to have to do it again. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think a lot of games, I don't know, it's just, they just want it to feel like a funhouse ride, but not in the way that I like it. And I want to get to the real game. We grew up with a lot of 90s games, and some of you might have grown up with 80s games. You're just kind of thrown in. Maybe you'll deal with like a little tiny opener, but for the most part, you just feel like you're thrown in and now you're a game character and now you play game. But now it feels like they have to kind of make it feel like a experience to ease you in. Resident Evil 3 remake. You're in your apartment, you're walking around, you're looking at a file maybe, you're looking at the mirror, you have a jump scare because you think you're infected or something like that. And then you go out in the hallway and Nemesis crashes through immediately, and then you hold forward towards the camera and you just kind of see what I mean? Like, I don't feel like that is fun. It's like, games are art, but we're afraid of games being art in the way that games can only be what they are. If that makes, I'm saying this really stupidly, I'm sorry. It's like we're trying to hide the fact that they're games by blending in more and more bullshit, more and more cinematic flair, this and that, and I don't feel like it makes them better games. I feel like it makes people who want games to be movies happy, but it doesn't make me happier. I don't know if it's meant to be fun. I think, if anything, it's just to be a cinematic scene to give context. Which thing about what I said, Hime? Like, walking around the apartment or Nemesis crashing through the building? I'd say the problem is that the great majority of people don't replay games. I want to say that you're actually right about that. I think a lot of people consume game, especially if it's like a lengthy game and not some multiplayer game. I think they consume game and then they move on. Forced walking in general. I guess my problem is we grew up with games that didn't feel like they had to do that at all. Like, if you needed any dialogue between characters, you would have a cinematic cutscene. And despite what I said about cinema type shit, I do like cutscenes. I feel like cutscenes are less restrictive because they like Resident Evil 4, and the remakes cutscenes as well. Their cutscenes are really cool. Like, they have all kinds of cool fancy camera framing. Like, think of like Krauser versus Leon, like that cutscene / QTE thing. It's sick. Whereas if it's forced walking, you're just kind of holding forward and the characters are chit-chatting and you don't really feel like, you know what I mean? Like I'm not saying that they think that we're having fun with the forced walk-in. I'm just saying that it actually detracts from the game for me. That I find it to be, is the term meandering? Or like padded? Where I'm like, I'm not having fun holding forward. I don't even want to hold forward. I just want to be able to control my character and do what I want without like this kind of restriction, if that makes sense. A lot of people only play a game once on Twitch and never touch it again. It's been that way for ages now. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people, in general, they don't want to watch the same anime 5,000 times like some of us might want to. They don't want to reread the same manga 5,000 times like we want to. They don't want to replay and replay the same game over. They want to play the current thing and then move on to the next thing. Finish that and then get excited for next thing. It's like, I don't think it's actually a bad mentality or anything. I think I just don't have that mentality. I can't be that way personally. Just like I can't force people to be like me and no, you have to replay Resident Evil 4 5,000 times. Although I will say, sometimes I will factor in what kind of person you are when it comes to things you say about the games I like. For example, in the Crowbcat video that we will be watching together, there's one guy that's like just says, oh yeah, man, this remake of Resident Evil 4 is fantastic, 10 out of 10. It completely like surpasses the original. I'll never play the original again. And there's that hater part in my brain that goes, when's the last time you even played it? out of curiosity? How many times have you played it? Are you like a dedicated Resident Evil 4 fan, or did you just play it once when it came out and then move on, and now you're talking shit about it when a remake, you know what I mean? I do admit that I have that little suspicion when it comes to things people say, or like if somebody says Resident Evil 4 is the best Resident Evil of all time, in the back of my mind, I'll think, is it the first one you played? And I'll admit, I'm not always right. It's just a little assumption, a little generalization. I think we all do it to an extent. Hold on. And people who do replay games only do that to a few generally. In my opinion, U3 sucks. Skill issue on your part. I always forget which. Is U3 the thing you fight in the cages? Like the suspended cages over the abyss? Then what's U2? Isn't there an enemy called U2? Also, scrolling back to what Mina said, RE3 Remake consolidates the first hour of the original game into like 15 minutes of forced scripted moments. Yeah, like, I don't like that. And Mina, you brought up an interesting point yesterday when we were talking. Something about like people are like, how come you guys have issue with Resident Evil 3 Remake cutting content, but the other remakes cut content as well, and you don't say anything then? It's like, that might be true generally speaking, but I think RE3 Remake is more egregious in how much content it cut out, you know? I have one friend who gets every achievement in the most efficient way possible, often requires New Game Plus runs, and then moves on, never touches it again after that. Yep, I don't know, I guess, I wonder what their logic is about it. Maybe they're just, like, less statistic or something? Like, I kind of mentioned, like, you know, they consume a thing and they get excited for the next thing, but why are they like that? Why do they not want to return to something multiple times? Why am I like that? Why are some of us like that? Why have I streamed Resident Evil 4 80,000 times? Like, why do I do that? Exactly. Think the difference when replaying a game and someone who one and dones is possibly not passionate driven or genuine enjoyment. What I mean is, it's like a pizza. You take a bite out of it, you really enjoy it, all the main slice of pie, and even its crust, you will consume it all. Well, most people would rather have a bite or two than call it good. Hard to say. I'd have to talk to somebody that's like that. I don't mind the cut content in RE4 because of the expanded and new areas they added. Yeah, the downside though is, like, did they really add anything that truly made up for what they cut? Because I kind of am sad that they got rid of the cage encounter in the remake, and they don't put that in separate ways. But there's a lot of things that the remake does that I just don't like in general. But I will say, I am most familiar with original Resident Evil 4. That is true. I have played the remake a bit. Like, I've completed it. And I've replayed it maybe one other time, and then I started a half, and every time I do, I just get kind of like irked. But my stance is, again, Resident Evil 4 Remake is not a bad game. It's actually not a bad game. I think that it's a good game. I feel like I can totally understand people thinking it's amazing, especially if you haven't played the original and you're just viewing the remake in a vacuum of it in all modern games currently. I totally understand digging the remake. And I think I have a note here how I want, because I'm trying to structure this as efficiently as I can, because we are gonna branch off and kind of go back and forth a little bit, and I do lose my train of thought a lot. Okay. Okay. So my next note is, I guess I did talk about, like, my archetype of what kind of Resident Evil fan I am, but I can reiterate as in, I am militant in my preferences, but for the most part, I try not to be militant in how I treat others, like other Resident Evil fans. I've clarified that I actually do not care that much if somebody is a Resident Evil LARPer, for example. If you say something disrespectful or ignorant, I might say something or be irritated or judge you. And I feel like everybody's like that to a degree, right? If somebody comes in, doesn't educate themselves on anything, and then starts talking mad shit, you're gonna get irritated. But that's kind of where I stand. I do not hate modern Resident Evil. I might exaggerate and act like I do, but I think that there is more potential with modern Resident Evil than they're currently doing. And if they got rid of a lot of the things that irritate me...
Names of friends.
Oh, thank you for the follow. If modern Resident Evil got rid of a lot of the irritants that bother me, I do not think anybody would suffer. I don't think anybody who likes modern Resident Evil... and thinks that they're 10, I don't think they would be like, oh my god, Resident Evil just isn't the same since they got rid of the forced walk-in. I don't think anybody would actually say that. They might not even notice. They might not notice at all. Live action role-play Resident Evil sounds cool. Who do you want to be, Hime? I want to be Krauser. Oh my god! You be Leon, I'll be Krauser, and we'll have a knife fight. Oh my god, it would be so cool. We do reverse gatekeeping. Please play the fucking games. Yeah. Stop watching YouTubers. Please play. But I think that, how do I say? At least for me, there's so much good things out there in the world. There's so much music to listen to, so many books to read, so many animes to watch, movies to watch, games to play, that you or me deal with something called choice paralysis, where it is actually really hard to make time to get to all the things that you want to. It's a time management thing. ADHD is my excuse. What's yours? But it is hard to be able to put 200% into everything that you're interested in. So what I do is I hyperfixate on very specific niches and I kind of stick with them. And then I'm kind of like a casual fan of everything else. Like I call myself a Warhammer LARPer. Like, am I ever gonna get like as hardcore and educated and consume all the content like all that? No, probably not. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that I'm fixated on other things. And so I'm happy just being a little LARPer, and I stay in my lane. I don't try and talk shit or tell... Oh, thank you for the follow. I don't try and tell Warhammer fans how their IP should be or how it should change or that there should be female Space Marines. I don't do that. I just casually enjoy things. Lots of things that I like. I'm not that educated on. I like mushrooms. How educated on mushrooms am I? Not really. And I feel like a lot of people do that to an extent. And that's why it comes down to just respect. If you want to be a tourist, if you want to be a LARPer, it's a matter of how do you talk to pre-existing fans? Are you making demands of the thing when you don't know what you're talking about? You know what I mean? So I feel like there's room for everybody to be cordial and nice to each other. Both sides are capable of being assholes. I know back in the day, if you met me when I was a lot younger, I was more of an assholey Resident Evil fan. I would probably be making Twitter threads being like, you only watch Resident Evil games? You're fucking scum. You don't deserve to exist. I maybe would do that. Probably. But I try to be nice. But I can come off as more abrasive than I mean to. It's just kind of like my demeanor. But anyway, to kind of segue back to what I was saying, that is how I am as a Resident Evil fan. I try to be as fair as I can, and Crowbcat didn't make me have these opinions. Crowbcat's video, for example, Crowbcat's video is not what made me realize that modern Resident Evil has an audio mixing issue. I realized that before his video existed, for example. But everybody just goes around and says that, oh, Crowbcat was spreading misinformation, he's lying, his fans are drones, they just listen to anything that he says. It's like, no, man. I point out this shit before popular YouTubers do it. And there's lots of other people like me. We just kind of happen to exist. No, shut up. I'm not a shill for Crowbcat. I'm not sponsored by him, by the way. He's gonna be uploading, I have no idea, just joking. Okay, I maybe I'm a simp for Crowbcat and also Electric Underground. You wanna know how I found Electric Underground? I fucking hated Bayonetta 3. I was so disappointed. I'm like, what is this? This looks like shit. I don't like how this plays. Why are we doing this gimmick giant summoning and having the camera so zoomed out to accommodate that? I liked the intimacy of the pulled-in camera. I want to be Bayonetta. I don't want to be controlling her big giant play toys. This and that. I had a lot of issue with Bayonetta. I don't like the music. I don't like all the bad fashion, this and that. And then I saw his video And I'm like, wait, other people hate Bayonetta 3? It's not just me, because at a time, when it came out, everybody was acting like it's 10 out of 10. It's perfect. Bayonetta 3 is perfect. It's the best Bayonetta yet. I literally saw people saying that it was the best Bayonetta. Do you know how it feels? Like, do you know what it feels to be against the hype train? And everybody's telling you the thing is 10 out of 10, and you're like, why don't I like it then? Like, I feel so alone. And that's why it's reaffirming when you have a figurehead that will hold you, kiss you on the cheek and say it's gonna be okay. And also, you're right, Bayonetta 3's ass. It feels nice, doesn't it? To have a sense of community, and also have a sub-community that actually agrees with you, and you're not all alone, and you're not just like a lone crazy person that's just spouting nonsense that nobody takes seriously because, you're just a random-ass Twitter user, you're just making shit up. But when a big creator says it, then people take it seriously. I do think that's a little bit of a thing. Bayonetta 3 is the best 240p Switch game. Hear, hear. My favorite thing about Bayonetta 3 was taking it out of the Switch, putting it in its Switch case, going to the post office, handing the guy it, getting my money, or getting a receipt for the return, and returning it. That was my favorite part. Bayonetta 3 speedrun. Bayonetta 3 return speedrun. The Electric Underground is cool because he's actually developed a coherent critical perspective. He has a normative framework he's coming from. It's not 100% aligned with mine, but it's close enough, and he centers gameplay. That's what I really love about Electric Underground, is the type of person that I am. I will say, I did mention, YouTube men didn't turn us into autism. Okay, maybe AVGN and Nostalgia Critic put autism seeds in me a little bit. I will admit that. But for a long time, I have been the type of person who likes to dissect things. And for games, I hyperfixate on like how the gameplay feels. And so when I come across content creators that also do that talk about like, enemy rosters and how balanced they are, how guns feel, performance, stuff like that, I really appreciated Electric Underground for doing that, because I don't think a lot of people do focus on that sort of deal. They maybe gloss over gameplay discussion, I guess. Like, I'm not saying that he's the only person that does it, but to the degree that he does it, I find it to be valuable, and I really appreciate it. And I don't always agree with everything that he says, and I will say that as a analyst, I suppose, if that's the right term, I do think that he's a bit above me in terms of intellect. I think that there are people out there that greatly surpass me when it comes to critical thinking. I feel like I'm all right. A lot of people say that, like, oh, you're so eloquent and how you explain Thin Pumpkin and this and that, and I'll concede that I'm probably all right, but I do think that there are some people that blow me out of the water. I just want to mention that. And that's why I do appreciate those people, is that, oh, they say things that I think, but they are even better at it. And that's why, I like to watch their videos or show you guys their videos, because I'm like, here's this guy, he thinks how I think, and he says even better. Not a chance, Synth, we could play tic-tac-toe on your forehead. You are superior. We've never asked Electric Underground if we can play tic-tac-toe on his forehead, though. The seeds of autism bears the tastiest fruits. Of course. What do you think it tastes like? I think the reason achievement hunters don't replay games often, if at all, is because they get their satisfaction from having finished a list of challenges, whereas other people want to achieve mechanical mastery or just from finding satisfaction from the core gameplay. That's where I feel like I am. I feel like I'm 100% in that subsection. The first one, like, I tried for a very brief time to be a trophy hunter, kind of, like, very casually, like, I'm gonna platinum these games, but I get bored really quickly. Like, whenever I attempt to even get all the Riddler trophies in the Arkham games, I try it, and then I'm like, you know what? I don't care about this. This is not the kind of tedium that I like. I want to play games the way I want and get satisfaction from them the way that I want. And when it becomes just tedious trophy, like seeking, like looking for literal Riddler trophies, I can't get into it. I kind of want to move on, but I will then go and replay Batman Arkham multiple times because I do get something out of replaying it. I like how gameplay feels. I like the atmosphere of the games. Like Devil May Cry, especially like 3 and 4, I feel like their combat feels very expansive and good. And not just that, it feels good to be in their locations. I like their extravagant castle / temple tower thing. I like the vibes of the music. I get a lot out of those. Hi, Key, hello. Most of the formalist action gameplay critics like TEG, Boghog, Crit Points later are all RPG haters. That's where I depart from the most. Yeah, I feel like it's very difficult because as people, we are all so complex. It's just there's so much opportunity for, how do I say, I guess varying opinions. Like, I'm wording this stupidly. I'm trying to say that it is hard to find somebody that is 100% in sync with you because everybody is different. I'm sure that there's a lot of things that I say that people might agree with, and then I have like a horrible take about something, right? I think that's just kind of how it is, and that's why I try to curate which reviewers I listen to based on how much in sync are we for the most part. Like I would say like some of my favorites are Electric Underground and Jim Sterling, but I don't agree with a lot of things Jim Sterling says. But when Jim Sterling's on point for me, they're really on point. Because they also hated Bayonetta 3. If you hate Bayonetta 3, you might be onto something. I think we have an affinity. To answer your last time, I'm not a huge fan of Devil May Cry 4. Nero's great, Dante not so much, and not just in gameplay. I feel like Devil May Cry 4 has issues, and I don't know if I would really say it's like as good as like 3 or anything, but what I like out of Devil May Cry, I feel like I got it out of 4 with an asterisk. It's kind of like how Code Veronica, I think, is a bit of a mess compared to all the other classic Resident Evils. Same with Resident Evil 0. Yeah, it's a mess, yeah. Code Veronica, RE0 are messes compared to the classic Resident Evils, but they do all the things that I really need from those games that I still enjoy them. It's not like I'm playing them and I'm like, God, this is so horrible and I'm not having fun at all. It's like they're doing enough to draw me in. How do I say also, a thing I often repeat is you can have 2 flawed games, both of them 7 out of 10s. One you despise, the other one you like, even though they're both 7 out of 10s. It just depends on if the pros outweigh the cons for each one, and if they just tickle your fancy in the right particular way. And that's why I still like Code Veronica and 0 despite being so flawed, but I'll hate something like, I don't know, 6 or RE3 remake. Are they atrocious, horrible games? No. Are they 7 out of 10s? Probably. But their flaws just cannot outweigh the, or their pros cannot outweigh the cons. I didn't play Bayonetta 3. It didn't look great to me. I didn't know everyone loved it. I think that as time has gone on, the people that want to critique Bayonetta 3, you know, they eventually had the time to, you know, put together their video essays or their Twitter threads or this and that to talk about why they don't like the game. And I think things have evened out a little bit more, if that makes sense. I think it takes time to do critique essays, and maybe that's why it felt like at first everybody liked Bayonetta 3. But if you wait a bit, then the discourse kind of evens. And also, I'm very sorry that I word things so sloppily. I didn't know the Bayo subreddit all hated 3. I'm gonna guess, since it's Reddit, I'm gonna guess that a lot of their issue is who Bayonetta ends up with romantically. And that's no, that was like their main point. Like, I feel like it's the normie opinion to be specifically mad of all things about Bayonetta 3, to specifically be mad about Bayonetta not being with Jean. And if we're talking about story, I think the alternate universe, cinematic universe thing that they did was more annoying. Chaotic, but in a good way. I don't want to be chaotic. I want to be clean and concise. I want to be able to word things clearly and briefly and quickly. Because sometimes I'll think that I'm onto something with how I'm explaining something, and then I get 70% through it, and I'm like, oh wait, I don't know how to segue this into the closer. Wait, I don't know what I'm saying. But that's just me being autistic dissecting about my critiquing skills. But yeah, Crowbcat hate, it's more commonplace. I think a lot of people just think that he is a kind of look into what's bad about gamers, how dissecting they are, and how unfair and how miserable they are, and all they do is like point out like stupid nitpicks that don't matter. But I do think that it's not fair to act like all nitpicks don't matter. I think some might not matter, or some matter a lot depending on who you ask. But I do think that there's a lot of good to be had with like hyper analysts or critiquers. And when I woke up today, actually, I had a early response. And I'm gonna respond as respectfully as I can. And I did respond to it in the Discord, but I basically woke up to a response about the new Crowbcat video in the context of me planning to discuss it with you guys on stream. And basically it was kind of insulting me inadvertently. If you insult Crowbcat's Resident Evil 4 remake video, his new one, and if you insult all the people agreeing with him in the comments, you're insulting me too. And you probably don't mean it like personally, right? Like it's no different than me saying something abrasive like, oh my god, all people who hate tank controls are just like lazy, they don't ever take any time to learn. It's like I'm probably accidentally talking about a friend or two, you know? That's why it's like, how do I say, I adjust my tone if I'm talking to somebody face to face, or if I'm just talking about the masses, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna try to respond to this sentiment because I knew I would probably get this. The sentiment of being against Crowbcat. Although, should I ask if he's okay with me talking about it? How can I paraphrase this, actually? Basically, it was saying that the Crowbcat video was pointless. It acted like there's nothing of value to be had with it at all, and also suggesting that getting clips from a bunch of streamers to reaffirm a point is just desperate, basically. And I don't think that's fair at all. I feel like if you feel like the world's against you and that most people don't agree with you, and that you're just, just one crazy person, it does help to be like, actually, no, there's like 20 people right over there that all have video proof that they actually agree with my sentiment. And one of them is related to the audio fiasco, where a lot of content creators, to cope with the criticism towards the remake, implied that Crowbcat falsified the audio levels to make the remake intentionally look bad. And that drove me insane because I complained about the audio in all modern Resident Evil before Crowbcat's video existed. So it's like, if you're calling him a liar, you're calling me a liar. And I didn't make a video comparing the audios. I didn't need to do that. And it was frustrating because I don't know why people had such bad faith in him to think that he would, like, if the audio was good, why would he lie to pretend that it's not good? Like, I just don't understand that. But in modern Resident Evil, ambience is very faded in the background. They don't want it to impose on the soundscape, I guess, or it's this newish modern philosophy of, music isn't immersive. Don't you want just soundscape so you could hear your footsteps and you could be more aware of your surroundings? Original Resident Evil 4 is just loud as fuck. I mean, do you have a point with what you're saying? They just try to be more subtle. Yeah, and I don't like it. I think it's boring. I think that having quieter music is boring. I think hardly ever having music is boring. I don't think it's actually fun. But I'm gonna take a really, really quick break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom because I drank coffee, but I will return and we'll watch the video. And oh, I want to also mention, as we watch the video, I will every now and then pause to chime in with my thoughts to, you know, kind of and make it transformative, I guess. I don't want to just play the entire video and not say anything. It feels more polite also to interject rather than talk over it, I guess. So I will be right back. I return. All right, let me catch up with chat a little bit. Like, if you guys want to chit chat a tiny bit, because I know you guys try to get a word in, and I'm just kind of like all over the place. So Key said, as a new Resident Evil fan, I only started at RE4. I have to give you a lot of credit because I only started at 4. I didn't notice the issue with RE2 make till I started watching you. I went back actually today and did a deep dive into Resident Evil 2. And honestly, 2 make is missing a lot, especially in replayability with the zaps and second run challenges. Yeah, like sometimes that's the Crowbcat video actually, I think it gets into talking about how video games, or I don't know if it was a Twitter thread, talking about how video games seem like it's more about the fandom than the actual game experience or something like that. But I think that there is something good with fandom if it comes to discussing the video games more in depth. I feel like sometimes it's nice for us all to get together and try to deconstruct the game and maybe make you realize things about it that you didn't realize before. And I'll say that this video, it does cover points about the remake that I didn't consider. Now, I wouldn't say that I'm militantly on board with these different points that the Crowbcat video brings up, but it is something to mull over. And a lot of the things that I talk about when I discuss games, I think that if you don't see eye to eye with me, no matter how good my argument is, if you don't see eye to eye with me, you just don't see eye to eye with me. And I feel like that's fine, right? Hold on. I have to make sure which messages are you guys talking to each other, or which is for me. The fact that Crowbcat used clips to validate his points is what makes the videos good. I think Crowbcat's video editing style is amusing, especially when he does it in a comedic way. I feel like I vibe with that kind of comedy a lot, and I loved this video especially. I want the wind to be loud on the bridge after church. I want things to always be loud. Okay. Okay. Oh, also, hi, Riot. Hello. Are you here for Resident Evil Tism? All right. We are now going to play the legendary new Crowbcat Resident Evil 4 video. And remember, I've already seen it. And it helps to kind of have an idea of the flow of it for a stream. I'm sorry that I didn't wait to go into it blind, but let us begin.
most of the creators in Capcom feel that unless you start bringing in originality into the video games and don't keep doing rehashes, then the video game industry itself is going to hit a major crash eventually. People are going to lose interest in games if they keep churning out the same things over and over again. And we at Capcom, we want to keep making games. That's what we live for. So in order to make sure there is an industry to support us making games, we have to act now. And one of the things we're doing is making original games.
Resident Evil 3, the remake, is just about out there in the wild, and it appears to be another great remake from Capcom. Capcom's really just hitting these.
9 out of 10? It's not even as good as the Resident Evil 2 remake. How can you mark them so close?
Remakes out of the park. It's got everyone wondering what will be the next Resident Evil remake.
Yes, please. Thank you, Capcom.
Thank you, Capcom.
Thank you, Capcom.
Yes.
You hear the Spanish music, you see the forest, that, you know, we're all shitting our pants.
Oh, Poggin!
Last of Us?
Last of Us R? I saw you two comment mentioning the R. There's no R in Last of Us.
The multiplayer.
Not gonna lie, I would probably think something stupid too.
Last of Us 2.
Obviously gonna be excited, obviously gonna play.
We are eating well as Resident Evil fans.
Yeah. Ugh. Well, eating well, whatever. Actually, yeah, we are. We actually are, despite my issues. Dino Crisis, please. Please?
We'll see.
Let the Resident Evil fans starve so they can skinny up a little bit. Make them appreciate food again. Because they don't appreciate the food they get.
We'll see.
Except in the back of the players' minds, in the back of the developers' minds, there's this quiet, unspoken truth, which is, yeah, but...
That's Electric Underground. My autistic king.
If we're being real here, this is just a cash-in. This is not a legitimate artistic effort.
Of these games that they've been remaking, this is probably one that doesn't need to really be remade.
When I first heard about remaking RE4...
You can argue nothing really needs to be remade, especially if it's good. Technically. Like, I'm not against remakes exactly, like the Monkey's Paw Curls, but hey, I mean, it's the only way we're ever gonna get another game like this, right? So, alright, give me another one, I guess. And then I'll complain about it, because I always do.
My first impression was that since the original is a masterpiece, a remake would be difficult, so I didn't want to do it.
4, it's like a sharp dagger. You see how the original, where it just has like a roughy, gritty edge to it?
Stupid fading of Krauser.
Just see the difference when it comes to the creativity and originality.
So that's getting into kind of dissecting autism to where a lot of you might go, who cares? It's the fucking 4. What does that have to do with anything? Does it actually matter? Oh, you think the remake sucks because it's 4, it doesn't look like that? It's like, it's just like, it's like a little flavor thing, right? Resident Evil 4, as this video will kind of get into, is just full of attention to detail. Lots of little flavor that comes together, just makes it kind of stand out, makes it memorable. And when you lose that, it's like just making a little note, like, by the way, like, the 4 looked cooler. Now it's a little bit more generic font. It's not as special or varied, I guess, as the original Resident Evil fonts. Because, like, Resident Evil 4 text doesn't look exactly like RE1 or 2 or anything, right? Just talking about logo design. Same thing with, like, they get into talking about, like, HUD design. Does that matter? Why does it matter? It's just your inventory. It's just your pause screen. Why does it matter that it's not detailed anymore and it's just a black box? What is the big fucking deal? You're just making up things to be mad about. Like, well, I'm not. I'm just appreciating the original. They put all that work into it. They put all that effort into how the pause screen or your inventory screen looked in the original Resident Evil 4. Can we not compliment that? If we compliment it, you don't have any issue, right? But if we talk bad about the new one just being a black box, then it's not. Why are you even talking about this at all? This is stupid.
The remake is soulless compared to this. It really is. It's forgettable, and it feels like They found the formula and they're just like, okay, now we could just remake anything we want. They're about to use that same formula to remake Code Veronica, RE5. They're just gonna do that shit until they've gotten as much as they can out of that engine.
Well, we could, you know, we can make Resident Evil 4 remake. What's the problem? And I think once upon a time, instead of making
Resident Evil 4,
people made
Resident Evil 4.
Once upon a time, they made things. For the first time, they made really impressive things. Once upon a time.
I've worked on a number of Resident Evil titles in the past, and honestly, I think the series had been recycling the same patterns, the same gameplay each time. The creators were starting to get bored with it, and many moved to other projects.
It might be Matthew Matosis. At the very end, by the way, he does give a shout out to a lot of the people that he uses in his video. Like Electric Underground was even the first one. He even, this confused me. He has Michael Does Life cited. Isn't Michael Does Life the guy who trolls and acts like a parody of people like me? I don't remember him in this, because usually he just is unhinged and just saying a bunch of shit and like trying to like look crazy to the camera. Is he actually in this? That was Michael Does Life, isn't it?
So I spoke to Mikami-san, the director, and we talked about reshaping the series and winning back the fans, as well as winning over new fans who thought they would never play a Resident Evil game. So,
I do not remember who it was. It might have been Neryl, somebody. Or it might have been Neryl, or it might have been the whatever the Mayo YouTube channel guy is, that talked about I think the sales of the Resident Evil 1 remake on GameCube and RE4, like the kind of like financial situation of that, something like that. I remember it being a good video, but I just don't remember what it was.
in order to revitalize the series, we've given it a complete makeover.
For its time, it was the total game changer. They still make games copying what that game reinvented.
People do forget as well, RE games before RE4 on GameCube also sold poorly. RE4, Capcom's last big shot, they couldn't screw up. I thought I heard something that implied that... Actually, yeah. Yes. I wasn't sure, because I know there's sometimes myths that go around that get debunked. I think Mikami actually said that due to the failure, quote, of RE1 Remake, that he went through a really intense depression and confusion. Like, he didn't understand what happened. And that just goes to show you that sometimes really good things can fail. And I don't remember why it didn't go well. I guess just, usually the consensus is it was on GameCube. It was locked to GameCube, and maybe they didn't market it high enough. Resident Evil 4, though, it was also on just GameCube. Until later, they put it on PS2, but I think it was it was a massive success on GameCube, even before they put it over onto PS2. But, I liked Resident Evil's formula, personally. I would have been fine if they just kept doing it the way they did, but I get that they wanted to reinvent things, and that seems to be what lots of IPs eventually do. They worry about staleness, so they try to switch it up, and I think that's always just going to be a thing.
When the original came out, one of the biggest factors was how fresh the mechanics were. We knew from the start that in today's landscape, it wouldn't be possible to duplicate that. We never set that as a goal. Instead, our goal was to implement evolutions that have occurred since the original was released.
Homogenization.
This rework has been simply titled Resident Evil 4.
Fuck off with this! This shit is important. This isn't a nitpick. How can you make a game? You are the first to make it. It's called Resident Evil 4. And you get relegated to having something in fucking parenthesis? And the new one that remakes it gets to have your name? Are you out of your fucking mind? You're out of your fucking mind. The disrespect. Remakes aren't trying to replace the original. They're just, gonna be ported more, and the original is gonna start being ported less, and it even loses its name.
As if to say that this is the definitive edition. Of
You
the game.
don't mind anything. You're my enemy. You don't ah! You don't love Resident Evil 4. You hate me. You hate me. Sorry. I'm sorry. You're welcome here. I love you. It's okay to disagree with the almighty PumpkinSynth.
Problem. The definitive edition is, by that definition, the one that defines a work as an influence, the one that people will think of when they think of its name.
Left 4 Dead, yo. Booyah! No, man. Resident Evil 4 takes it by a long shot.
Wait a minute. That guy seems familiar. Who is that guy?
As an influence, the one that people will think of when they think of its name.
Left 4 Dead, yo. Booyah! No, man. Resident Evil 4.
Who is this? Who's this? Oh. I knew he seemed familiar.
Takes it by a long shot.
Would anyone bother to remake this remake?
Is the action still there? Is the atmosphere and kind of like the more goofy elements of Resident Evil 4 still in there? And it's all in there.
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah.
They just take the IP, the aesthetics, the branding of Resident Evil 4, and then they grafted on this lame Last of Us style ripoff with parries and stealth sections, and there we go. We did it. We remade the game.
It's a flicker. Yo, it really is The Last of Us. That's wild.
It has.
I never really played much of Last of Us, so I didn't actually make that connection that,
all these different individual elements pulled from all these different.
Every IP seems to go through this also. An IP comes around, they are the first to do a thing or are first to excel at doing a thing or whatever, I don't know. And they create, they inspire something else. And then the roles get reversed, and the thing that was initially inspired by the thing, now it's inspiring the old thing. But that's just what happens when you have IPs drag out for 25 years.
Sources. Then they're just kind of thrown into a blender. This is millennial game design, and that is your game.
What is this? I mean, the chainsaw guy was the marquee villain of RE4. He's on the cover. You can't just trivialize the guy who's supposed to strike terror in your heart by Sekiro dinging his ass off you with a knife.
Putting that lifeline in place where it's like, oh, we know we can block the chainsaw. We know we can block it, so we're not scared of it anymore. It takes away the tension. Whereas in this, you know you're going down when that chainsaw guy gets close. There's a sense of tension there.
Come on, Capcom.
So regarding Dr. Salvador, when this part played, it was something I never really thought too much about. A lot of people have very strong reactions regarding being able to knife parry the chainsaw guy, Dr. Salvador. He was a really cool threat in the original. He's not that hard though. I mean, you can even pistol him in his face, and it might take a bit, but you are able to stagger him by pistoling him into his face. But you gotta risk that it might take a few shots. I think on average it takes 2, 3, something like that. If you use the shotgun, it blows him away. Like, he's not really a boss. He's just like a regular villager that just happens to have a chainsaw. But what's kind of cool about him is that if you aren't mindful of your positioning and his positioning, he is able to instant kill you. And they showed that in the clip where if he is within a certain amount of distance between you or near you, and he is in a certain frame of his animation, you already know it's over. You just put your controller down. There's nothing you can do. So I do like that about him. That is he a hard enemy? No, but he is a risky enemy. He is an enemy that you don't want to get too cocky around or underestimate, because he is able to get a little shot at you. Oh, also, hello. Thank you so much for the raid, Malum. Hi. How's your stream going? Regarding the parry, I think they get into it as I let the clip play out, but I guess the issue is just people don't like how much parry is in everything. How you feel like you could just parry the hell out of everything. That was a complaint about Doom: The Dark Ages, right? To where if you get good at the parry, you just dominate through the game. And I guess the people think that's boring. I'm not good at parrying personally. So whenever the gameplay shows him just parrying every single enemy, I didn't even like realize you could do it that way. So I guess that's the difference between like a more competent, higher skill level player in RE4 Remake and kind of like me, that's a little bit like average skill, I suppose. Hi, hello. Who's that? No, wait, you don't want me to know, right? Parrying is played out, in my opinion. It's kind of like the homogenization. All controls are starting to mimic each other. Camera perspectives is mimicking each other. We put a crouch in everything. We put parry in everything, this and that it gets, like, irritating to people. It does trivialize things. But with the knife system in a Resident Evil 4 Remake, you don't always have a knife, correct? That sometimes it breaks and then you have to get it repaired. So it's not like you're never in a situation where the Salvador... Wait, how do I want to word it? There are times when you're dealing with the Dr. Salvador in the remake and you don't have a knife to parry. Like, that is a thing. It's like it's a thing that you have to continuously manage. But I don't have... I'm not as militantly angry about that whole thing. I'm just kind of like, yeah, I get what you're saying. I think I maybe need more time to, I guess, sort out how I feel about it. But I feel like it's a fair thing to bring up.
Like, really? You ain't even gotta route your enemy.
That I wouldn't have thought you could do.
All you gotta do is pop up LB to stop every single monster in the game.
Increase the durability.
In the original Resident Evil 4, you couldn't just rely on parry. It had to be positioning based. If you don't move, if you don't watch your distance from the enemy, you're just going to get hit. But in this, I do understand the issue of, well, you can literally parry the fucking boss? That's kind of wild to me.
Ability of the knife. And then do it again.
Oh, right. This video doesn't get into it. Actually, you know what? Oh, wait. I remember the video gets into a certain subject that I can key in on. I apologize. I'm so sorry.
Knives. I mean, they give you so many knives. It makes you wonder why even have durability if you're gonna have so many knives.
Oh, I have 2 more knives, you scrub. I didn't know I had so many knives.
In addition to that, the chainsaw guy in the original game, it's quick, it's sudden. There's no fucking like, let me rev this chainsaw up, 10-second fuck.
That's for the low skill people. We'll just have the wind up be way longer so you have more chance to evade it. It actually is kind of much cooler in the original because it is very, very fast.
Fucking little death scene animation. No, your head's chopped off, you're fucking dead. Boom, out of nowhere. That was the beauty of that. So they just don't understand. They don't get it.
They've managed to...
Cooler, they don't get into this, but cooler death screen. In the original, you got like a really flavorful text, and then you have this kind of like water ripple effect. It's kind of neat. The new one, it's just a black screen with like the normal Resident Evil font. It's a little bit boring.
To suck all the character out of the UI of this game. The menus in
they
the
do get
original
into it.
RE4
Okay.
had way more character, dirty, rusty, reflecting the game's environment. Now the UI has this cold,
Clean. The fucking void in the background where it's like a black fog. Like, yeah, you don't have that kind of rust anymore. That was like a cool thing about that period, like during like GameCube, PS2, is they really liked over texturing things. It was kind of cool.
Empty, minimalist look, which doesn't suit the game. And even judged on those terms, it really lacks a sense of style.
You no longer get to see some cool animations.
The files lack the photographic detail that made them feel personalized in the original.
The whole screen would transition.
See, this? I didn't even think about this point. I mostly just focused on like files being a little bit more boring, but I forgot that they did more extravagant illustrations for every single file that you pick up in the game, like as the backdrop, because that is something that classic Resident Evil would do a lot, is just kind of like this. It's kind of cool. It's not just like a black screen, or it's not just the image of the game screen, like, you know, on location, and then it just fades to like partial, like transparent black, and then you just read text over it. It's like, this was actually kind of nice, and I liked that about survival horror, when it, like, you're doing a puzzle and then it's a zoomed in shot of the puzzle and how detailed it is and this and that. I do think this is something that is unfortunate to be gone now.
Into an engaging piece of art for us to absorb ourselves into.
And this is one of those, oh, who cares kind of things, right? Like, oh, who cares that you don't have something like this? I care. Good point to bring up, Crowbcat's mouthpieces.
You'd go into a certain room, and before you even knew what was in that room, you'd have that safe room music.
Oh, there's no...
Boring. No audio. Modern Resident Evil is always doing this, and even when there is music, it's just far away. They're consistent about that. And I will keep complaining about it until they fucking stop. Because Resident Evil, like, its music and sound design used to be one of the greatest things about it. Whatever, that's fine.
Safer music.
Ending a chapter used to have this unhinged, jittery text matching the crazy, macabre events unfolding, and cool blocks of writing on top of a bright, washed-out picture that made it look like some weird old case file being displayed on a projector.
They didn't get it. There's no character. No one's remembering that in 15 years.
I thought that was a great way to put it. No one's going to remember this in 15 years. And another way to put it is, you're never going to see like a Twitter account or an aesthetic Twitter account in 2035 or something, and it's a bunch of screenshots of the chapter endings of Resident Evil 4 Remake, where it's a black fucking screen with some particle effects and a little bit of text. That's not going to be some aesthetic post on Twitter. This isn't going to be something that LARPers in 2036 is going to be obsessing over. It's very boring. And the same thing with the detailed backdrops for the files of original Resident Evil 4. Like, maybe you don't necessarily hyperfixate on that whenever you're playing the game, but when somebody points it out, I'm going to assume that most of you will go, oh, actually, that does look pretty nice. That does look aesthetic. And again, same thing with the chapter ending in the original, like the Instagram shots of the characters, the text, all the detail on the screen. It is sad to lose that. And why didn't they do it? I think they are... this is going to sound mean. I think they're lazy and think it doesn't matter. That it is allocating resources to something that, quote, no one's going to care about, I guess. So they just cut out the fat and focus on other things. I'd argue in 15 years, a lot of people won't sign the praises of RE4 Remake, unlike many that have signed RE4's praises for 20 plus years. Maybe.
Forgettable, clinical, lack of any individuality. It's like a soulless corporate entity made this shit.
Coming in this section didn't give me the feeling that someone took the time to design any of this. No aesthetics to it whatsoever. It is just realism.
This comparison is horrible. Is this actually truly an equal... Is this actually the equivalent hallway?
It's like a soulless... It's like a...
Me the feeling that someone took the time to design any of this. No aesthetics to it whatsoever. It is just...
Like, look at the amount of detail here. And it's like classic Resident Evil style, and it's a very narrow hallway to kind of invoke claustrophobia. That's what, like, Resident Evil used to be about. Is, I mean, it still kind of does it. Narrow hallways, so it's hard to avoid enemies and you feel kind of boxed in. Just look at how much is on this screen. Lee Aesthetic Twitter account will post this screenshot. But will Lee Aesthetic Twitter account post that? You can't even tell that there's statues there.
At least it's, you know, just, yeah, it's just realism. And this is when I also knew, yeah, this is like RE8. You know, like that's the first thing I thought of.
When you turn on a game, you see a bunch of stuff. Some of it you'll recognize. And then there are the things that make you go,
Megascans is one of the largest libraries of high-quality 3D assets. They're used in everything, from video games to movies, and there's over 14,000 assets.
It just feels way more generic. It feels like every other Resident Evil game, where 4 felt so distinctive.
The team spent 11 days in the United Kingdom and Spain photographing objects such as Gothic statues, bricks, and stone pavements for use in textures. I will also mention that they also used a stock book. They used a stock book of textures that they also used for RE1 Remake and most likely RE0 as well. And they did not actually get permission. As a note. They did steal. It wasn't until in the last 10 years at some point, the owner of that book, I think, did a lawsuit. And I don't know what happened with it, but I'm going to guess that Capcom's like, oopsie, here's some money, sorry. I think video gaming was smaller, and they're from Japan, and they're like, they'll probably never find out that we're using their textures, and it'll be fine, but you got to be a little bit more careful now, especially now.
Across the top of the Great Hall there.
Hey, Mr. Beast here. Today we're gonna buy every item in this store. Let's do it.
Resident Evil 4 will soon be getting the full modern Capcom facelift.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Oh, I see what they're doing. It's just the same exact model.
All these games are asset flips, dude. It's like literally the same thing.
The village in the original game had this really stark, empty, desolate ghost town feel to it that really was unnerving and eerie. Instead, what they went with the remake is that it's overgrown and cluttered.
Clutter equals better, detailed, more detail, I guess. My issue with the clutter, and I have video proof of this. I have my original blind playthrough of RE4 Remake when I was 3D. I just have it privated because I privated all my 3D model stuff. I wanted to kind of start like fresh, I guess. But one issue I had with the RE4 Remake is the overgrowth made it hard for me to see where the path is. Where am I supposed to grow? Oh, an invisible wall here. Okay, I guess I'm not supposed to go. Oh, invisible. Oh, okay, I guess I'm not supposed to go there. It's like, I'm not joking. And this was mainly only a problem in the village section. I had to pull up a map in order to see where the path was. And that sounds stupid. Maybe only a few people had that issue, but I had that issue. No, not yellow paint!
It's pretty.
They do get into that, don't worry.
Linear. Like, when I mean linear, I mean super linear. Despite the old one being linear, it still felt pretty open. You know, and it still felt like you could go anywhere, despite you couldn't. It still looked and felt like you
Have a
could go
good night.
anywhere.
It felt too boxed in and way too cluttered.
And that's kind of the go-to plan for the remake is whenever we want to make something scary, let's just make it cluttered, dark, and bloody.
I hate the darkness, man. I was dealing with that issue in Requiem a little bit. Old Resident Evil, how do I say? There was lots of visual clarity in old Resident Evil. You could see everything. You could see where to go. You could see what was near you. You could see, except the few times they would make a room be completely black or something, and you had to like turn on light. I'm pretty sure that was a thing sometimes. But for the most part, they were able to make things spooky and moody and scary and eerie and all every other word without making it to where you can't fucking see it all. I hate it. Like, the restrictive vision, like, oh, you can only see with your flashlight, or put in a vignette and having your vision restricted anyway because everything's dark and you only have a flashlight. Resident Evil 2 Remake does that. It has a obnoxious vignette that makes it harder to see. For what reason? To make it more scary? I'm not scared that I can't see. I'm angry that I can't see.
That'll do the trick.
And they're shoving it down your throat.
It's more
they're shoving
edgy.
it down your throat.
It's more edgy. 100%. Like, more blood, more decor. Though, personally, I will say, didn't piss me that off. Like, whenever they bring it up, I'm like, oh, I see what you mean. But when I was playing, I wasn't mad that there was more blood or anything. I did think one thing was stupid. They have like want to see this other girl get sacrificed or what. I thought that was kind of like, wait, where's this coming from? Anyway.
Every freaking piece of this game is
what was the text?
Blood everywhere. Let's plaster blood everywhere in terms of the aesthetics and in terms of just overdoing it.
Minimalist blood can be nice. And they point out that original Resident Evil 4 was actually a lot more restrained than we remember. But I usually highlight it in Resident Evil 1, like original Resident Evil 1, and technically the remake as well. They don't overdo it and have blood everywhere. They actually only have a little bit in some key places, and it makes it more effective. They're saying they're overdoing it with the gore. I see their point. It didn't personally piss me off that much, but I wouldn't say I adore it either. I would say I'm neutral on how much blood you want or don't want to use. Like, I'm like, kind of not militantly on either side for that one.
In the original, you go into the village and you don't really know what the fuck's going on. There's one scene where, you know, the lady's hung up by the pitchfork, but that's basically it until you get to the chainsaw guy.
And part of the mystery of this game is finding out what these new enemies are. I can't say that they are not zombies.
It looks like the people here carry out their lives like ordinary people. They even read books. Yeah.
The people in this house eat like normal humans.
Huh, they use toilets. Guess they're at least somewhat civilized. I mean, they are human, as far as we're aware, right?
In the process, you'll find out who these people are and why they're doing what they're doing.
There's a build-up to it, and there's a build-up to it in a way that makes sense. This is coming right out of the gate with stupid shit.
No fucking way.
Yeah, that's like the first encounter that you have in the remake, if I recall correctly, after you do your kind of like, sort of like little mini dragged out entry into the game before the game really starts. I didn't like this. I think like they sound goofy and I don't know, like their point is basically you don't really know what the deal with the villagers are other than they look a little bit creepy and they seem to want to kill you. But they seem human, and then immediately they kind of throw Plagueis type shit at you instead of like easing you into it. Because in the original, you're just fighting regular Ganado, the chainsaw guy, until you get to a certain point, and it's whenever it's dark and raining, and you come across a Ganado that suddenly mutates and becomes a blade Plagueis. And it's like, oh, whoa, it's like kind of cool. I wonder if is it like a hindsight thing where, oh, we're remaking the game, but everybody already knows that they're Plagueis, so we shouldn't have to restrict ourselves because they already know anyway, kind of deal. Like, is it that? Because I mean, I get that, but a lot of people who are gonna play this remake aren't even gonna play the original, so yeah, it is what it is.
In the original, the reason why the chainsaw guy was scary
This I agree with also this point here.
because he looked more human. And this, it's just like fucking like dinosaur eyes. It looks stupid. It's fake.
It feels so Halloween-y, sacrificial.
Ugh, I fucking hate New Sadler so much.
Lambs.
There's something far more unnerving about the villagers' lack of acknowledgement in the original RE4.
This is the beginning of the game?
They're just shoving it right in your face. Oh, this is spooky, you know. Let's remind the gamer that this is spooky.
When trying out this new camera, there was a lot of trial and error, seeing how close to or how far from the character would work the best.
You cannot move and fire at the same time, nor can you strafe from side to side as you can in a typical shooter. This dynamic has an exceptional way of heightening tension, since your foes love to try to surround you.
Whereas now with the remake and its generic third-person aiming, you're never wondering what's behind you. You know what's behind you. You can just start aiming at all directions.
You can reload mid-reposition while angling the camera to keep an eye on the enemy.
I'm constantly like rotating the camera and checking where I'm like, what's behind me.
You don't have that whole risk-reward system of having to manage what's creeping up behind you.
Before, you were trapped in this cramped space with an unpredictable monster who would dip around all over the place chaotically. The camera system never quite allowing you to keep track of him at all times. Now the edges are sanded off and it's less intense, less...
Because there's so many people that view not... It's funny. I did complain about not being able to see in modern Resident Evil due to how they like to light things. Is it a true equal comparison to what I'm about to say here? But make of it what you will. It is a thing I'm noticing. But with a lot of you know, classic Resident Evil games, people view not being able to see as not feeling good. And if somebody just doesn't find it to feel good, like, I don't hate them. I don't think they're bad people. If you don't like how tank controls feel, I don't think you're a bad person, or I don't hate you. Maybe I have some opinions, but I digress. They just don't like that vulnerability. They view it as a flaw even. They will say, like, I can't see what's ahead of me. I can't see what's behind me. This game sucks. This feels bad. But I think that for a horror game, it can actually be really nice. Why do I like more limited camera in classic Resident Evils, yet I don't like overly dark light in modern Resident Evil? Because you could say that it's similar situations, right? Maybe it's the fact that a room just being dark is boring visually. Maybe something to think about. But also they got into the risk reward. I'm always like a big fan of having to stop in order to reload or to shoot. A lot of people also interpret that as feeling bad because, you know, they do like epic facts and logic, and they say, why would I stop to shoot? I wouldn't do that in real life. Why do I have to stop to reload? That's not realistic, blah 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 blah. It's like, it's just a gameplay thing. It's a thing to force you into making a decision. You have to choose when to plant yourself and reload. There's a Dr. Salvador that's on your ass. There's a bunch of villagers. Some of them might even be throwing things. Well, you are almost out of ammo and you are not able to reload in your inventory. So you have to take a moment to reload. You have to choose how much distance to create and where to stop moving to reload, or where to plant yourself and aim. You also have to make a decision on, okay, when are you going to quick turn and run away and stop planting yourself, because they're too close now. You can't. You have to create distance again and then aim. You know, like you lose that, and I feel that's a bummer. I feel like it's actually too easy to be able to just run and shoot or to run and reload. But I guess what they try to do in the remake to balance that is they just have the enemies be more aggressive to factor that in, I suppose.
Memorable. Plus, with a narrower view, there's more tension and...
Also, people dramatically overestimate how well they can shoot on the move. No, man, in real life, people dual pistol. Like, it's just so easy.
By being up close, it's easier to feel like you're right there in the game.
It is not the way it is because it's an old game and the designers didn't know any better. It isn't outdated just because it isn't like every newer game.
We only started learning how to make good games in 2015. That's how long it took to make good games. Just like movies. When did movies start being good? Because movies started off like really bad until, I don't know, I guess the 90s. The 90s is when movies started being good, I suppose, or whatever. I suppose.
カメラの画角、普通の TPS と今で言う TPS とも違う
But nowadays there's this assumption that adding features to make a game more in line with modern audiences' expectations automatically makes it better.
Now when he runs, he has this weird sort of delay or inertia.
I don't like the inertia. I guess they don't want it to look too video gamey, quote, how terrible for a video game to be a video game or feel like a video game or look like a video game. But in, you know, like, you do have quick turn in these modern Resident Evils. That doesn't necessarily completely eradicate how they feel in terms of general movement. And I will personally say that for some reason, I just do not do quick turn in Modern Resident Evil, even though it is a built-in mechanic. It's not an option you flick on, you just have it. But in old video games, or old Resident Evil anyway, you just have the quick turn. And in other games, you have it to where if you're holding forward and then you start holding back, your character just immediately like flips, just like that. Not with quick turn, but just that's how movement used to be. It's a lot more snappy, a lot more responsive. But now it's kind of like realistic and heavy and kind of sluggish.
He doesn't have
Now, I'm not saying that makes Modern Resident Evil bad. Like, Modern Resident Evil sucks because it feels like this. It's just a preference thing.
in his movement. There's this heaviness, awkwardness to it where you're never quite fully in control of Leon's movement. And then on top of that, there's a lot of gun sway and there's a lot of imprecision with...
What do they mean by gun sway, out of curiosity? Because there is gun sway in the original. That's Electric Underground talking, by the way. What Mina or somebody else here might be able to chime in, but what's different about gun sway in modern RE4 compared to the original? Because it's in both. Inertia with guns. People saying I wouldn't stop to reload, haven't been in an intense situation and needed to. Also, who's to say you're carrying ammo loaded into the mag? Like, there is more realism. Stop caring about realism the moment it makes their ego harder. Mina says, I think gun sway is the gun not following your crosshair precisely. Yeah, like the gun rotates slower than the crosshair. Got you. Also, YouTube, I'm so sorry that I was neglecting you a bit, but hi, everybody. Love y'all.
You're aiming in terms of actually lining up and firing.
Wow, how did that hit the box, dude?
And I'm confused. I thought that the hitboxes were too tight in this game. Like, they don't bring it up. And I don't know if that maybe means that I was wrong, but when I play Resident Evil 4 Remake, it felt like they're just not generous with the hitboxes on enemies, despite making them so much faster. And it was frustrating, because not only that, you also don't have hit stun anymore, right? It's not consistent anymore, because they want the game... They don't want you to feel too overpowered, so they make everything a dice roll when it comes to staggering. You can still melee, but you can't guarantee melee by just shooting somebody in the face like the original Resident Evil 4. But I felt like I missed so much, because I would shoot in a spot where if it was the original game, they would be like, you know what, close enough, and they would thumbs up and you would get the hit. But to me, it kind of felt like they wouldn't let me get away with that. And if you're a controller aimer, you're kind of in hell. It's frustrating. Like, you could get through the game and everything still, but it was frustrating. And I felt that in Resident Evil Village as well, but that might be a skill issue. I don't know. But I personally felt like original RE4 had nicer hitboxes. That doesn't mean that, like, you can aim like an idiot and still get it, but they would be generous.
Excuse me? Holding down while aiming for a few moments will increase the accuracy and chance of a critical hit.
Like, did you see that?
Sometimes shot will stagger, sometimes they don't.
Are you kidding me?
Drop the girl.
Now, I wouldn't say that necessarily makes the RE4 remake like a terrible game to have like some jank to it. Like, I'm used to jank in older games. I can get used to jank in newer games. But I can see somebody not liking it. I think it's a fair thing to bring up, but it's not a deal breaker for me necessarily. That doesn't mean that I'm happy when I encounter it, but I can deal with it.
This kid, dude, I kicked this guy and shot him in the head 4 times, and he's alive.
Yeah.
What are you made of?
Furthermore, stuns come in the forms of so much fuckery in this game.
That hit me? No shot. Why is it so tanky?
Somebody can walk in a window, and if you're near that person when they climb in the window, you will get stunned.
Why can't I stun him jumping out the window?
The gameplay, it's not Resident Evil 4 gameplay. Like, I don't know what they were, like, Resident Evil...
The fucking comboing. Like, they can literally chain combo you, but you can't do it to them. Like, it's so... They can hit stun you consistently, but you can't to them. It's so... Ugh.
6 is more akin to Resident Evil 4 than this because it is more action arcade.
They knew the fundamentals of what makes a game feel good.
You can lure enemies to a door, push a dresser in front of it to block them, and then shoot through the door to buy yourself more time.
It's literally in the manual.
Yeah, so basically they're arguing here, like, this might be considered a nitpick to some people. Oh, you can't shoot through the wooden door. It's like, yeah. But apparently it was like a advertised, like, feature, like, ooh, guess what? You can shoot through the door. So it is a little bit sad to lose that. Like, and other Resident Evils did it too. Resident Evil 5 was even better about it. Like, you could knife the doors. It was kind of cool.
In the hints section, you can shoot enemies through wooden doors.
Well, if you read the stream title, it said that we are dissecting Crowbcat's video, and then we're going to play after.
Ashley, get in the room. Get in the room. On.
What a great NPC. God, Ashley sucks so much in the Resident Evil 4 original. I mean, Resident Evil 4 parenthesis 2005. I really hated how she would stay perfectly still in the spot you told her to. I also really hated how she closely and perfectly followed behind you, and she wasn't inconvenient, and she was actually, like, really easy to take care of, and that any mistake that happened would actually typically be your fault for not managing positioning good. I always hated that. I think it would be a lot cooler if she just did whatever the fuck she wanted.
Where are you going?
In the originals, she's as easy to work with as AI companions come. She stays right behind Leon, and the camera even zooms out so that you don't lose sight of her.
Wait, follow me.
Alright, Ashley, wait here. No, Ashley, stay up here. With me. Oh my god, please don't. They're making me take her through the fucking maze.
You can no longer freeze her in place. Instead, you can only change the distance she follows you from.
Now, why did they do this? Is it possible that they want it to be harder to take care of her? Is that the idea? Because I can't think of anything else other than they want it to feel less gamey, so they want it to feel like you are LARPing as Leon, and you just have her following behind you like you would if you were truly Leon rescuing the president's daughter. That maybe it was too gamey to go to do a command that says, wait, come with me. Is that why? Like, they do still have this system where she can hide in lockers and like dumpsters sometimes, but not as much. I don't think as much. But it's got to be one of those two reasons, right? But it makes the game harder in a way that's not fun. Like, I guess you could still use the argument like, oh, you can't take care of Resident Evil 4 Remake Ashley because of skill issue. Get better at the games. Like, I guess. I don't know.
Bro, how can you not run past? Your dash is too slow.
But remember, this is better than the original. This completely replaces the original, and the original, that was when they didn't know how to make games yet, you know.
You okay?
Yeah.
Because you have so much less control over her, and there always tends to...
Oh, and don't forget. You don't have to use your resources to make Ashley tankier, to make it easier to take care of her. If you have a bit of a skill issue and she gets hit a little bit too much, you don't have to use one of your precious resources on anybody other than you, the one that really matters. It's just correcting too much, like appeasing whiners, in my opinion. No offense. Like, I get not liking it. If you don't like it, I get it. And it's like, I know it sucks, like, to possibly do something for her instead, but it's like, I kind of liked it. It's like, you don't have to up her health, technically, if you don't want to. You can just keep it to yourself. But if you do that, you have to make sure you are on point with protecting her. It's a decision that you get to make. You don't get to make that decision in the remake.
Be a gap of some kind between you, she naturally gets into more trouble.
Ashley, don't walk in front of the shotgun.
This part kills me.
Hey, Ashley, get your ass over
Where's
here.
that part? Where's that part?
She artificially stuck to you like a magnet and could wait or hide away whenever you tell her to on a moment's notice, which is why whenever she gets hurt or gets captured in the original game, it's mainly your fault for not positioning her.
And I've been saying this for years. I didn't need Crowbcat's video to tell me that Ashley was a good eye. We have been doing this debate with people hating on Ashley way before the remake for years. It's been a battle that I've been stuck in for a long time.
Correctly.
Ashley!
That kills me!
Get back in the fucking locker!
Ass over here! Oh god.
She artificially stuck to you like a magnet and could wait or hide away whenever you tell her to on a moment's notice, which is why whenever she gets hurt or gets captured in the original game, it's mainly your fault for not positioning her correctly.
Ashley! Get back in the fucking locker! Ashley! Oh, fuck. Ashley!
This is also the game that Capcom said that they're not going to patch ever, right? Like, for the record, I did say I can tolerate jank. Like, a game having jank isn't going to be a deal breaker. It's going to be everything else, as a whole. But they are pretty rough. Just, it's kind of weird that Capcom wouldn't, like, make it a little bit tighter. But, whatever.
Amazing AI, dude! Woo! But I'm not even... I didn't even shoot her! Hello!
Wait.
What the fuck was that about?
Are they behind me?
You're always wondering, wait, is something behind me? Is something behind me? Is something behind me?
Check them behind me.
It's the way the camera system creates that effect. And what's also beautiful about it is the art direction of the castle.
So that is so important. And it's also a thing that makes Resident Evil Mercenaries as exciting as it is. But we'll just talk in general. When you plant yourself, like you find a spot, there's nothing near you, just the guys that are on your ass, right? So you find a spot, you quick turn, and now you're aiming at the enemies that were chasing you, right? But you have to eventually get that mental timer in your head to know, okay, around this many seconds, that's whenever they start trying to flank me from behind. I need to turn around. And oh, there they are. They're like, because they're the way the AI are programmed, they try to flank you. They try to swarm around you. It makes them cool enemies. That's kind of exciting to just be running around and planting yourself, and then wait, gonna turn around. There you are. I like that. But you don't have to worry about that because with modern Resident Evil camera, you just like flick it all over the place. You could just see all around you, like you have eyes all over you. But now they're talking about the art direction, and I'll say my stance first is, I did not mind the art direction of the remake that much. Like, they go harder in being spooky funhouse and having fog on the ground and this and that. I admit that I didn't mind that much because I like spooky funhouses. It's like going from Resident Evil 1 to the Resident Evil 1 remake, right? Resident Evil 1 remake is like gritty and overly spooky looking. Like, it's trying way too hard, even, you could say. Whereas the first Resident Evil, their idea was like, let's look normal, but there's something that's a little bit eerie. Whereas RE1 remake is outwardly like spooky horror, like going overboard with it. But I like it. Also, hello, Dr. Chedstein. Hi. So that's probably why I didn't feel as intense about it, I suppose, with RE4 to RE4 remake. Electric Underground was one of the first people I heard that complimented how original Resident Evil 4's castle was. Like, I used to think that it was, I don't know, I think I used to not like its atmosphere as much as, like, I guess, classic Resident Evils. I did used to think, like, I don't know, the castle just seems like it's too brightly lit. Like, maybe it could be spookier, this and that. But he argues that it's actually fine, and he gets into why it's fine. And he said that it makes him think of certain movies. I don't remember if he said it was Italian movies or something like that, but yeah. Also, thank you for the follow. I don't know why it's not alerting me, but thank you so much. Let me actually refresh this really quick. Okay. I will go back to the video. But after hearing Electric Underground's point, and also having lots of time to develop my opinion of RE4 as I go on, because again, it's like up and down. Sometimes I think certain ways and then it evolves over time. I do think that I appreciate the original Resident Evil 4 castle even more than I used to. I think it's kind of cool. Also, hi Lobotomy. Hi, we're watching Autistic Crowbcat video.
Complements that. It is brightly lit. It is beautiful. It is ornate.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you.
Something is wrong, but that wrongness...
This atmosphere track is so good. Also, one thing in terms of visuals that I despised, I didn't like that they turned the water room into the black sludge room. That pissed me off. Water is pretty, but it made that room kind of serene and kind of, it's like, it's such an intense room, but it's really pretty. It's just got water everywhere. They make it red and dark lit, which, okay, cool, I don't mind that. And then they just make all the water black. And it's not like water in shadow, it's literally sludge. Why does horror keep wanting to do sludge shit all the time? Like, are people afraid of tar or something? Like, maybe that weird pimple from JoJo is, but whatever.
Is subtle and disturbing. So what did they do with the remake? They turned it into a generic horror show.
Blatant, like, fucking, like, oh yeah, this is spooky.
Fog
Hi,
does not equal
Lobotomy,
scary.
though. I
don't
love
know
you.
what's up with modern remakes always have to add fog. And
I liked the fog. I'm a sucker for the stupid, unrealistic fog. But if you don't like it, I think they're making a fair point, personally.
their fog is like overdone.
Instead, they just add shadows and smoke and red light and blood and writing on the walls and oh, isn't that so scary?
Is Resident Evil 4 Remake scarier than the original?
I think it's the opposite. In the original, Leon would make jokes only in cutscenes and comms calls.
This is important.
So all of the cheesiness was confined to intermittent cutscenes and comms calls.
I'll take it further. Talking is mainly limited to cutscenes. Talking in general. Games used to do that. They would have talking when you are in a cutscene. They wouldn't just have talking all the fucking time as you're playing the game, which I always complain about. I've always complained about that. Not in just Resident Evil, but in general. Like, ooh, nice atmosphere. Wow, this place is so spooky. Shut the fuck up! I'm playing. You are my avatar. You can have your characterization in the cutscenes, where they belong.
Does Leon still say, and I quote, "I knew you'd be fine if you landed on your butt"?
In the remake, the cutscenes and comms calls are a lot more serious in tone. However, the remaining 95% of the game is punctuated by continuous quips and jokes from Leon while we were in the middle of combat.
Bill me for the repairs later. I am flattered. But I'm a one-lady type of guy. Sorry, you're not my type. Watch where you're swinging those things. Guess your tap dancing days are over. God damn, you're a big boy. You got worms too?
What? You got worms too?
No food for you. Ah, the entertainment. I guess this is their idea of a warm welcome. Not bad, right? Hi there. You okay?
I will say it is annoying, and it gets even more excessive whenever they show the fight with Salazar's right hand. What I get more irritated by is like actual conversations when I'm trying to play. Like I'm walking from one location to another, and Leon and Ashley are having to go back and forth. That irritates me a bit more than the stupid quips, personally. But I don't like in-game dialogue in general because it does kind of mess with my immersion. Or, you know, Requiem still pushes this problem, but they even go further where they have Grace tripping all over the place if you're playing with the third-person camera. You're trying to move, and the game character decides, actually, I'm gonna fall over and go crazy. Nothing says horror quite like verbal diarrhea. No, it's awesome and cool, and all the people love it. A lot of people actually do love this shit. And I'll cite my old argument that I tend to make when I talk about losing control of your character, like Grace does. Haunting Ground does that, but it's based on a mechanic. It is a punishment. Whereas in Requiem, it's not a punishment. It just happens because it's more realistic. She doesn't move like a game character. She moves like a real person, like falling over and shitting her pants and pissing her pants.
Hey, dogs like me. Think you can swallow me whole, huh? You guys are really starting to become a giant pain in my ass. Wow, Ramon, you are really slacking on your pest control. That's your true power? Oh, I'd ask for a refund. Present for you. Jesus. Cuddly bastard. Twisty son of a bitch.
Too much sound design with the Parasite Plagas. This the Blade, and I say Parasite as in literally Parasite manga. But the Blade Plagas, they just squee too much, dude. Like, it's way too much. They're going overboard. But they don't fuck up the regenerators. They actually do the regenerators fine. Because they knew they were just too scared to fuck with them too much. But everything else, they just corrected too much, I guess.
My point is that these stupid voice lines undermine the atmosphere completely. And due to their frequency, make getting immersed in the horror practically impossible.
You're Ramon's lapdog.
Roll my eyes. It's even worse than I remembered it being. Like, look at this.
Frozen's a good look for you. Sorry, must have slipped. Eat this.
It's like AAA Mario parody.
Looks like it's gonna take more than that. So we're playing hide and seek, is that it?
Oh, there's a window.
All right.
Go through the window?
That confused me too. Inconsistent rules.
What the hell? But it's got tape on it.
I haven't seen any yellow marked barrels yet. Oh, is that yellow jizz or is that just hay?
For our game designers, affordance is a great way to communicate to the player what they can interact with or where they can go.
Yeah, it's basically yellow paint philosophy without doing yellow paint and making your game ugly. Games have been doing it for years. Sometimes the easiest thing is just use a light source that highlights where you have to go. Is it possibly making the player feel like they're stupid or something? Sure. Is it ugly though? No. And that's the most important thing. Yellow paint is ugly.
It's not a single color that's important. It's using consistent color and shapes in the context of the environment.
I get it. Cheer up, Crowbcat. You taking notes?
Instead, why?
Imagine an entire, like, village, country, whatever, just being slathered in this. Just somebody takes a bucket and just splashes it everywhere. Like, yellow ladders. Fine. I don't think blood would be good because typically you get blood feedback from killing enemies. Or if you're a game that has, like, a blood decal, the blood might... having red might be confusing, you know?
Why don't we literally paint lines in the level that the players can follow, even though it looks absolutely absurd?
I don't know what, like, research and data...
Just make it like BioShock. Or like old Resident Evil. Old Resident Evil, or we could talk about Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4... Somehow they were able to draw your attention to a ladder without having to do anything too extreme. But for example, like barrels, like they just had it to where no matter where the barrel is, it has a separate lighting to where it will almost even glow in the dark. But they didn't go overboard with it. Classic Resident Evil would have like a little shimmer mark. Resident Evil 1 Remake and RE0, they had a kind of animated gloss movement effect over an item. And I think they also did a little shimmer effect as well. And then I said BioShock. BioShock, what does it do? It's yellow, actually. But they make the ladder glow, which, I mean, I bet a lot of people would think that's too excessive, but it's gamey. There's nothing wrong with your game being video gamey. But because they're scared of that, they're like, oh, we gotta come up with something, I don't know, less video gamey and more realistic, like buckets of paint everywhere. You know, like, this is better than looking like video gamey. This is better than like a little shimmer mark or something, or like your ladder being a little bit too brightly lit. Like it's just, it's not a good solution. And this just isn't it. And I feel like Resident Evil has pulled a little bit back. Not that they don't do yellow paint philosophy, but I don't think they do it as bad as RE4 Remake did. Like Requiem had yellow on a ladder, but it wasn't like, oh Jesus Christ, you know.
They found from players, but clearly someone suggested to Capcom like they need more guidance. They get upset when they get lost and frustrated, and then they have a tendency to not continue playing, and that's why Capcom has plastered this game with nothing but
the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Thanks for the yellow paint. Never would have thought to walk up here.
I've seen some.
This is the most egregious aside, just like the looking over the cliff, and there's like things that you're supposed to shoot that's hanging down, and there's like paint all over the edge of the cliff. How did they even get it there? But this, you have a valve that's yellow, and in case you didn't notice it, we also drew a valve underneath it. So there's two valves, and this is where it's like, if somebody gets left behind, like somebody just didn't notice the yellow valve and gets lost, maybe you should just let them be left behind. Like, are you worried about somebody's like maybe 4-year-old daughter missing it? Like, let's adjust the whole game so she can feel a part of things and not get filtered out. It's a little bit too much. I do think that it is difficult to find a nice balance to try to minimize how many people get filtered out. Like, it's good for business, right? But man, there's got to be a limit. There's just got to be a limit. You might have to let people get filtered out, but again, I think it's about money, profit, whatever. But if you have a playtest and somebody's like maybe extraordinarily stupid, maybe you shouldn't like worry too much about them, because you know what will happen if they get stuck. They'll probably just look up a guide anyway. They'll look up a guide, they'll watch a streamer, they'll ask a friend. So I don't even think that many people, oh man, I couldn't see the yellow valve in RE4 Remake. I think I gotta return it. I think I gotta ask for a Steam refund. It's like, no, it's the era of guides.
Dumb sections where it's like, why is the yellow paint there? Like, is the player that stupid?
Fight them off. Okay.
We are aiming to create a Resident Evil 4 that everyone can enjoy, so please look forward to it.
I don't enjoy it. I'm just joking. It was actually fine. I had an okay time with it. But I will say, when I was first playing it, it took a bit for me to warm up to liking it. I was more like, and then it turned into, okay, this is, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Why didn't you show the laser, bro? Why didn't you show the laser? Why didn't they show the laser?
How do you look at the original game and say, oh, let's change this to a generic crosshair?
I always felt a laser sight was a more immersive reticle than putting a white dot in the middle of the screen. You can unlock laser sights later, but you can only equip them to certain guns.
You only get it on 2 weapons, fellas. That's it? That's it?
Hey, this doesn't fit on the Red 9.
So the guy that told me the lasers in the game lied to me.
It's all in there.
That won't cover it, I'm afraid.
You have to do side quests to unlock the fucking laser? I mean, it's a Ubisoft game.
Hey, why not go through that area again and kill 3 rats?
Killing 3 rats? Seriously, guys? Kill 3 rats, sell 3 vipers, kill another 3 rats, shoot some more blue medallions.
And of course, the way it works, like with all remakes, is that Capcom have taken the level design of Resident Evil 4 and stretched it out.
So I didn't feel as mad or anything, but when I saw that they added more side quests, basically expanded on the medallion system, it made sense, I guess, because the medallion system in the original was just like, by the way, there's just like this one little thing where there's like blue coins everywhere. So it makes sense that they'd be like, oh, that was like a system that they did. Why don't we expand on it? And I just remember thinking like, oh, I get why they thought to do this. Okay, kill 3 rats, like a chore. Like, okay. Like I wasn't mad. I wasn't like ecstatic. I was just kind of like, oh, okay. The lake, I get the idea. Like, I don't think that there was no thought put in this remake. I think that they're putting their heads together and trying to come up with some nice ideas and expand on things that used to be short. Like, I get it. When I first played the remake, I thought it was kind of neat. Like, oh, they expanded the lake into like a whole ass level practically. Whereas in the original, you do the lake boss, and then there's like a merchant that you're able to visit, and if you go through that path, you can get like a bit of ammo and like a gem. And then there was like one other way you could go where it's basically optional backtracking, really. You don't really need to do it, and that's kind of it. But for the remake, it's like, oh, there's like puzzles you could do, and then there's like one like village, like there's like people you could go say hi to, but when you replay it, it's like, oh, I don't like the pacing of this. This feels like padding. I kind of want to be done with this already. That's how I feel upon replay. So keep that in mind. I didn't hate it at first, but when I replayed it, I wasn't feeling it anymore. And that's not because a YouTube man told me to. That's just how I naturally felt.
It's more open and explorable than before, but even if you mainline it, it doesn't feel as tight.
It feels like I'm just doing errands around the lake.
I feel like there needs to be a little more sense of urgency when it comes to that.
What's your sit rep?
President's daughter, Baby Eagle.
What is this now? Oh, dear Lord.
The pacing in the original game is incredible. It's one of the highlights of that experience.
Okay,
you can't
WW.
fuck with that.
Many of these areas seem to be gated off, but can be accessed by solving small puzzles.
That's just going to make the extension of this game, you know, padded garbage.
I guess, like again, they're trying to take, and I'm always saying this, they're trying to take Resident Evil 4, which was previously just straight up an action game. That it does have a lot of classic Resident Evil in its DNA still, but it's definitely more of a fast-paced action game. And there are puzzles, just every now and then. The remake is trying to up the survival horror meter a bit more. But it's still an action game. I wouldn't say that the remake is a survival horror game. It's still action horror, but now it's like kind of a weirder balance. It does break up the pacing a bit. I don't think everyone's going to feel the same, though. I think some people don't mind the downtime being extended. For me, it just depends on the spot, but I personally don't prefer it in this context. Like, if you want to have downtime, I would rather it be like a survival horror game, not an action horror game, where my brain is wanting action, you know?
Shit, they took my gear.
Hey, am I tripping?
Least stealth part.
Pull the
Least
first
stealth
switch,
part.
pull the second switch up top, drop down, go through the door, activate the next switch, go through the door, activate the next switch.
I didn't like this part.
Go through the door, activate this switch.
So reusing puzzles in the original RE4, they don't. I'm pretty sure that they just had like nothing but unique puzzles from each other. I remember one of the things that sucks about Revelations is that it's just the same fucking puzzle over and over and over and over again. It's the moving the wires around. That was like, I don't remember if it was the only puzzle, but that was like the main puzzle format that they did.
I'm not gonna lie, this game is dragging.
You have those forced in-game cutscenes and Leon starts moving really fucking slow, or you gotta squeeze through this thing, or you gotta like move that thing like an RE2 remake.
This is not a load screen. You think this is a load screen?
You got it? Sorry.
I personally like Revelations 1 more. I think that despite its flaws, it has a stronger vibe to it. Whereas 2, I feel like it's just a forgettable experience. It wasn't a bad experience, but I thought it was forgettable. Guys, oh wait, hold on. Okay, this guy's 10-hour video is unhinged, though. Guy's obsessed with the remake and how much he hates it. Well, it probably got amplified by the fact of how much pushback he got. I think that he might go too far by calling it soulless. I don't think that the remake is soulless exactly. I just think it's not as good. I think Roso's making a joke. I think he's talking about this video. Wait. Unless you're talking about somebody else. If it's a wait, are we talking about somebody else, like another content creator? Probably a stream, right? If it's a stream, anything can kind of get extended to 10 hours, not gonna lie. Original Resident Evil 4, I view this as character development for Leon because in the second one he used to be a dork. Yeah. I mean that was the idea even with original Resident Evil 4 is now he's hardened, now he's tougher, this and that. And they're doing that again with like modern Resident Evil. Like now he's even more of a badass than he was in RE4 remake and Requiem and this and that. I assumed it was maybe one of the videos Crowbcat is pulling from here. I mean, got you. I'll wait to see what Rosa says.
Counting on you.
Oh, okay.
Can we just go?
It's open. Sorry, I mansplained to you. I was misreading you, my bad.
I owe you one.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Is this like a fucking...
This sucks. What is the value in this? What is the value in holding forward and your character is limping? Is it so you have, I don't know, time to reflect on your journey and everything that you've gone through with Ashley? It's a video game. It's an action video game. This isn't a movie, right? So why do they add this? Bayonetta 3 starts off with this, by the way. Bayonetta 3 starts off with you are in a boss fight that's unwinnable, but rather than doing what other video games would do to where you could beat the boss's ass if you're good enough, even though you are underleveled and the odds are against you. And then they would have the cutscene say, actually, no, you didn't win. Bye. And then you get eviscerated in the cutscene. But they force you to hold forward. Bayonetta limps, and then you press the attack button, and then she weakly tries to pathetically swipe at the enemy, and it doesn't go. What is the fun in that? It is just make it a cutscene. I'll watch Bayonetta limping around helplessly in a movie, so I can occupy my hands with something else. If you know what I'm saying. Haha. Okay, for real, I would rather watch Leon carrying an unconscious Ashley to bed.
Section. It is forced walk-in chat, load screen, I love you, Ashley section. Damn it. You can't skip it?
No, because it's gameplay. Quote. Gameplay.
You're gonna take out the container boss and you're gonna put this shit in, dude?
That's not our policy. You have to order something from the lunch menu.
I don't want lunch. I want breakfast.
This is why I love Crowbcat's editing. I don't care if you call me a simp for him. I think he's funny. Now, for real, though, that's not fair. I don't like that. Don't weaken Resident Evil 4 to strengthen Separate Ways. Like, yes, we all kind of agree that Separate Ways isn't perfect, but find another way to expand on it. Be original. Don't take shit from Resident Evil 4 and add it to Separate Ways. That's bullshit, man. And for the record, for anybody who doesn't know, they don't have the cage fight in Separate Ways. That's just gone. They just have him, and his boss fight isn't even as good in Separate Ways. All right, to get into opinions that I have that this video doesn't cover, because I do have thoughts of my own, I don't like how they change a lot of the bosses. I feel like the bosses are easier in ways. It depends on the boss, though. I think, what is this guy called again? U3, U2, whatever. He is easier in Separate Ways. He does not, he's more complex in a different way or something. It was more of like a scripted fight. I don't remember too well, but in the original RE4, he's pretty simple. He's just really fast and aggressive. That's all he really needed to be. He's good at closing the distance between you. I believe he has an instant kill, making a simple boss very deadly. I like that. Same thing with, the big cheese, Mendez, in the original, he is a pretty simple fight. He's just really fucking tight to deal with. In the remake, it felt shorter, and then they have like a scripted segment to where the second half of it you are trapped in fire and you could barely move anywhere without accidentally burning yourself, and he's hanging on the rafters and he's throwing shit at you and you have to dodge them. It's like I thought that was lame. Or, well, it's kind of a mixed bag. The Gigante fight in the original Resident Evil 4, simple, but again, he's just really good at closing the distance between you. He is just on your ass. You do not have a lot of time to be vulnerable, pick up place to plant yourself, quick turn because you've been running away from him, quick turn to aim at him, and then you have time to get a few shots on him, and then you need to quick turn really quickly to run back before he gets your ass. And there's a way to master it. There's a way to get good at it, but he's pretty good at putting that pressure on you. In the remake, I don't think he wasn't bad exactly, but the fight felt shorter. It felt like maybe he has less health or something. I don't know. One cool thing that the remake did that I thought was nice, kind of neat, making it a little bit harder in ways, is whenever the Plagas bursts out of him, he doesn't stay still anymore. He actually moves around while it's at, so you have to aim at a moving target. I thought that was kind of like cool. Like, I didn't fully hate that, but suddenly the fight just ends and you're like, oh wait, it's already over? Oh, okay. I think one fight that they expanded on like a lot was Salazar and Sadler, but I didn't like it. I would say it's probably a skill issue regarding new Salazar, but with Sadler, a lot of my issue is the hitboxes felt too tight on him, despite the fact that him and all the enemies and stuff, they move so erratically. I miss all the time, and I'm a controller aimer. If you're on mouse and keyboard, you might have a different experience, but overly tight hitboxes with enemies that move too much, that was what irritated me about the regenerators. Same kind of deal. Hitboxes felt too tight, they move too fucking fast now, and I'm a controller aimer. But anyway.
Yeah, well, hey, I'm really sorry.
It's one of my favorite parts of the entire game, having to rush through this small, cramped collection of cages while the clock is ticking.
It was a fucking terrifying sequence, and that challenged your head a little bit. Because
they got rid of it probably because it was stupid or something. What is this cage? Why is it suspended over a void? What's its purpose? It's cool. It's difficult. It's cool. It's high pressure. It's not even that difficult. It's intimidating more than it is actually difficult. It's fun, yes.
You had to figure out where to go within that maze, and in addition to that, he was attacking, and in addition to that, you were on a timer. So you had 3 things go on at once, and that's why they cut it. It was too difficult.
I'm thinking to myself, like, hey, did this part happen?
It does?
And then it's like, it didn't.
Wait, what was he there for? Or the cage? Oh, was it a file or something? I do skip a lot of like cutscenes and files whenever I like replay. I shouldn't because they're really fun, but I like the action and gameplay so much that I'm just kind of like, I want to get to the game.
Happen. And I'm past it already. It seems like they've cut a lot out.
The stuff they've added doesn't begin to cover the worth of what we lost. You're creating a remake and it has less content than the original.
Keeps him down there to prevent him from killing everyone. But that's more talking about what the creature is for. I was talking more like, what is the cage setup exactly? Like, did they create like a prison specifically for him? Why are there a bunch of crates? And it doesn't, but it doesn't really matter. It's just gamey. It's like fun.
Version that was almost 20 years old.
This is what I mean, dude. All they do is fucking remove shit. Why? It's a fucking remake, dude. Are you remaking the game or fucking what?
What? Come on, man. No rope?
There's a bunch of shit that is removed, and it's a continued tradition here with these RE Engine remakes.
For some reason, I do not see nobody talking about cut content in this game. To call out Resident Evil 3 Remake cut content and not call this game out for cut content, can't help you. I can't.
I think what might help in Resident Evil 4's case is that it still feels like a pretty decent length game because of the amount of content that's in it. Whereas with all the content that they removed from RE3 Remake, the end result is a very short game in comparison. Like, on average, you can beat Resident Evil 3 Remake for the first time blind in 6 hours. That's not how fast you're supposed to beat a Resident Evil game. Not on your first playthrough. Usually it takes like, hell, I'm gonna try to be generous. Maybe if you're really good, 8 hours, but typically, from my experience, 10 to 15 hours. Just somewhere around there. And any Resident Evil game, you can beat it very quickly, but not blind. You are able to get faster at it upon replay. That's why speedrunning is such a strong element of Resident Evil culture. But I feel like that might be the difference in why people don't complain as much about RE4 Remake, is that even if there's a lot of cut content and that the new content doesn't make up for it enough, it's a pretty lengthy game. So I think that might be why the treatment is a lot different. It sucks to have cut content, don't get me wrong, but it just shows too much more in 3 Remake in comparison, in my opinion.
I help you.
You can't talk to him? What?
Like, if you want to talk about unrealistic, like the Salazar statue and how stupid that played out in the original, that doesn't make sense, right? And then you have this massive roller coaster underground. It is so unrealistic, it's not even fun. Like, it actually just takes you out of the experience, because it's like, they want to try this grounded approach.
Which feels like an anticlimax. Increasingly a scripted, Uncharted-style Sony set piece rather than an engaging death trap that you have to use real ammo and reflexes to ward off with a horde of chainsaws and ganados dropping directly into your cart.
That is something that I like to complain about a lot. That used to be one of the hardest parts, a huge filter, at least for me when I was first playing it when I was young, is the minecart level, because you are trapped on a moving platform and you're able to jump between cart to cart. And what's cool about it is if you rely, how do I say? If you're good at mastering your iframes by jumping at the right moments, I mean, you could make that part really easy. But when you're first playing and you're a little bit clumsy and you're not as confident or aggressive, it's a difficult part. They have Dr. Salvador's jumping in. They have lots of plagas. And you aren't able to maneuver as much. It's a tight, really nice, difficult encounter. And then as you get better and better and better, you're able to learn, I'm able to shoot ganados and even the chainsaw guys before they jump down into the carts. I can make this part as easy or as difficult as I want it to be. That's cool. But the remake just turns it into a scripted set piece, where it's a little shooting gallery. I didn't even remember that the ammo's infinite, apparently, but apparently it's infinite. It's been a bit since I played. It's not as exciting. It just feels like you're on rails, literally. I'm sad that they did that, but my theory on maybe why is that because hit stun isn't as consistent, and I don't remember how good iframe shit is. I don't think it is. Like, if you jump from one cart to another cart, doesn't it make a nearby enemy kind of stagger, or do they immediately get hit on you? I don't remember fully, but I feel like you would be more likely to deal with that kind of situation in the remake than the original. But I digress. I think that encounter is too tight, that maybe they just felt like it wouldn't feel fun to players to just be in such a small arena without consistent hit stun. So I think that's maybe why they did it. Maybe, or maybe it's not exciting and extravagant enough. I mean, what the hell? It's so boring. You're just in a little cart that moves all the time and enemies jump in. How boring. What if it was more exciting? What if Lewis was with you or whatever?
When they approached Capcom to release the original trilogy on PC, Capcom literally met them with, why would you want the old games when we have the superior remakes? And I'm just like, huh?
They didn't do the Resident Evil 4.
Can we please? That's just like a little side thing. I don't get as much mad about the Resident Evil 4. It's like, just taking away the camp. I don't like it, but it doesn't set me off as much as the other triggers. But get back to, hold on. Right, so The point of this is Capcom and a lot of fans. There is a guy in this video that is clipped saying that, oh, the remake totally replaces the original for me. And you have Capcom themselves that question why anybody even wants to play the original games when they have superior remakes. Now, don't get secure in thinking, oh, well, obviously GOG was able to talk Capcom into it, and that's why Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 is now on GOG. How many years later? Now Resident Evil is on Steam. How many years later? They didn't even initially want to. They had to be talked into it. And that's going to be an ongoing battle that we're going to have forever. Is Capcom going to listen to people like us in 10 years? There might be a part or a time when Capcom goes, fuck you, we don't care anymore, we are not going to keep porting these. Like, nobody wants to play we might actually lose the battle one day with that. And I've been saying this for a really long time. Yes, Resident Evil 4 is available on everything. It's a meme, haha, it's like Skyrim, it's on everything, how horrible. Oh my god, I can't believe they want me to buy it again, haha, because it's totally all for me. But one day, we will get to a point, possibly, where PS6 comes out. And maybe they're weirdly slow to port it. Maybe they don't even port it at all. Maybe it won't be PS6. Maybe it'll be PS7 when they eventually start getting a little bit lazier on that. Maybe it'll get to a point where Resident Evil 4 doesn't run very well on Windows 20 or whatever. And they're not patching it. But they are patching the remake. I think there might be a time where Resident Evil 4 is not as protected as it has been. It's just something to consider. Because there's people in the industry who have power. There are your fellow fans, quote, that are literally not valuing the original games. And that's going to be a growing issue with every new generation of human beings that get born, you know. In 30 years, it's going to be hard to keep going, hey, if you're new to Resident Evil, you better start with the first game and then move on to Resident Evil 20, and you have to do it in that exact order. Like, it's just going to get more and more difficult. And there's nothing we can do about it. Except die. It's not going to be our problem for much longer. But it is something to be cautious of. So if anybody says, they're not replacing the originals, you can play the originals on anything, or emulation, this and that. The mentality is there. That there are people who do want to erase these games. They actually want to erase these games. They're taking their titles and giving them parentheses, and giving the title without parentheses to the new game. Yes, they are trying to replace them. That's just a fact.
Remakes, and I'm just like, huh?
They didn't do the Resident Evil 4.
Can we please stop hiding the classic Resident Evil title call behind the OG soundtrack swap?
So that's DLC though?
Did I ever play Resident Evil 4 Remake with the soundtrack swap? Usually if I play a remake for the first time, I try to respect and play as intended. Like, okay, let's see what the new music sounds like. Especially because if you just do a soundtrack swap, it is a little bit, like, it feels kind of moddy. Like, ooh, what if you play Resident Evil 2 Remake but with the original soundtrack? Huh? Well, it'll feel a little bit disjointed and like it doesn't really fit. Because the game doesn't look like a 90s game, doesn't play like a 90s game, doesn't feel like a 90s game. So if you have the 90s soundtrack, it's like, I mean, yeah, I guess I do enjoy it better. At least it has music. But it is a little bit like, it's not like the true solution. I would rather just have a good remade soundtrack. And that's not in the cards for us.
Pay extra. It's all in there.
A little while after the game was released, new DLC was added into the game in the form of purchasable, exclusive upgrade tickets for your weapons in the shop.
You have a ticket, do ya? Nah.
Oh, right, I forgot. I was going to segue. I'm so sorry for interrupting. I have to be transformative. They complain about how much Leon quips. I have not seen anybody else complain about this issue as much as I have. So you're going to hear it from me. The merchant talks too much to you. They are so obsessed, modern video games are so obsessed with jamming in as much personality and characterization, so you'll want to cosplay them more, and you'll get more attached, and you'll do more fan art on Pixiv, whatever. But I am in the menus that's more expanded than they were in the original. The gem system is more expanded on. There's a new knife system going on. I want to think. I want to be able to focus on my decision making. And he has this like really brief timer when he goes, "Oh shit, I should talk to the player. Hey, hi. Anyway, so should I like combine this? Like, what's the most efficient? Hey, stranger. Hey, hi. Anyway, so should I upgrade this gun? I'm gonna kill you. You know, it's too much. Oh, you're just making up problems. Oh, but the streamer doesn't like being talked to. Wow. Yeah, I don't. I'm trying to focus. You're distracting me. It's too excessive, man. Like, I'm in menus. I'm not even in the game. I'm not in a cutscene. I'm fucking in menus. I'm trying to do shit. Imagine if you're, like, in the inventory and you're trying to organize, and Leon's like, man, I really need to organize my inventory. Man, my back's gonna hurt from holding all this stuff. Alright, anyway, mix this Magnum ammo with this Magnum ammo. Man, maybe Ashley could carry some of this shit. Why you shut the fuck up? But they weren't that crazy. They just fuck up the merchant. And that's okay. That's okay. It's just a thing that you have to continuously, engage with through the entire game. It's all good. RE5 is better. Buy from the void. Even original RE4 was fine. Original RE4, the guy doesn't even talk to you until you talk to him first. Then you're in your menu, and he's completely silent unless you are you sell something. He's like, haha, thank you. He just, like, barks a little thank you. Or if you sell, like, something very valuable, he gives you, like, wow, this is very valuable. Haha, thank you. If you buy a gun, he says something. Like, he does talk to you, but he doesn't just say shit for the sake of saying shit when you're not even doing anything. You're thinking, you're looking, you're trying to decide and read what the stats are with this upgrade or that upgrade, and he just talks to you for no reason. In the original, it's a response to your actual actions.
All the decent attaché cases that are actually worth jack shit or
the gotcha shit. Oh, you want a 100% this stupid gotcha whatever shooting range? Where they expanded on the shooting range. It was really cute. I like how they expanded on it. But you can't get everything in one playthrough. It's forcing you to have to replay through it. But I guess you could say, oh, does it matter? Aren't you guys always talking about how you love replaying games anyway? It's like, yeah. Yeah, I know.
Behind the deluxe edition DLC that I didn't buy.
Unlocks additional treasures that cannot be found with the various treasure maps obtainable in the game. Yo, it seems a little
OP.
Yeah.
Way to win.
It does point them out.
Hi. What? How dare you come back and say something so horrible? What a radical opinion to like the RE4 remake. I can't believe you. You're so hateful. Let people hate things, okay? What's wrong with just letting people hate? And be intolerant. And radical. What's wrong with that?
To you, but it also just creates new ones that didn't exist before that. That's the pay-to-win treasure. This one right here.
Stupid dumbass bird cage. They did that in fucking Village too.
Fire. Boom. That's an extra 4K that I wouldn't normally have. Like, that's so lame.
The Mercenaries mode, a staple of the Resident Evil franchise, was also not included in the game at launch. We had to wait later for an update. When it finally did come out, it was unfinished, as Ada and Wesker were nowhere to be.
What is that Ada outfit? What?
Boom, that's an extra 4K that I wouldn't normally have. Like, that's so lame.
The Mercenaries mode, a staple of the Resident Evil franchise.
These screens are so cool. Does the remake even have, like, custom score screens of original art with the characters? In the remake, do they do that? And if they do, are they as good?
It was also not included in the game at launch. We had to wait later for an update. When it finally did come out, it was unfinished.
I just think the dress is ugly. But she's also wearing pants under it. What the hell? What is this fucking dress? No offense if anybody likes this, but this is ugly. What's wrong with showing leg? Why don't you just give her pantyhose? Like, well, I don't know if this is supposed to be pantyhose. And I don't know if brown pantyhose would actually match this, but despite, with that in mind, I actually like RE4 Remake's Ada's outfit. I think it's sexy as fuck. Like, this dress is nice and all. And it's like, ooh, the obvious, like, showing the thigh, how sexy, but the tight turtleneck sweater that clings to every inch of the body. That's hot as shit. I like that. Everything, it's like, it's really hot whenever you're able to make something fully clothed sexy. I feel that 100%. But Ada's really clothed in this one dress over here on the right, and I think it looks whack.
As Ada and Wesker were nowhere to be found, and there was one less stage.
Waterworld was a huge and elaborate stage, but the docks is just a small square. And this stage is also ripped from the story where Leon has his final battle with...
They half-assed mercenaries, which is sad. Like, I don't think they have the Waterworld, but I did play whenever they added Ada and Wesker, but I don't remember if I unlocked all the stages. I don't think I actually played on this one, or if I did, I don't remember it. But that's unfortunate.
Sadler.
So much for no cut content.
I think my favorite thing in this whole fucking game is those bald dudes in...
Oh, wait, I wanted to make one more note. It's something that I've discussed before that they do not cover in this video that I recall, which is the bear traps. So it's a subjective opinion, just like most things I say, but in the original Resident Evil 4, the bear traps are very visible and out in the open. You can just explicitly see them, almost to where it's like, it's a joke, right? Like, oh my god, this is so stupid. Who would walk into this? The point isn't to trick the player into walking into it to be an asshole. It's to give you a clear threat while also throwing in enemies. Ganados are swarming you. You have Ashley. You have to pay attention to your footing. You are able to walk backwards. You're just not able to shoot while you're walking backwards, right? Right? Can you walk backwards? I don't remember, actually. But with that in mind, they are a risk because you still, it's like a position in battle. Like that's what's so good about like a lot of older games in Resident Evil, is that it's watching your position. And if you're not careful, oops, you accidentally walked into the bear trap. It's not a thing that is likely to happen to you a ton, exactly. It's just a clear threat. The remake makes it to where, okay, let's be more realistic with the bear traps. We're trying to trick people into walking into them. So it's the same idea, but you're just more likely to walk into them all the time now. So they hide them in shrubbery and grass and this and that, and I felt it to be very annoying. But I guess the argument you could use is, oh, well, they're trying to make the player more cautious in where they move in a different way and more paranoid or this and that. It's like, I guess I get it. I think I just kind of like my theorized philosophy on what they're supposed to be in the original, if that makes sense. Because when I first played RE4 Remake, I was walking into every single bear trap. Just every single one. Skill issue, maybe? I guess. Eye issue? Sure.
Castle that like kidnap Ashley and go like
They're having fun. This is a voice actor having way too much fun, and I say that in a good way. The Ganados, cultists, islanders in the new Resident Evil 4, all of their lines are forgettable. They're not really meme status or anything. They'll never be, nobody will ever look back and be like, remember when the guy quietly like whispered, remember that? No, nobody really does that. But they don't, it's like weird. The remake doesn't want to be campy, but sometimes it's campy, but in like a different way, and in a different spot, like over here a little bit more instead of here.
They took those guys out, dude.
That's a part of the mood, the vibe, the atmosphere. You never not hear the fucking voices.
Notice that there's no interaction or any talk between the villagers.
This didn't bother me that much, I guess. I'll let it keep playing, but I'll comment on this after.
You gotta be kidding me.
There's no vibe here. There's no atmosphere. You're getting nothing except gibberish now.
A big part of that game's charm is what the enemies say. The voice lines.
¡Por allí! ¡No dejes que se escape! Vayan por detrás. Why are these people? What are they planning?
Okay, so it's only like this cutscene where they highlight like, oh, the villagers aren't talking in the cutscene. I never felt like overly drawn towards it, I guess. But now that they pointed out, I'm like, okay, I kind of see why you miss the voice acting in context of cutscenes and stuff like this. But there's other parts that they get into that I'm like, oh yeah, I actually really miss that. Which is mainly I miss the in-game voices from the enemies a bit more than like how much I cared about this cutscene in particular. But I guess also I don't really. How do I say? The cutscenes in RE4 Remake in general, not just like lack of the Ganados talking, in general, they just don't interest me that much, I suppose. Like, everything's kind of stale and boring about it. So maybe that's why I didn't like fixate too much on, like, I was too busy focusing on like Sadler and Salazar being dull and boring now than like focusing on specifically like this cutscene, for example. But they get into another point that I agree with more strongly, which is, you know, like the voice performances that we heard earlier. But there's another thing that they'll mention with Cultist in a second.
Chainsaw. Shit. Te voy a matar.
Te voy a matar. This game is so sick, dude.
Hi, Sleepy. Those lines from the Cultist is so fucking cool. And I never knew what they were saying, actually. I also think it's cool, like, they're overlapping, right? Like, that's kind of sick, like, that like, vibe of just chanting, because you're under a parasitic spell, essentially. And you're just saying, like, a word. Like, I don't know, it just kind of flows good. This. Like, look at this.
Leon?
Just stay close.
Why are they quiet? That's a little bit boring.
Is there a single go hello in this entire section?
Get this stupid sludge shit out of here, dude. This sucks.
It's still there. They still have the same quotes, but they seem less energetic.
Believe it or not, it's in part the dialect of Spanish they went for. RE4 original uses South American Spanish and RE4 Remake uses Spain Spanish. I did know that, but I don't think that's necessarily the root cause in why the performances aren't as hammy. You can do, in my opinion, I'm going to assume, you could do Spain Spanish and have it sound really campy, but you have to put oomph into it. But I don't think they want to be more realistic, I guess. They don't want to be too cheesy. So I think they intentionally went for restrained performances, which I don't think that's like a bad philosophy. It's entirely preference.
Where's the energy in the performances? I mean, they're shouting in the original.
¡Un forastero! ¡Ahí está! ¡Agárrenlo!
The Islanders are insane, and I love the ahí está. I love that.
Ahí está.
Like, they literally have like a graveliness to them. It's so fun.
You're not getting the delivery on these performances anymore.
Welcome, stranger. Obey the voice of our Lord.
Okay, we can't have Sadler be campy. We can't have him be flamboyant and having a fun time. And we can't have him looking relatively normal. He needs to look fucked up immediately in a very explicit way and be very generic and hello, welcome, I'm evil, goodbye.
Blood has accepted the gift. These characters sound like a parody of their former selves.
The graveliness of it sounds...
Classic Krauser sounds artificial too. Classic Krauser sounds like an anime voice. I love original Krauser, and I think his anime voice is superior to new Krauser's anime voice, but let's not pretend like original Krauser didn't sound a little bit anime or some kind of Metal Gear Snake sounding shit. Just saying.
It's like a put-on, like someone doing an impression.
Long time no see, rookie. The game It is me, Triple H. I'm here to fuck you up. Oh, rookie, rookie.
I don't think she does that bad of a job.
I might be too nice to remake Ada, RE4 remake Ada. Like, I always say that stoic performances are not bad. I just think that Ada shouldn't be stoic. That doesn't suit with how she's been built up and what's strong about her as a character. Even before she was femme fatale, she had a very nice kind of soothing quality to her voice in the original RE2. And then it went femme fatale route when they brought her back for RE4. But they decide to make her stoic in RE4 remake, and it's just not gonna work. But in terms of how bad is the voice itself for what it is, like, it's probably not the best stoic voice I've ever heard, but I don't mind it. But for Ada,
I mean, she doesn't do that bad of a job. She's cool.
Don't worry, Leon. First time through.
She sounds awful, dude.
Don't keep me waiting.
it's like, it's a little bit worse than I remember.
Wow.
Pull yourself together, Luis.
Her voice,
Make more. You know how, just do it.
I don't know what they were thinking.
Sometimes some actors totally like fuck up their auditions, but if I feel the vibe is right and I can work with them, I'll go for that one rather than someone who did a perfect.
If you're like cute and like nice, you can be hired if you suck. It's okay. It's just a remake of a masterpiece game. But our game's going to be the new masterpiece, and the old masterpiece, it loses its masterpiece badge, and then we throw it in the trash can.
Read, but I can feel like
He did he did cinematic director for Village. Village was a better Resident Evil 4 like remake than the RE4 remake in terms of tone and characterization and cutscenes. Village had it on point. It was really cool also because it was able to get away with kind of being a remake of RE4 in a way by not actually being a remake. So it's not going to get scrutinized as much as like an actual remake, right? But I like that it's like, oh, let's take some energy and vibes of RE4 and then kind of rearrange it and make it our own. It's a snow village now. We have a new merchant and he's got a totally different vibe. Like, Duke is memorable. Is Duke like better than the merchant from RE4? No, he's just completely different. Totally different character, and I think it's cool. Love Dimitrescu, love Heisenberg. Doll's alright, and Moro is funny. Like, I think, and Miranda was good. Miranda's cool. I'm very happy that Miranda wasn't overshadowed by Dimitrescu and Heisenberg, in my opinion, because it would suck if your final baddie is like, oh, that's the final baddie. Like, they did good. But RE4 remake, it's kind of sauceless when it comes to its characters. But I liked New Lewis. New Lewis didn't bother me. I thought New Lewis was cool.
like he's an asshole or she's an asshole.
Capcom keeps going the cheapest route possible for the English voiceover. And you might be wondering, well, how do you know this? It's because the old voice actress of Claire Redfield, Allison Court, she actually did an interview with a YouTube channel called Residents of Evil, where she talked about this whole process.
Were you already in the union back there? And when did the union come about?
I was union. I've always been union.
You always, so, since the very beginning.
So all of these fans who are like, well, it was your fault for joining a union and demanding...
Her voice is so cute. Ugh. Can she become a VTuber? She's got a cute VTuber voice. Allison Court, please become a VTuber. Make a, like, thinly veiled Claire Redfield ripoff. Like, enough to where you can't get sued. Come on, you could be our Claire. And you could say, oh, I have to go BRB really quick. That's my friend's Rion Lenedy downstairs. I'll be right back. Come on, it'd be so cute.
More money. It's like, guys, get a grip.
Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy. This George Washington looking fuck is not cool.
He's so fucking lame. New Salazar, I don't think he even has as much of a presence or anything, but he's boring. I respect that. I guess they wanted to do a different vibe, but do a similar one. They don't want to do like the ponytail anymore.
Names of a
Oh,
friends.
thank you for the follow.
Doesn't give me this fucking awesome vibe like in the original where he was like.
Oh yeah, you love Claire? Okay, how big is her ass? Yeah, that's what I thought.
You know, he has that little laugh.
Nah, I love RE2 Claire. I think she's awesome. I just wish her outfit was better in the remake. It's so boring. Even the classic throwback alternate costume did it wrong. It's supposed to be turtleneck. Whatever, it's all good.
Before you meet him, and it marinates.
Leon doesn't even meet Sadler until near the end of the game, and he only meets with Salazar 3 times before the boss fight with him. This causes Leon, Salazar, and Sadler all to suffer as characters because Leon isn't in communications with them throughout the game.
When he's beaten, I almost thought that something was missing.
And that's the entire game. Like, these villains don't feel like villains and shit.
You'll face severe consequences.
I have absolute control.
In the original, whenever he had a monologue, I was like, dude, I love this guy so much, but I can't wait to kill him type of thing.
And he's so cool. Like, original Sadler, I'll admit, Sadler, when I was young, Sadler was like, he's just like an old man. Like, I don't know what I wanted, but he's like, I don't know. But when I became an older chick, I'm like, oh, he's like a flamboyant older dude. Wait, this is cool. And he doesn't have a fucked up weird scab head like the remake does. He's just like an old looking dude with cool gelled slicked back hair, which is like really cool character design. I love slicked back hair. It's hot.
The Los Illuminados jack Leon's comms, and throughout the game, taunt him, make life generally difficult for him, and inject much-needed character moments into the game that expand on all 3 of these characters further.
They won't do that in the remake because that's too campy. Because, oh my god, like, it's so weird. Like, Salazar and Sadler called Leon and he doesn't, like, just hang up. This is so stupid. Like, we should remake it and, like, not do that. Like, if I was Leon, I would, like, hang up and not talk to Sadler. Like, that dude wants to, like, kill me, and, like, he kidnapped the president's daughter. This is so dumb. That's why.
Oh, Bruce, you're breaking up. Is Salazar about to hijack it?
Damn it. So much for that.
Which is kind of funny because I thought modern games were obsessed with shoehorning in personality every 5 seconds. You have missed opportunity. You could have forced in-game dialogue all the fucking time by having him on a damn radio talking to me while I'm trying to shoot the Ganados and going through the fucking maze. Whatever. That's okay. That's okay.
Just jamming it. Okay, no hijack yet.
I would have actually died if they did that. I would have been like, this is miserable. And everybody else would be like, oh my god, they kept the intercom conversations. They're so happy. And I'd be like, yeah, I'm trying to shoot and I can't focus. But that's okay. I'm making up stuff that didn't even happen. Just making a point, kind of.
All you get is 50 seconds of Salazar talking through the castle's intercom, and that's it.
Stage is set for the final act.
I hate the sludge spray. I fucking hate it, man. Skill issue, though. It is a skill issue, 100%. I know about the egg, by the way.
All of it just reminds me of RE8 again.
I didn't pick up on this. Also, hi, thank you. You like my chest? Thank you. I did not pick up on the designs being similar. And also another thing that they get into if I actually let the video play.
And I'm sure you're getting tired of RE8, but it's true.
To kind of give them a bone, I'll say that if you have reoccurring team members working on multiple different projects, I think sometimes inadvertently you might be likely to do certain things a lot. Like, oh, like how your dialogue flows, it will kind of... You have, like, certain quirks about you. Like, things that you as a creator like to do or gravitate. Does that make sense? I think that that's just kind of like a thing. And I wouldn't be surprised if old Resident Evil, like you could say old Resident Evil, oh, old Resident Evil did certain things over, oh, cranks this, cranks that. Oh my God. Now it's like, what is it? What is it now? We have something new that we do. Bolt cutters. Just doing bolt cutters over and over, stuff like that. Does that make sense?
One common issue throughout the remake with bosses was the lack of seeing the boss transformations. Something that add to that shit just got real factor gets stripped away.
It just cuts into a cutscene and then you just see the reveal. Even though in the original, you can see the transformation.
The problem is in a remake is that every transformation is hidden from the player or shown way too close or cut up in the screen so you can't see it. In the original, you would absolutely...
Like that top left one, when Sadler's like jaw extends and then the eye comes out. Like that's fucking sick.
See the transformation.
It's like, I think the reason why they didn't want to do it is it's a lot of work to program your model to literally have like that entire animation. So they skirt around it by, you know, framing it really close and then like switching the model. Like this is the mutated model and then like stuff like that, or encasing things in shadow, like whatever. But it's a shame. It's like the transformations is cool. Like, when you do stuff like that, people do appreciate it. Is it the biggest deal in the world? Like, no, a lot of stuff isn't, but it is something to talk about.
It has a horror feel into it.
Sadler getting the bullets out of him.
And this is also a AAA game from how many years ago? Why can't a modern AAA game do that now? I don't get it. That, like, why are we regressing in ways? You know, and that's stuff like Crowbcat covers quite a bit, right? Like, oh, in old Dead Rising, you're able to interact with everything, but now you can't. And people go, oh, who cares? It's not a big deal. It's not a bad game, this and that. It's like, yeah, but shouldn't we be pushing tech to be even more advanced as we go on? But instead, what we're focusing on is arguably stupider shit or making visuals look better and better. But, like, why can't we advance in other ways? Like, the thing that Mina's always on about is, I think, what is it? Decal persistence? Like, whenever you create blood splatter on the floor from an enemy or bullet spray, for that stuff to just stay and remain. Like, Mina likes stuff like that. And it is a cool thing in, like, Requiem. Whenever you explode a zombie, the blood is so good. It goes everywhere. It goes on the ceiling. It goes on all the side furniture. That's really cool. But it has a limitation where because we were playing it yesterday, or I was watching Mina play to catch up where I was, and I think or we think that there can only be so many blood explosions in the game that like once you go over a certain limit, like one of the previous blood explosion messes will despawn to make way for the new one. And it's not a big deal, but it's like, wouldn't it be cool if we push that further and further to where we can have more stuff like that? Like that's ways to push things forward, but it feels like we try to be lazier in ways. But it depends on the game, depends on the team, whatever.
And Resident Evil 4 OG actually present.
Oh, don't worry, Pickles. I'll post it, or there'll be a VOD. I'll make the VOD available immediately after I go off, but I'll be going a bit longer. Before they can do that, they first need to optimize their games. My Monster Hunter World DD2, Dragon's Dogma 2. Yeah. I'm trying to remember what my issue with World. I was just more annoyed at the scripted shit, but I don't really remember the optimization stuff too much. But I'm a bit less versed in optimization kind of discussion, I think, than other people.
With a bit more intimidation, as there is a sense of dread instilled by not knowing what he was doing. There is nothing like that here.
The cinematography alone in the original game is just like light years ahead of this game, but no one cares. No one cares about where the camera's placed. No one cares about the performances. No one cares about anything.
Okay, and Mina, this is where you're going to talk about where you heard that games are trying to mimic TV cinematography, right? Type that out. Type that in the comments. Hit like, subscribe, follow. Hit that follow button.
We spent a lot of time and effort in making the total finished product, especially the cutscenes, where new enemies are introduced, and that really comes out in the camera work.
No. He just comes out of the door?
I guess probably too much work. Oh my god, we had to animate all these Ganados and we had to animate like a rope and what if we just have him just burst through the door?
Where's the build-up?
And I'm not saying this is literal shit, but it's certainly, in my opinion,
Hi.
is not a fucking 10 out of 10.
That night came the honeymoon.
Resident Evil 4 Remake is one of the best games I've played in my life.
Capcom has made essentially a perfect video game.
Shut the It's just gotta pretend that this guy doesn't care. Oh no, wait. I don't want to talk shit about individual streamers. He might come kill me. I don't know who you are, but wow, you're so handsome and cool. Maybe I don't like your opinion though. I'll be quiet. I'll let him say what he wants to say.
I think it's one of the best games ever.
Resident Evil 4 Remake might be the best video game remake ever made.
I think this is
Woman saying something. Wait, hold on now. What did you say? I'm just joking.
just how you perfect a remake. It's just how you
Shut up!
remake
I mean, you're so cute. Ha. What did you say though?
a game.
This may very well be one of the best games Capcom has ever made.
It might very
Was
well
that Nakey Jakey? He's not ADHD enough.
be the most perfect horror action game I ever played.
Resident Evil 4 Remake is a new bar, delivering not only a fantastic
They're comparing. I mean, remember that they don't. A lot of these people, I don't think, care about original RE4 on the level of a lot of us autistic people that just keep replaying every single year. I do think a lot of people, they play Resident Evil 4 every now and then, but they don't really have much attachment to it, other than like it's an occasional experience for them. And so they play this new game after playing Valorant or whatever the hell modern people play, normies, whatever, Last of Us, etc. And I totally can understand why they would be impressed with this game. Resident Evil 4 Remake is as good as it is because it's working off the blueprints of a 20-year-old game made by really talented people who didn't know how to make video games or something like that.
remake, but one of the best survival horror games ever, one of the best third-person action games ever, and one of the best video games ever, full stop.
This is the third highest Resident Evil score of all time. This right now is a 93 based off 90 critic reviews.
Capcom gets a lot of praise for their remakes, but still not enough.
This remake, I think, is 20 times better than the original. It's 100 times better. I'll never touch the original again.
When did you last play it? I bet you played it a lot and you really loved that game. Like, it was your favorite. I bet you played it so much. When was the last time you played it to replace it and never want to play it again because some fucking remake came out? Just asking. What do you think of Ashley? Are you good with Ashley or you suck with her? Just out of curiosity. When's the last time you played? When did you last play? When did you last play the game? It don't matter.
This game is dang near perfect.
Rebuilt, refined, and realized to the full limits of its enormous potential.
Final score, 10 out of 10.
They remade a game and they fucking honored it.
Let's see this tier list. No, hey, they got Resident Evil 1, Code Veronica, and Deadly Silence, the remake of RE1. They have it in A, which is way better than a lot of these lists tend to be. They got Outbreak in B. That's, I mean, they could have put Outbreak lower, so it's like pretty cool. Why is Operation Raccoon City not in S? Why is Dead Aim not in S? Okay, so their S tier is Resident Evil 3 original RE2, RE1 remake, and then the remake of RE4, original RE4, RE2 remake. Wait! Oh wait, RE2, sorry. Alright, this ain't the most offensive list. Mercenaries 3D that low? Wait, where is it? Oh, right there. I think a lot of people, I don't know, it just depends on the player, but a lot of people just view Mercenaries as a tacked on little side game that they engage with every now and then, and the common criticism of it was, you made a game and it's just Mercenaries? Like, what the hell? It's just a was just a really well-designed action arcadey game. What the hell? It doesn't even... Where's the story? Where's the cutscenes? I gotta put that in C. They should have just tacked that onto something else.
They took RE4, they respected everything about it, and...
Not really, but... I mean, I wouldn't say RE4 Remake is a middle finger to RE4, so...
And it's just as good or better, in my opinion. And yeah, the Soul versus Soulless can eat my ass out with a spoon. How about them apples?
Soul versus Soulless is Crowbcat's first Resident Evil 4 Remake video. I wonder what Crowbcat thinks of the response to that video.
I knew something was off when I watched this video.
And he did turn down the ambient sound. He did factually do that.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Because I thought it before his fucking video existed. Unless I'm lying. Maybe I was just lying for my incredibly successful YouTube video that got thousands of millions of views. My very successful video that totally exists. Okay. That's okay. Crowbcat made it up, though. It's not like it's been an issue since Resident Evil 7 or anything. It's not like if you were to play, I don't know, Resident Evil Revelations, one of the more sort of recent but a while back games. It's not like if you played Resident Evil Revelations and then immediately played 7 that the atmosphere difference would be completely a night and day or anything like that. Crowbcat was just a liar and, you know, fuck Resident Evil 4. Oh, sorry, never mind.
Turn the volume up, pendejo. Should I do that in-game? Audio. Oh, it's already maximum. Alright, I agree with you. So I'm gonna turn it up. I mean, it's already... I'll just put it on 100.
How far could he have gone? Give me also 1 second. I'm gonna pause. I want to turn up the audio slightly. It feels...
And for this point, it goes into Crowbcat style to use snippets and clips and this and that, interviews, other content creators to stitch together his argument. It's like a fun format. I actually kind of dig it. In this case, everybody was calling him a fucking liar. Even prominent creators were calling Crowbcat a liar, saying that he misrepresented and intentionally tried to sabotage the image of the remake, which, why would he do that? Like, he clearly doesn't even like the remake. You don't have to, like, make shit up to dislike something. Hi, Mina. Hi, now we're getting to the audio. So you have a bunch of people that are calling you a liar, right? Of course he's going to be like, okay, if I'm a liar, here's 20 other people that aren't me that also felt that things were too quiet. Do you believe me now? I feel like it helps a little bit to make a point. And it's the reason why, part of why I'm even showing videos that reaffirm things that I say. Because I want you to know that it's not just me. I'm not making shit up. The things that I notice are noticed by plenty of other people too. It just feels a little bit validated to have my echo chamber. I love my echo chamber. I love you guys.
Oh, I can't.
You should just boost, just put the master volume at the highest right now, because people are still saying it's a little quiet, but it got better.
It is.
When we increased
It's all the way.
Oh, it's already. Oh, okay, great.
There's sound effects.
So, okay. Yeah, you could put everything up.
Mina, stop being a Crowbcat sheeple, okay? You thought the audio was the exact same in Resident Evil 7 as it is in Revelations. You're just changing your mind because some sexy YouTuber called Crowbcat said otherwise. You're so pathetic. You're so pathetic. Form your own thoughts, okay?
Oh my god.
If game volume needs to be turned up, let me know. It might be a little low compared to Fatal Frame. Let me look in the game menu, actually. That may be better. Is everything jacked? Yeah, it is.
Is the game audio low? Game audio's low? Is it?
There's no fucking music anyway. There's no... Like, the soundscape is quiet, even. Soundscape is quiet. Wind's quiet, part of soundscape. And when there is music, it's also fucking quiet. It's just... God, I hate it. Change it. What's wrong? Res Evil 10. Wait. Yeah, we're on 9. Res Evil 10. Crank up that volume. You lose nothing by doing that. But I can't hear the zombies. You can hear the zombies and the music in all old Resident Evil. I know that, like, the way sound design programming is different now, but you could do it if you felt like it. Imagine if you're like, well, this is going to be a stupid example, kind of, but imagine if you're playing like a Souls game and you're at a boss or something, right? Imagine the boss music is like, oh, it's faded away. No, it has to be faded away. It's a modern game. Things are different now. The programming, it's all different. That's why you can't hear the Gothic choir in your Souls game or something. But no, yeah. Although I will say modern Resident Evil cranks the music volume a little bit more when it's boss time. They do that, but it's still not good enough.
So one person write it, so I want to see if the rest of the chat.
I feel like that was a sloppy example. Whatever, just make of it what you will. I'm not always going to be on point. I'm going to be real.
Adjusting it.
What about the audio? Some people are saying it sounds good. Some people are saying it's low. Slightly low.
Volume's a little low. Well, it's all the way up.
How's the volume? I feel like the game's a little quiet.
Audio's kind of quiet.
Let's go to audio. Okay, game volume too low. Got it.
It's a bit quiet. Game's a little low. Make it a little louder.
You know what? Maybe they're all Crowbcat's friends or something. Oh, that must be it. They must have went and installed the no audio mod. They all did that. They're all in on it, dude.
I upped the game volume by 5 decibels. Let me know if I need to do more.
The game audio is maxed out. I can't turn it up any higher. I could check in-game. Yeah, let me see if I can raise up the volume. Audio. Nope. Okay, so I have it as loud as it can be.
It's just quiet, guys. Like I even had to raise up my goddamn TV.
God, I hate the fucking hair in modern games sometimes. It's nighttime, but the moonlight is illuminating the gloss of Leon's Barbie doll hair.
And it's still fucking quiet.
Audio's too quiet.
This game is actually quite quiet.
So the wind is down here. But then when there's the gunshot, that's right up at the top.
Nah, they must be lying.
All over social media, I just saw post after post after post.
The comment section under this video is pretty ugly, to put it lightly.
But RE4 Remake is a masterpiece! You are worsening the gaming culture!
He changed the title of the video! He has no integrity!
It's like they did get really mad. What the fuck? He's being so dishonest. He changed the title, insulting the remake to praising it. Now he's trying to trick people. He was doing it out of spite to middle finger all of you guys, giving him a hard time for daring to critique it. I thought it was funny. But they got like offended and moral about it. And then he changed the title again. I forgot what the new title is though. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah.
I'm disappointed in Crowbcat. He could have gone after the other shitty buggy game.
Why won't you talk about Redfall and Golem? What the fuck?
Everyone else already covered, but he instead dared to cover the peakiest peak that is Resident Evil 4 Remake. United.
God, you are just the most unlikable, angry old man I've ever seen.
You're sitting here daydreaming about your old-ass PS2 game while being angry about something that's almost universally loved.
A lot of people...
Is that like a... I don't know if that's like a satire video. Oh, they on Crowbcat side or against him? I don't really know the context for that specific video.
Really like remakes, not because they're that interested in the artistic discussion of it all, but because it becomes a social event, a social experience.
It really does feel like people really are putting Capcom specifically on a pedestal, right? They really are pretending these Resident Evil remakes are some of the best games ever made.
And
I think that it's just a difference in personality and how your brain works. I was talking with Mina yesterday, and how do I say? I feel like most people don't live life thinking the way we do. And I'm not saying that we're better people because we are insufferable, dissecty people that rip everything apart and put a magnifying glass to everything. I'm saying that that's just how our brains work, whether we want it to or not. Whenever I play games, I'm not necessarily going, oh boy, I hope I have an issue every 5 seconds. Oh boy, I hope I notice the audio level is 1 decibel lean into being unpleasant for me. Like, I just kind of can't help it. And I think a lot of other people, maybe, I think we're in the minority, but I think a lot of us do approach games like that. Like, oh, the balancing in this Devil May Cry game doesn't feel as good as 3, or oh, the inertia here is kind of making this unpleasant. I don't like how this gun has no kick. Like, I think that's like our thing, whereas a lot of other people, I think they look overall more at products as a whole rather than picking them apart, if that makes sense. So if you have that kind of logic and you play RE4 Remake, I think you're going to have a good time. And it's not because you're a stupid person. It's not because you're a bad person. I think it's because that's just how your brain works. It's easier for you to just enjoy things. But for me, at least, I struggle. I want to be like the people who just enjoy things. But when there's a problem, whether I want to notice it or not, it just kind of starts dancing around and it's glowing. It's like yellow paint all the time for me. And it sucks. It doesn't make me happier to be like this. That's just how I tend to be. But I think that there is a culture around this. They have a culture of just enjoying things, cosplaying, merch, and this and that. And then I think our culture is getting together, dissecting these things, and trying to, I guess, have more in-depth discussions on why a game is really good or why a game is really bad, or where things can improve. I do think that we are able to turn our autistic dissecting stuff into something positive. I do enjoy having these kind of discussions with you, fellow people who also are like this. But if I could be different and not think that way and just enjoy things, it's like if I could turn a switch, maybe I would. Maybe I would. But what I'm saying is I'm autistic, I'm pretentious, I'm OCD, and I try to turn it into something positive, I guess. And I try to use it as a way to connect with people. And these people who connect with each other via fan art, cosplay, mascotism, like, oh my god, I love Leon, oh my god, why isn't she on the next game? It's like, they're just having a fun time. I don't actually, like, hate these people or anything like that. Turning brain on, it makes me enjoy games more. I like reading the designer's mod and noticing some cool shit they did. Designer's mind. And, you know, I'm not a developer, like, or I never will be. I'm an armchair developer. I'm an ideas guy. I don't really actually contribute that much to society, I suppose. And there's people who do what I do way better. What was my point with this? There is... It can be useful to think, I guess, how we do if you're in a position to make games. Whenever you're making a game as a developer, I would assume that it is good for you to ask questions like, how do I make a gun feel satisfying? How do I do this? How do I do that? It's like there is a use to OCD and overthinking things whenever you're creating something. So you do want people like us to an extent, I suppose. But given that I'm not a creator and I'm not going to make anything, I guess, like, if somebody's annoyed by me when I'm not contributing to society, I suppose I can kind of get that. I'm kind of wording this kind of messily. I don't know what I'm trying to say exactly. Just, I guess, if you completely turn your brain off, it's not always a good thing either if you are creating something, because you might miss a lot of things when you're designing a game, I suppose. I don't know. Does that make sense? I want to turn brain off and enjoy things, but then specific things irk me and pull me out of it. Yeah, it's like, it just kind of ruins your enjoyment, really. I'm a creator, but I'm not a... Well, I mean, I already know that you know this anyway. I'm just kind of using you as a talking point to kind of talk about this. Making games is very difficult. Anything that I say, like, oh my god, developer, just do this. It's like, there's probably a lot of steps to it, difficulties, hurdles, or maybe they have a reason why they did a certain thing that I'm not considering, right? Like, Pumpkin, the reason why we don't do this thing is not because of why you say, it's because of this, making me look ignorant, right? So I don't know.
You know, the truth of the matter is that a lot of people haven't played the original. I mean, unless you're a boomer. That's just the reality of the situation. Most people haven't played the original, and they're not going to go back to it.
I haven't played the original.
I never played the original.
Didn't play the original.
I never played the original.
I didn't play the original.
It's that time. It's time to lower this one 6 feet under and say, well, it is what it is.
From now on, when I say Resident Evil 4, now I have to say Resident Evil 4, the original, released on the GameCube.
It was cool, but forgettable.
Game of the year.
And the winner is Resident Evil 4.
Accepting on behalf of Resident Evil 4 is producer Hiroyuki Kobayashi.
Some people aren't as analytical. They just get trendy new game and move on and are not interested in discussion or criticizing something they enjoyed. And then Duskflame asks, is that bad though? And I don't think it is. I was kind of trying to get into that a little bit earlier. We are just different. Different people think differently. And I don't think either... There's pros and cons, I guess, to both sides, technically. I think that's kind of what I was sloppily trying to segue into earlier. Is that there is some goodness to people that just enjoy things, that aren't ripping everything apart and being miserable and taking people's hard work and being like, you did this wrong, you did that wrong. There is something that is admirable about those types of people. But I'm also wanting to say that some of us, like OCD, autistic people that nitpick, it's like there is a little bit of use for us as well. Like our feedback, so to speak. Our feedback, you could use it to apply to your games, maybe. I feel so pretentious saying that, but at least if I say I'm pretentious, it makes it okay, right? I think those I never played the original crowd are the people who used to pick on people for being into video games back then. I don't care if people call me tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist. I feel like people have been pretty, I don't know, I don't want to be too dismissive of what gamers went through, but I don't remember how it was in the 80s or before, but video games, from my perspective, they seem like they have been pretty popular for a while and well liked. I think it was more that certain genres had more of a stigma against them. I guess like JRPGs, some Japanese made games, and like World of Warcraft. That's when you'd get bullied and called a nerd, but I don't really think anybody got bullied for, oh, you play Resident Evil 4, it gives you a wedgie, shoves you in a locker, I don't think that Resident Evil 4 fans got bullied for liking video games. I don't think that Dead Space fans got bullied for liking video games, and but if you like World of Warcraft or something, then you're a big old nerd, go in the locker. Did you really get bullied for liking Mario? Like, maybe I'm underestimating people. I was one of those, like, people avoided me just because I was weird. They didn't even care what my interests were. They were like, you suck anyway. So I personally didn't actually get too bullied for anime or video games. I was just shunned to begin with. I wasn't Naruto running, but I did run, and my boobs apparently jiggled all over the place because I just ran like an idiot from class to class. But I liked running. I wasn't Naruto running, though. I was just running. But I was just very sheltered, I guess. So didn't get like explicitly bullied a ton. Not that I never got bullied, but just most of it was just isolation and being shunned. And I'll tell you what, that sucks too. Being bullied really sucks, but knowing that everybody kind of just wants you to like not be alive anymore also sucks a lot. But that's a whole other thing. That's a whole other thing.
That's what we live for.
We have to act now, and one of the things we're doing is making original games.
All right, now he's getting into like credits for commentary and special things. So I'm going to... When did Michael Does Life pop in? Does he... when does he pop in? Because what he does is he goes to the camera. It's like a shitty webcam. He's like, oh my god! I can't believe we've done this! That's kind of like his whole thing. When does he show up? But I'm gonna let this play. If you want to like check out any of these like creators, I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. But that I guess I can segue for anybody who was mainly here primarily. Oh fuck! I died. Why does this always happen? My computer, my cool streaming computer broke. Oh shit! Okay, it's fixed. Anyway, that was Crowbcat's Resident Evil 4 remake video, the follow-up to the previous one. I think that there is value to this video. I think that you don't have to agree with everything. You don't have to feel as passionate about everything, but to act like it's a waste of time and that no points matter, that nothing's worth discussing, that's just way too dismissive. I don't feel like that's fair. And I saw a few people dismiss this video as being a complete waste of time. There's nothing to talk about. There's nothing to discuss about the Resident Evil 4 remake. I don't think that's fair. Like, you could say that haters are insufferable and that they're too hatery or whatever, but I feel like a lot of these points were actually fair. I agree with all of them. I agree with most of them. Some I'm just not as passionate about, but I also agree with, and some I just don't agree with. I don't know. But, yeah. I gotta go to the bathroom, though, so I'll let this video keep playing, and you can just check out whoever. But I will be back. I will return with resuming my playthrough of original Resident Evil 4 on GameCube with my new GameCube controller. Woo! This dude is a shit poster. Michael Does Life is a shit poster. How many subscribers is he at now? God damn. He's been growing.
Most of the creators in Capcom feel that unless you start bringing in originality into the video games and don't keep doing rehashes, then the video game industry itself is going to hit a major crash eventually. People are going to lose interest in games if they keep churning out the same things over and over again. And we at Capcom, we want to keep making games. That's what we live for. So in order to make sure there is an industry to support us making games, we have to act now. And one of the things we're doing is making original games.
Resident Evil 3, the remake, is just about out there in the wild, and it appears to be another great remake from Capcom. Capcom's really just hitting these remakes out of the park. It's got everyone wondering what will be the next Resident Evil Remake.
Yeah.
I bet you were excited to watch it if you missed the beginning of the stream. Yeah, too bad. You're gonna have to watch the bodies. So, I'm sure that Shinji Mikami likes the remake, but I will say, thank you for the follow. How do I say? It's always good to respect the original creators. If they want to do something, fine. I don't have to like it. You made an art. I consumed the art. I liked aspects of their art. It got remade. I have no reason to like the remake just because the original creator likes it. Not to say that's what you're saying, but I did want to get on that subject. That, sometimes people, again, I'm not talking about specifically you. I'm actually thinking about Trigun. I remember sometimes if people critique Trigun Stampede, people will go, the creator, Naito, likes the remake and he gave them his blessing. It's like, he might be a nicer person than me, though. In fact, if you read Trigun, you would know that he's probably a very nice person. And I don't agree with Naito liking that, because it sucks. And I hate the original Trigun anime, too. Only read the manga. I have to disclose that because people probably, they're folding their hands, they're nodding, they're going, yep, Stampede sucks. The 90s anime is definitely better. And then I gotta tell them, I gotta break it to them that it sucks too. Read the Trigun manga. It is really good. It is one of my favorite mangas of all time. It is like night and day. It has never gotten a faithful adaptation. The original anime is not good in comparison to the manga. And it's not just for like little tiny nitpicks. It's like, no, it's like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood type situation. And Stampede didn't do any better. Stampede focused on like a certain vibe of the manga more, but not correctly. And not well done. Always read the source material. Yes, and don't get filtered out by art styles being rough. Sometimes it gets better. Sometimes it's still worth experiencing because it has other traits that'll make up for it. But anyway, it is time. We are going to go back and play Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube now with my new GameCube controller because I was struggling a little bit playing it on my Xbox. I know that I could have switched the key bindings, but I felt like it would just be better to play with the GameCube controller. And it arrived a lot sooner than I thought. After we do the GameCube playthrough, because the reason why I booted it up is I did want to see what's different. And I already knew that visually it's better than the PS2 version. It's the first version I played. It's just been a really long time. But also, apparently it's harder than the PS2 version and the official HD version that's built off the PS2 version. Like, apparently the base game's just harder. Lighting is different in spots. I haven't been able to catch that too vividly. It's a little bit harder unless you're looking at both of them at the same time. And one major noticeable thing I saw was that the water in the, you know, like, how do I say it? The area where you go inside a building and that's where you get that first mask. You have to break these boards that are by a window and you jump through and there is a mask there. And oh, I know a better way. It's the area that has the ladder that leads to all the fish. Like there's one big giant fish and a bunch of little fish. That area. That water, and then the water in the shallower water in the room before it looks a lot better. In the at least I never played on PS2, but I did play the HD one on like Steam and PS4 and PS3. The water is like a weird gelatin kind of effect. But in the GameCube one, it's downright impressive. But I mean, we already know that GameCube water could be amazing with how Mario Sunshine was. It looked really good. But I did want to say, we have lots of more Resident Evil to come. Even, you would think Resident Evil 4 is my favorite, but my favorite's RE1 Remake. Then RE2, then RE1, then RE4. But we have to do a randomizer again, because I lost a lot of the old VOD for it. And then after the randomizer, because we've done the professional finally, after the randomizer, crowd control. I would love to do crowd control and make Resident Evil 4 my first attempt at it. Because that might be, like, really crazy and fun. I don't know how far I'd be able to get through it, but it just depends on how mean everybody is, right? But let's go ahead and move over to, the game screen. I did a test earlier, and everything seemed to go fine. Also, hello, Blood Shadow. And then, I'll say, after today, because today was a special event, because, you know, Crowbcat, I just had to respond to it. I think that we'll continue Requiem. I want to keep my momentum up with Requiem because I want to be able to partake in the discussion about it. So far, for the record, I actually think Requiem's like pretty decent, but I'm too familiar with modern Capcom to let my guard down and think, oh, I guess the game's not going to disappoint me at all or whatever. And hell, it already does some things that irritates me, but whatever, no big deal. RE4 VR is hilarious because they removed Ashley's voice lines when you try to go up her skirt, but they also got rid of the animation so you could just look up her skirt based. It's kind of dumb. And they got rid of the line where Lewis talks about her tits being big, and she's like, excuse you? Got rid of that. But you gotta admit it was fucked up. I mean, Lewis literally looks at the camera and points at you and says, you should be sexist. What kind of message was Capcom trying to send? Of course they had to censor it. Also, hi Ghost, thank you for the raid. Yo, you came just in time for the actual gameplay. You missed the tism, though. So I tried to adjust the ratio a little bit. Can anybody fill me in? Because this I don't remember. So I try to find out, like, why is there black bars everywhere? Like on the sides and on the top and bottom. Like, was that a thing? Somebody said that that's how Resident Evil 4 originally was, that it had the bars. Oh my god. How long was I muted?
Krauser, go get the girl.
Huh. Oh my god, that's terrifying. Look at how they have an opening trailer thing. PS2 RE4 is widescreen for no reason. I'm just wondering because if this game was originally widescreen, the only way that you would be able to do that on a old CRTV is that you would have to cut the top and the bottom. And I think it's funny because isn't that what they did with Mikami's other game? Oh god, what was it called? The Evil Within? They put the cinematic bars and everybody hated it. Because, I mean, they were doing that on modern TVs. Modern TVs are already rectangular and you're making it even narrower, so we hated it. But did they do that with original RE4 on GameCube? Because again, like, oh jeez. Oh man. In terms of playing on my actual physical GameCube, more than 10 years ago. Also, hi, Stevie. But Ghost, I wanted to say thank you so much for the raid, and you came in time for Resident Evil. So, everything should work. And also, because I'm playing this on the GameCube controller, the D-pad doesn't feel that great. So, I'm going to be doing tank controls on an analog stick, which is possible. I think one thing that helps is the analog stick on GameCube is a little bit stiff, or at least this, like, imitation GameCube controller. Like, I could really quick... Let me find my actual GameCube controller if it's around, and see how it feels. God, it's probably buried somewhere. It might be in my electronics. It might be in my electronics box that's in the closet. But I remember not really having much issues with analog stick when I played RE1 Remake and RE4 on GameCube. It was just kind of natural, but it feels a lot better to do it with D-pad, of course. But D-pad on GameCube controller is just... It's too compact, it's too small. Not just the fact that it's a little bit on the stiff side, too. It just doesn't feel good. Does it, though? I feel like I never actually tried to play Classic RE4 on GameCube with the D-pad. I think I just did it with analog. Oh, or are you just saying tank controls in general? My bad. I thought you were saying tank controls and analog. Also, is the audio okay, or do you think it needs to be louder? Never seen any actual Resident Evil gameplay, and I don't know shit about the series. Resident Evil 4 will definitely be a way to start. Classic Resident Evil is a slower-paced, methodical kind of game.
Filming.
Slower-paced, methodical. It's not really about aiming, it's about resource management, and you just, like, kind of auto-aim. You auto-aim, and you will just guarantee shoot something, at least if it's, like, you know, tangibly in view of your character's line of sight, anyway. But enemies are kind of slowish for the most part. You know, it's not an action game, so you don't have to worry about being, like, I don't know. Trying to... Interesting. What? How come my C-stick... I have my C-stick accidentally braining up, the inventory. I might need to, sort that out really quick, actually. Let me see what's going on. And then Y... It's button 0. What? Why is Y and up on the C stick both button 0? High key. How am I supposed to feel about that? Is that like a thing? Wait. You don't really need to use the C stick in Resident Evil 4. I mean, you can move the camera, like, to like, a limited extent, I guess? But why would they have up? This doesn't make any sense to me. I'm trying to recalibrate my controls, and for some reason, the Y button on the GameCube controller keeps wanting to sync up with, the C-stick. So the C-stick... I usually associate the C-stick as being associated with the camera, because literally N64 was like that. The C buttons, it was buttons. It didn't used to be like a stick. It used to be like a little yellow buttons. You did that for, like, Mario 64. Up on... Yeah, that is so wild to me. I mean, I can adapt to it, I guess. It's like, I don't like it, but... Oh, it's called C-stick because camera stick. Well, why the hell? Why does it want to be tied to my menu so much? Oh, you know what? Well... I guess it's been so long since I played RE1 Remake on GameCube as well. Maybe the C-stick also activates your inventory if you hit up on it too? Oh, no problem, Ghost. And thank you so much again for the raid. I wanted to ask what you were doing, but I think I got too locked in. But y'all scared me. You made me worry that I maybe was muted for like an hour. I didn't realize it. And we even had back and forth conversation. Maybe I just misunderstood. Okay, so this is weird. What is your... And then your shoot button is your big green button. It's like, it's weird because I'm not used to it anymore. This is a problem. Something is... I must not be doing something right on Dolphin, because why is my run button also adjusting my camera like this? It's not supposed to do that. I did set up my controls. Like, that's what I'm doing whenever you see the black screen. But it keeps trying to assign the same function to multiple buttons. It doesn't make any sense. The B button is button 3. And button 3 also controls the C stick. Like, maybe I just don't know how to, I mean, I don't even know how to do this anymore. Like, okay. It's like whenever you're setting up controllers, GameCube controllers, you got standard controller, which is what I was doing, and then I remapped all the button. You have GameCube controller adapter, but I don't have a real GameCube controller plugged in. You have steering wheel, dance mat, DK bongos, GBA, TCP, and then keyboard controller. I did remap though. That's what you guys aren't understanding. I'm remapping things. It's automatically doing something weird. Let me try this. Why? Some emulators won't. I mean, it's Dolphin. Dolphin is like the definitive way to play GameCube, Nintendo. If I show you a screenshot, though, you're going to go, oh, well, here's the solution. Your Y button says button 0, and up on your C stick also says button 0. But I keep trying to, like, remap it, and it's just not working. It's like, I could post it in the Discord. By the way, if you want to join the Discord, type !Discord. But I can show you, like, the buttons that are giving me the problem. Let me finish remapping and I'll show you how it's just not working. B, X, Y. Why is this? Right. D-pad up. D-pad down. D-pad left. Maybe I'm doing something extremely wrong. Down, left, right. I remember getting excited, like, wow, it's detecting my shit so easily. I guess everything's okay. I want to clear that. Okay. Go to send a screenshot to the Discord. My Discord, the Ghost Hotel, where you can be notified whenever I go live or whenever I do game and movie nights. I'm going to post it in Pumpkin chat. That's the chat related to my content. But, I just don't see anything that, I could possibly click that would fix this problem. It's actually weird. All the buttons, like A, B, Y, and X, they insist on being tied to the C stick. Show us in real time in OBS? No, what if I accidentally show Discord or something? I'm gonna dox my friends. And what I don't get is, like, I'm able to map the controls to my Xbox controller just fine. Like, everything goes completely fine, but I don't know if it has to do with, I don't know, this being fan-made controller. What sucks is that it felt nice. It's, like, pretty accurate to how GameCube controllers feel. All the button placements are nice. It feels like a sturdy enough controller. Kind of maybe cheap like a PS3 one, though, if I'm being real. So does that mean that I just kind of have to give up? What is modifier anyway? That's probably nothing. And then when I hit stuff on the C, I'm using the C stick. I'm holding any direction, and then I see all the buttons X, Y, Z. They're all reacting to it too. Oh yeah, sorry. I could post a link to my Discord, though, really quick for YouTube. I wish that it worked on YouTube as well, like the hotkeys, but it's only Twitch. Does it do this with an OG controller? Like Xbox? No. I've never seen this happen before. It just, maybe something's faulty about this controller, and I mean, do I have to return it? That sucks. It's like, yeah, that's so weird. What if I clear it? I cleared everything. So I'm gonna sign a button, right? I'm gonna press A, B, X. Wait, that's Y. X, Y, Z. Start. Okay, now let's go to yellow. Up. No, it's immediately... Everything was blank. Completely zero. It didn't even have preset placements. And then as soon as I try to assign my first button to the C-stick, it immediately starts, like, detecting my Y button. You need drivers? Ugh. That's a shame. I'm not playing a GameCube controller with an adapter, though. I'm playing a bootleg GameCube controller that is a USB cable built into it. There's no adapter. That's the reason why I didn't want to use my adapters. Like, one, I'm lazy to find it. I'm lazy to find my actual GameCube controller, and I worried that there would be issues anyway. The brand is let me look at Amazon really quick. Mikela 8.5-foot classic USB wired NGC controller gamepad for GameCube, Windows, PC, Mac, 1-pack clear blue. And somebody in the comments even said, "Oh, it works with Dolphin." It's MEKELA. I would post it in the chat, but Amazon links tend to be long. Maybe it won't do that. Let me see. Let me try here. I want to make sure it works and doesn't link you my personal Amazon or something. Okay. For some reason, it's not doing it as like a 50-foot link, so there it is right there. You can remove everything after the question mark and you'll be good. Oh, okay. So, like, for future reference. Wait, let me put on music since apparently I'm not allowed to game. This is sad because, like, if I were to, like, replay Mario Sunshine, which I always return to, I love that game, I guess I might not be able to use my handy-dandy GameCube controller. Looks like it came with a mini driver disc. No? What? What if I threw it away? A driver disc or USB? Wait, can I just install it from a website? 5th screenshot on the post-in. Oh my god, I fucking threw away something. It says use the disc double vibration effect. I didn't see disc. I'll be right back. I'll check, though, because I don't want to accidentally throw away something. Treat this as, like, a longer BRB because I did a really long chatty for a second.
paralyzing terror.
Unfortunately, I did set it to standard controller, but the other bad thing is the trash was taken out. So, of all the days for me to throw something in the trash can, I went and it's all gone. It's in a bag. I'd have to cut open the bag, and looks like this just is no good. And I guess I could try to install drivers, but I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to just play the fucking game. And I'm irritated. I'm really actually irritated to where I don't even want to play the GameCube version. I don't want to be sluggish with the buttons being mixed up. I don't want to remap. I just want to play the fucking game already. Because we've been talking about Resident Evil 4 all day. I want to play it now. So I'm just going to boot it up on Steam. I have the Fan HD mod installed. Another thing that I do know about, which wouldn't be too bad, is there's apparently a mod that restores GameCube features to the HD fan version of Resident Evil 4. So technically, if I wanted to, I could experience it by doing that. But I wanted to play it. I mean, obviously it's not as good as playing it on actual hardware, but I wanted to fucking play it with the old school visuals. I wanted to be able to contrast and compare, like, but I'm just too burnt out. Technical shit pisses me off. And I don't want to risk it, like, oh, let me try and install the driver. Oh, it didn't work. Oops. Oh, my computer exploded. Okay. I'm just gonna game. And be happy. Is everything resized, scaled, good? Okay. Let's just have fun! I was about to freak out, like, why isn't my controller working? Okay, so I played professional difficulty recently, finished that. It wasn't that hard, really. It just gave me a tiny bit more resistance by adjusting, you know, how much the Ganados sprint and health values and this and that. It made it kind of exciting and interesting, but I will just go to normal difficulty because I just am used to it, and I want to relax. I just want to have a nice relaxy time. And it looks like I play a lot, right? This is just the Steam saves. If you look at my GameCube, if you look at my PS3, look at my PS4, it's kind of like all filled like this. God, which one do I pick? There's my professional there. Which one probably has upgrades? Ooh, cleared game. We could just start here, I guess. Wouldn't it be ironic if the GameCube controller worked on this version? I'd cry. Do we want a costume? This is the night, Ashley, but that makes it too easy. This gives us, like, RPD line. What do you want me to do? You want me to play, like, Raw Dog, or you want me to be all decked out in my little cop boy outfit? What would turn you on more? Why not play New Game Plus? Oh, yeah. No. I don't want to relax and not have to think at all. Chicago typewriter makes it boring. Ashley's outfit in this is like, it's like Britney Spears or some shit. It's awesome. So I believe that whenever you play as Leon, you actually have kind of like a built-in vest that ups your defense. And then you're also able to buy another vest, like an actual vest, and equip it, and then it ups your shit more? Something like that. Hold on. Oh yeah, and I unlocked this. Because I beat it on professional. I've just never done it before. Infinite Launcher is pretty cool. I once grinded and I got it, and I got the Chicago typewriter. I think I only did that on the PS3 version and the GameCube version. But I'm not going to work for it because it does make things a little bit too easy. But having something to grind for could be kind of fun. Do I not have the riot gun on this save? Like, what do I have? What's my ammo and shit on this? I got the Killer 7, red. I have both. Why do I have both of them? Oh, wait, Killer 7's a Magnum. I'm stupid. Never mind. Striker. Oh, right. Striker's cool because when you have it maxed out, it's like, what, 60 shells or something like that. But I like how the other one feels. I always like the bolt action. Bolt action's cool because it's like higher risk reward. It's really satisfying to pull risky moves and come out of it unscathed. But sometimes you die, but it's no big deal. It's the adrenaline of it is like nice. Oh, I guess on this save I didn't use my rocket launcher to finish off Sadler because then I could sell it. Because it's cool. You don't have to use it. It's like, I love that. Let's, do I have to tune up? How much money do I have?
Is that Thank you.
Alright, let's just continue. Or start, I guess.
1998.
Oh! There we go. Finally, we're in the game. Oh, God. Alright. I'm kind of used to seeing the GameCube version. Everything is kind of like perfectly clear. And we're playing the HD fan mod. So sometimes my eyes struggle to adapt a little bit. It's like I have to squint for a bit before I adjust. I know that's weird, but that's just something I deal with. Alright, I'm not used to having this gun, because I like the other gun. The other gun feels nice because you're able to shoot through shields. Un forastello. You can change the graphics back to the game. Yeah. That's what I was talking about earlier. I want to do that. But I want to pick a day to set that up and not do it like during the stream, if that makes sense. Because usually I get more anxious doing setup and troubleshooting while live. I guess I could knife it. Whee! Also, apparently, Mina checked for me. Michael Does Life is the guy who complains that you have to grind in order to unlock the red laser sight on your guns. And I forgot to mention during the video, I like the red dot, but I wasn't, I guess, as passionately angry that they took it off. But I do like it more than, I guess, having a generic reticle in the center of your screen. RPG outfit looks so good on Leon. Isn't it awesome, you guys? And we also recently streamed the demo disc. The demo disc has, of course, some changes. Interface, this inventory, it felt kind of like very underbaked. Obviously, it's a demo. And this zombie was actually a dude. They didn't have chick zombie models. You. Sometimes I just don't take you out soon enough. That's what I thought. This music is awesome. I really, really, really miss old school Capcom music and sound design. And, I mean, it was good even on PlayStation 1 and beyond that. Like, it's not just Resident Evil that Capcom's done. But in terms of, like, Res Evil, like, I really loved the GameCube era of their music. Mercenaries music, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 1 Remake. Just the stock libraries that they were using, the bright tones that they would use, the choir stock library that they used, I fucking loved it. Like, this is really intense, like, atmospheric action music. It's really loud, but you can still hear the Ganados. You can still hear guns. You can still hear everything. Like, you don't have to make everything quiet so you can make sure you hear the enemies or whatever, like, logic they're coming up with. Maybe it's just preferential. Oops. No, yeah! But for the remake, they're worried about you being able to do this. They don't want it to be just 2 action. They want it to balance survival horror more. So to mitigate this, they make it to where, headshots are dice roll if they hit stun or not. And that's why, especially on harder difficulties apparently, because I never wanted to play it on hardcore, you can shoot a Ganado like 10 times in the head and they just don't care. They won't even like stagger a little bit. It's not so much like, oh, they won't let me drop kick them. It's like, no, they don't even, they just run at you. They run through your headshots and then just grab you. don't mind it as much in, like, to compare, I just don't mind it as much in the RE2 remake, because RE2 remake is more focused on being survival horror. It's a slower paced game, fewer enemies, fewer ammo, so I don't mind it as much, but I associate Resident Evil 4 as being a very good feeling arcadey action game. And the remake is weird because it kind of mimics that, but doesn't fully commit to it, I guess. It adjusts certain meters, so to speak. Survival horror meter cranked up a tiny bit more, but not enough to actually change the game's genre label either. Where is everybody? Hi, come back here. And I usually typically don't summon Salvador. Like, I guess I could if I wanted to. You only need to throw a grenade and shotgun him a bit, but by habit, I just prefer to, like, just focus on bullying people, I guess. I've never played the original RE4 port. I heard it wasn't good? I did try, though, at least with the official HD version that Capcom released, I did play it a little bit with mouse and keyboard, and it's surprisingly not that bad. But I've always been like a controller person, especially with Resident Evil 4, especially with Resident Evil. So I just use controller. It does make things harder, but like older Resident Evils, it feels fine. It's modern Resident Evil on controller that feels a little bit, like, harder. Oh, right, I'm so stupid. Writing. Oh, it's a little bit weirded out. I kind of forgot that I have a fully decked out, inventory already. But I'll pick up a gun so I could sell it, I guess. We can make this our grind file. The problem, though, is I'm going to forget which is the grind file. So the next time I play again and just play an old file, I'll just pick a random-ass one and find out what I was up to whenever I last booted it up, I guess. Oh, good night, Goat, and thank you for dropping by. Oh! Hi, Cherry. Hello. Thank you for the raid. How are you guys doing? What you up to? We just got finished watching the new Crowbcat video talking about the Resident Evil 4 remake. And now we're just doing like a little casual sesh of Resident Evil 4 just playing. But I hope you had a good stream. But I want to say that I do actually really enjoy just chatting streams. It's just I'm a little bit limited in what I'm able to talk about in extensive length, I suppose. So I would say most subjects I am just not as good at as I am, like, I guess, Resident Evil. Not to imply that I'm amazing at Resident Evil, but in terms of everything else, I feel like Resident Evil is my stronger suit. But I would totally like to do more of those, more stuff like that. And we've done that before. We did a, little marathon of, Under the Mayo, I think his username is. We watched a lot of his videos, and I kind of, like, commentated on them. I agreed with most of his points when it came to Resident Evil. Or if I didn't agree with his points, they wouldn't offend me, like, his opinions. I would be like, oh, that's kind of fair. Like, his Bayonetta video, he seemed to be respectful of Bayonetta. Like, he respected it. He just didn't personally prefer it for certain reasons, and he would highlight why he didn't. I thought everything that he said was fair. But why people apparently hate him is, I think, what was it? It's, that Ultra Kill. Yes. Everybody hates his Ultra Kill video. And what's annoying is I think a lot of people just know him for the Ultra Kill video and then just assume that he's a piece of shit and that everything he's ever said or thought is like dog shit. And it's like, no, you can have somebody that misses the mark in one area but totally nails it in another. So I recommend, like, checking out his other content. Okay, hold on, let me lock in. Elden Ring stream or Elden Ring like video? I'm just kind of curious what I need to envision. Then maybe I just got lucky watching only his Bayonetta and Resident Evil videos, because he didn't really bother me. To me, bad opinions don't make a person bad. People who do bad things make them bad. I think it's more like, I don't think anybody's saying he's like a bad person. It's more like, oh, his opinion on Ultra Kill sucks, so I will never, ever give him a chance on any other subject, or stuff like that. But maybe I'm just too nice. I don't know. So let's actually collect the blue. Wait. Where is it? I love it when the audio doubles. It's double the fun. This game really does feel like it's missing something. Like, do I get any points for killing rats?
Names of a friend.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, I forgot. I also did another challenge run, which is I did knife only for the village section of the game. And I thought, like, one day, like, you know what, maybe one day I'll try it for the castle and for the islands. I don't think I want to do that. Like, doing knife only for the village isn't hard. It's just difficult when you get to Mendez. You can do it, but I think you have to be on point and have enough health items to get you through it. And my last attempt, it didn't go well. My first one went well, but not my second. But, my point in talking about this is that I keep shooting the Ganados in the face, and it's like, wait, no, I got to a point where I'm able to knife him in the face more confidently, so I should do that more. Help me, I guess, self-imposed challenges. Wait, let's, are you behind me? Nah, I think he's just shoveling. There we go. Wait, hold on. Bait that out. He might be about to attack me? See, I don't remember there being one there. Okay. I think he was just dropping down here. Why aren't you going for the lunge? Go. Yes. But I don't remember the end of the village. Did you egg that truck drive right before the castle, or did the challenge end when you open the door with the eye? The challenge... Okay. So, I don't use the egg. I was told that it's alright to do that challenge if you only use the pistol to shoot the car apart. Because I didn't have an egg. I didn't even know that was like a thing you could do. I mean, I know about rotten eggs, but I thought rotten eggs were just a thing in RE5. Unless you can kill a villager with a normal egg. But in terms of when the run ends, it's, after that truck, and I guess it's where you use the laser eye, right? You use the eye and the laser and the door, and that does lead you to the castle, doesn't it? And then you run away from the Ganados, and the drawbridge lifts up, and then boom, you're at the, castle. That's where it ends. But it was actually a fun challenge. And I kind of over-practiced in playing normal Resident Evil before trying any challenges. Ugh. So I was kind of like overly well-equipped. And that's why professional difficulty wasn't that hard, because if you played normal Resident Evil 4 8,000 times, then you do a challenge, it's like not going to be that difficult. Whereas Mina attempted professional difficulty, and probably a lot of other people on maybe like their 5th playthrough or their 10th or even the 3rd. But I didn't do that. I stuck with comfort. I stick with what I know before I push myself. But that video mostly dissected, the Crowbcat video dissected what is inferior, or their opinion of what's inferior about the remake. But I don't hate everything about the remake. I still 100% prefer the original. But I wouldn't say that the remake is never a game to boot up and replay every now and then. Like, you know? I think it did some things kind of neat. Like, Different, not necessarily better, but for example, I just started thinking of it. The Krauser QTE cutscene fight in original Resident Evil 4 is one of the best, like, implementations of QTEs. What sucked about QTEs is that every game started doing it, and eventually we got sick of it. We're like, we don't like this feature that much, you guys. But we liked that fight between Krauser and Leon. It was just choreographed really well. The cinematography was good. Presentation, music, dialogue. It was very entertaining. There's no way they were going to ever do it as good in the remake, so they don't. They instead turn it into a parry boss fight. And I thought that was cute. I thought it was like, okay, you're going to do something different. Like, fine, that's kind of cute. And this is why having, like, a little camera is really fun. Boom, I just bullshit that entire part. Go on, throw it. See if I care. I love how unpredictable the grenade radius can be, you know? Like, sometimes it feels like it's really close to you and it should hit you, and then it just kind of doesn't. I think it's like technicalities, like, oh, you're by a little bit of an elevated land or something. Like an elevated hill a bit, and then it kind of like blocks it for you and stuff like that. Makes it kind of exciting because you don't know what's gonna happen necessarily. Well, you should still treat dynamite and grenades with like caution, of course. Well, actually, they don't throw grenades, just you. Wait, can you succumb to your own grenades? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I love the old school, like, GameCube era Resident Evil text. Like, it's just kind of cool. It's not overly clean looking. One thing I also like is whenever they have, like, white text, like a Resident Evil 1 remake did it as well, it's not actually white. It's, like, off-white. It has a little bit of a warm hue to it, and I think that's cool. Whenever they HD remastered RE1 remake, you lose that. You don't have the kind of like warm, crispy, flavorful font anymore for like general text. Like, oh, you've entered the survival horror or whatever. Now it's like more generic, clean font. Doesn't really have much personality to it. The light where you see the dust particles and the OG's goated loss of atmosphere and UI personally is probably my biggest gripe with the remake. I don't remember too much about dust particles in the remake. I always noticed it in the original though, and I really like it.
Thank you.
Combine that later. Oh, wait. Oh, right. I never got all the blue medallions. Maybe I should go back. Well, I guess I'm stuck here now. My bad. I wasn't thinking. I kind of sometimes am used to just running and gunning, and I forget about collecting the blue token things. Bye-bye. No. Mina's playstyle is different from mine. Mina actually wants to kill all the enemies, and it is fun and satisfying, but like for some reason my playstyle, I just like to evade. Oh, right. What the? Guess I'm missing skill issue. Is the dynamite guy with y'all yet? I hope he was. Owie. Try to throw it at me, maybe. Hello? Look at them messing around. They might spear me. Oop. It's like I fumbled that a little bit, but I recovered a lot better than I expected. I'm surprised that I managed to dodge all the pitchforks. But that was kind of fun. I think if that was the remake, you would just guaranteed have gotten like slapped around a little bit. But like, listen to this atmosphere. It's really loud and intense. Resident Evil 5's like action atmosphere was pretty decent. It wasn't as good as this, but it's like not bad. I think that RE4 just has more bright notes to it, and bright notes sound intense. 5 has the best Mercenaries theme. I disagree. I do think that it has really good music in it, especially Rushed in the Summer. Although I don't think... Is that Mercenaries or is that Versus? Or was that Mercenaries Reunion? But, Resident Evil 4 Mercenaries has Wesker's theme, Krauser's theme. They're just too good. And then Mercenaries 3D has really good tracks as well. Ada's Mercenaries theme is also fantastic. Come on. Yay. Oh! I thought I got lucky. I'm like, ooh, nice. He missed his pitchfork animation, and then the other guy is in the middle or towards the end of his taking out his axe animation. So I thought that I could run it, but nah, his animation was too quick for me. I figured it would be fine. As soon as they grabbed me, I'm like, I think I'll be okay. And then the Fan HD fixed this water, so now it doesn't look like weird gelatin. But it looks even better in the GameCube. Not even like a subtle thing, it's like entirely different water system. I got lucky there. I heard something about that they're actually from another game. Is there any that's original to Resident Evil 4, or is it all of them? And hell, talking about Resident Evil sound design, not even every room is, like, loud or has, like, crazy atmosphere like this area. It's primarily soundscape. And even classic Resident Evil is like that too, to where there's music in almost every room except the rooms where it's completely quiet. But that's like, you know, scarcely done. But for the most part, I would say that the RE4 remake sounds like this most of the time. And if it does have music, it'll just be only faintly overlaying what you're hearing right now. Why do you think it flopped? The PN03. Not all of them. Only Krauser and Hunk's theme are from PN03. Okay. I love Krauser's theme. I think it's fantastic. Hunk's is really good, but I don't like... I think it's like my least favorite. Hold on. It was very arcadey during a time when games were becoming more expansive. Oh yeah, isn't that a thing with God Hands as well? God Hand, they were like, oh, I can't figure this out, it's bad or something like that. It's like they didn't want to learn its like system. But I guess that's not surprising. It's a shame. It's kind of like the whole thing with Mercenaries 3D. It's like, what is it? It's a newer Resident Evil game, and by newer I mean 3DS, where the entire game is the arcadey action scoring game. It's not tacked onto a narrative game. It's not tacked onto a game that has cutscenes. It's just an arcadey game. But we're at a point to where now we view that was not all the time, but like in terms of AAA companies and this, they view it as lesser. Like, oh, there's no story, there's no cutscenes, there's no characterization. Oh, thank you for the follow. Therefore, it's not as good. It's not as valuable. Oh, Tetris? Tetris isn't a real game. I mean, Tetris is just Last of Us 2 is just so much better than Tetris, you know? And it's sad because it's different. That's what I heard. Anybody who actually played or bothered to understand God Hand apparently liked it, and it was just kind of stupid journalists that didn't know how to figure it out. That just said, "Oh, I don't know what to do. This sucks. It's the game's fault." You read reviews of games like God Hand, Mercenaries 3D, etc., and you can easily guess which reviewers grew up in arcades and which ones grew up with home consoles and didn't have any friends. Hold on, let me, Can anybody, approve that message? It won't let me. I have to, like... Resident Evil 4 is weird when it comes to tabbing out. Not as bad as other games, but... God Hand is one of the more anticipated games, that people want me to play, and I really want to as well. Hold on, I'll have to prove it myself. Oh, there we go. My mods are asleep. But, I like arcade action games. Like, I want more of them. And if an arcade action game also has cutscenes, it's like, I'm fine with that. That's what this game is. This is an arcade action game, and it has a cinematic story and narrative, and you could skip all the cinematic stuff if you want. You can skip the intercom shit, you can skip the cutscenes, you can do whatever the hell you want. It's like almost like a perfect balance. Same thing with like Devil May Cry, Bayonetta. You could skip the cinematic shit and then go to the game. Except when Bayonetta 2 has a few moments of force walking for no reason. And then Bayonetta 3 is like way worse about it. Bayonetta 3 is like really annoying. Alright, enjoy your scripted set piece early boss that you can't beat. Now hold Bayonetta forward while she limps around, and it's just stupid. I want... Yeah! This was harder to do on professional difficulty because the Ganados are programmed to just sprint more, so they wouldn't give me enough time to be with the Salvador long enough for me to do that shit. Whoa! Where are you? Yay! Whee! Oh, damn it. I got too cocky. I missed my first shot and he just had too much time to recover. Where's my fucking parry? Like, what a shitty game. Hi. I'm doing pretty good. I'm just kind of vibing. Back to fucking around. Just doing a little bit of casual RE4 session. This is going to be one of my longest streams in a bit. It won't be as long as my 10-hour streams, but it feels good to do a long one after going back to 3-hour hell. 3 hours is just no fun. Un Falastello! Whoa! Damn it. Wait, yeah, fuck that. I'll start over. It's like I gotta get better with my damn aim and with this thing. Or it's not so much my aim, and sometimes I do it too close into their model to where I'm inside them and I'm not able to like really swipe at their face exactly. I think I'm probably like swiping like in the back of their through the back of their head, if that makes sense. Oh, is there anything in this? Shit, alright. I'll get that other thing later. Yeah! The other guy hasn't come, but he's a thrower. There we go. Alright, come on. Damn it! Alright. I'll be serious then. I don't feel like trial and error in this again. I was doing the same thing in professional, but it was harder to do it then. I'll just... I just wanna go. La 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 la. Leon's hair is so beautiful. Oh my god, it's so pretty. Look at the texture. Look at the color, man. I mean, for the Merker, of course we are talking about the Fan HD, but still. Look at the varying colors. Like, they have a little bit of cold tones, warm tones. It's just really aesthetic and nice to look at. Unlike modern Resident Evil hair, and I know it's different. This hair is like... It's not individual hair follicles. It's like shapes. And then they have like a texture like overlaying on it. Kind of. There's like transparency stuff they're doing, kind of. Sort of. Modern hair is a little bit different. But what I hate about modern hair is that it's too sharp. It's too... Every single hair strand is just way too clear. And how lighting affects it is odd, making hair kind of glow in the dark. Whoa. Why are you going at that angle? He kept like curving. Yeah. I love running to melee opportunities. Okay, hold on. Like doing dangerous moves, but counting on the fact that you're going to be running like towards a QTE and you might be able to hit it before like you get killed and get the iframes. Oh, that's so cute. Let's do something stupid and risky. Oh, I wanted to hit his head. Damn it. Well, now that they're out of the way, it's just you and me. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go for the knives. Hee hee. Come on. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about. God, he's not really scary. If only his eyes were glowing orange. I mean, technically, the Ganados do have glowing orange eyes, but it's a little bit different. Only visible at night. What? What the? Oh, huh? I didn't even remember you being in here. Ugh. Gee, how can I tell what is possibly breakable? I mean, there's nothing to indicate. Like, can you guys tell? What if they put yellow paint? I want my bird nest. Boop. Go for it. Go for it. That's... Oh, fuck. Damn it. Saw an article the other day that said RE9 mastered yellow paint. They did make it look a lot less excessively bad. Like just if you have to use yellow, just use it like a little bit, I guess. Like if it has, that has to be the color. Have your ladder have a little bit of yellow on it. It's like, it's not that big of a deal, I guess. That's not the most aesthetic, but Resident Evil 4's issue was just making it look like they took a paint bucket and then just like threw it at a wall all the time, and then threw it at a cliffside, and then threw it at just everywhere. I think there's better ways to like do it than yellow paint. Even if they do yellow like more aesthetically, I feel like it's kind of like a gaudy color, I guess. There's just like better things to do, like lighting, like that's not encased in shadow. It just kind of glows. You can just see it, like notice it. Use sources of light to highlight. Like put like a candle near your ladder or something. It looks pretty. It still makes things obvious or pop, but looks nicer. RE4 remake, remove yellow paint. Mod, mastered yellow paint. Yeah, master it by removing it. Based. Resident Evil 4, make all characters stop yapping during gameplay mod.
Got something that might interest you.
I think it's because people didn't grow up gaming. I watch streamers who can't tell what's movable in PS1 games. Like, they can't tell that the objects are rendered different than in background objects. Oh, like old cartoons. When you can tell what's like a flat backdrop and what's like clearly going to be animated like a big boulder or something. Not streamers, people in general. What are you talking about? Can you clarify?
Thank you.
I think it's not that people don't grow up playing games. I think it depends on what games you grew up playing. So there's probably a lot of people that maybe grow up, like, this is gonna sound so boomer, but there's probably a lot of people that just grew up playing multiplayer games or something, like Fortnite or whatever the hell people play for social, and then maybe they become streamers or something, and they're like, oh, I want to try like a PS2 game, like, you know. Who do you think deserves Leon? Sherry, Ashley, Ada, or Claire? Which one will be more controversial and fucked up? That one. Yo, Leon should get with Sherry and Ashley and Ada and Claire. Bro, make him like a super womanizer. Like, make him really toxic and watch how many people turn on him.
What are you buying?
Krauser, though. Make him with Krauser. This gun is so incredible. Look at this. I don't think it's a game thing. A lot of people are bad at I Spy. So it's more like an observation kind of issue that, like, they would struggle even in non-gaming context. I feel like that's a fair thing to point out. I think that's a good theory. I also think that, like, some people are just ditzy. They're not, like, bad people or necessarily stupid exactly. Some people are just ditzy and just don't notice obvious things. I do it. I feel like people, like, I don't hate Darkseid Phil like everybody else does, but I think sometimes people shit on him. Like, I know there's a lot of, like, in real life things about his personality and this and that and whatever, but I think sometimes they will scrutinize any, like, ditzy moment he has and kind of tuck away their own ditzy moments, equally stupid things that they have maybe done or missed. I'm just saying that a lot of people have blonde moments. Ooh, my mama, our chocolates are done. Yeah. But I think, to get back to that, sorry, I was responding to my mama. I think that, like we talked about before, you have to have a cutoff point on who you are willing to leave in the dust. You can't keep accommodating the stupidest people on the planet. If you bring in 50 if you bring in 50 playtesters, you can't focus on the stupidest fucking one there and curate especially to them. It's like, do it within reason. Probably not. WW. I mean, I do like nautical stuff, but I wouldn't say I have a particular affinity towards Titanic. Like, Titanic's just another ship that sunk. I've, like, lots of ships sunk, not just Titanic is what I mean to say. But people obsess over specifically Titanic for some reason. Over any other ship. I don't know. I think that, if we're not talking for business, because obviously a lot of things are done with a business mindset, like, we want the most amount of people to want to buy the game so we maximize profits, but if we're just talking about artistic merit, I think that there is room for games to be completely hardcore, to where it is meant to filter out lots of people and just cater to a hardcore audience. I feel like that's fair. I also think that it's valid to try to do a happy middle ground to make a game that medium to high skill levels can enjoy. And I feel like original Resident Evil 4 kind of leans that way. I feel like you can be like not the most experienced or expert in like action games and then eventually get the hang of Resident Evil 4. Or at least that's how it was for me. Like, when I was growing up, I wouldn't say that I played that many action games, not to this degree anyway. Mostly, you know, I was playing like slower paced methodical Resident Evils, like the RE1, 2, and then Nintendo and stuff. Resident Evil 4 was one of the early big, like, oh, this is like an intense action game, and I got through it. Ghost, my friend who rated me earlier, Ghost doesn't feel like they're particularly that good at video games, but they're playing through Resident Evil 4 and they're getting through it. Granted, there's adaptive difficulty that Resident Evil 4 does, which probably helps with that, but I don't prefer adaptive difficulty, personally. I think that adaptive difficulty, it is good for tackling the, making a game that can appease different skill levels, but it can be bad for people of, like, higher skill level, I suppose? Or people who want a more uphill battle and they don't want the game to adapt to their, skill issues, I guess. I just love when they do that. So if you're bad at the game will adjust itself, which is why professional exists. Right, because, like, professional is supposed to be to where it's cranked up to max at all times. I don't know why having important things marked with paint or whatever couldn't it just be a toggle on the options. That's something that make both audiences happy, in my opinion. I feel like that's fair. Make it a choice. Hold on, I need to think ahead. I believe it's ZMV. Yatta! Oh, thank you, Decim. You're so sweet. You have to have a capitalist mindset when looking at dev decisions. What does that mean exactly? And I'm not saying that, like, to throw shade. What exactly... I don't even know what capitalist exactly means. I know that it's, like, a political thing, and I probably sound stupid for not knowing what it exactly entails, but what does... How do you summarize the word capitalist? What makes money? So, like, business corpo-oriented? So you only need, like, what, 10? 10 of these? Yeah! Didn't get everything at the graveyard. Like, I kind of... I remember the blue coins, and then I forget them. Like, I'm kind of all over the place with that. Yeah, I forgot, though. Like I was saying, I sometimes keep forgetting that I'm trying to get all the medallions. But it's okay if I can't get the free upgrade. I'll just be happy to have the gun at all. Because a lot of time, I just stick with, oh, wait, not that. I stick with this bad boy. Beautiful. I know I forgot something. VR now. I don't have the means to play it in VR. VR is too gimmicky for me to invest in. Ah! And I keep seeing people even saying, like, it feels like VR is just dropped off, that nobody's, like, investing in it or wanting to really make anything. Like, Half-Life Alyx came out, and then it's just, I guess that's nothing but gimmicky stuff after it. And then there's also, VR chat. VR chat seems like the coolest thing to get a VR for. But I'm not social. I don't know how to talk to furries. You know, old brain VR back. Sex? Arcade shooters. Ooh, that'd be cool. They probably have some stuff like that. First person view rail shooter type stuff, I guess. Oh, jeez, I don't have enough room for anything that I desire. Oh. Ew! Ew! La, 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 la. So I saw somebody do this. Wait, no, so some of the birds do fly away, but hey, I don't even have, I don't have the, flash anyway. No offense, this is the worst attached case I've ever seen. Why? Well, because of how I'm organized? Oh, I don't bother with that. Being OCD about Resident Evil organization can be fun. And sometimes I'll have runs where I care about that, but I feel like it doesn't really matter. Like, I just do organized chaos to where I vaguely know where I tend to put things, and then I just boom. But to me, if you worry about organizing, it's like I usually play Resident Evil to run and gun. Dicking around in the inventory just kind of hurts the pacing for me. Organizing is like a few first runs kind of thing. After that, making it look weird or bad on purpose is the joy, in my opinion. I see. I think it's also probably fine, like, for people who, oh yeah, I play Resident Evil 4 every other, like, 5 years or so. Like, you know, they return to it sometimes, but there's always so much space in between those playthroughs that it always feels really, really fresh when they go back to it. But I play it, like, 10 times a year. I don't even know if I've really ever had a year where I didn't play Resident Evil 4 at least once. So when you replay and you replay and you replay, like, it just gets old managing, like, the inventory stuff. It doesn't really do anything for me.
What are you selling?
I want my cool. When I get my red 9? Oh, I already have it. I want this. Oh, do I? Yeah. I want to sell my red 9. Oh, I don't want to sell my red 9. I love my red 9. I think I'll just keep it. This is a red 9 save, so I'll keep my red 9. Auto sort? What, in the remake? Yeah. I don't think there's an auto sort in the original. Oh. Oh. Some Red 9 shenanigans. Oh, right. Del Lago. Somehow it's weird. They made the Del Lago in ways feel good in the remake and also feel worse. I don't know how they did it, but somehow they did it. Only RE game I play every year is Outbreak. I want to play Outbreak, but I need to play with people. And because it requires organizing a group to get together, I just kind of prolong it. Because it's kind of hard to get, like, okay, guys, so when are you free? I'm free Wednesday. I'm free Thursday. I'm not free until 2 weeks from now. I'm only available on Wednesday for 30 minutes at 5. And it's just, eh. And then you got to do a setup, and by setup, crying for somebody who's tech savvy to do the setup for me, to be able to make it so we can play it online. So I've been delaying it. My friends have been wanting to play Outbreak for 10 years. But you know what? It doesn't help that they're always like, hey, Pumpkin, when are you going to set that up? I don't know. When are you going to set it up? When are you going to set it up and say, by the way, Pumpkin, be there next Thursday. I'm setting it up right now. Then I'll go, okay. But, oh! Man. Normally I just run it, but I got distracted by the snake. I really wanted him. Shut up. Get away from me. Stop. Ah! La, 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 la. I will always have the fondest of memories of playing this on randomizer and all these enemies being regenerator, and it doesn't fucking matter because you just run through it anyway. Oh my god! 30 regenerators to run past. It's just funny. Like, the game was easier on a randomizer. It was awesome. Because it'd be like, oh my god, this really intense hard enemy, but they're put in an area that puts them at a disadvantage. Like, that would happen a lot. I remember the Gigante boss fight. They switched it out, and I kept, like, being like, I want it to be Krauser! I want it to be Krauser! And then it was just, like, the helicopter, and then it flew away, and then I didn't even have to fight anything. Finally, I have my full hair. Resident Evil 4 mod, every enemy is Krauser. Dude. Sometimes I can literally have, like, godlike runs on this boss. I can count on my one hand how many times that's happened, too. See, I'm getting better at risky shots like that. I'm starting to get more of an intimate feel for, like, what you can get away with. Oh, wait, nope. Oh, I actually, okay. I got lucky. Damn it. I hate when it does that. The damn, like, lawn turn. Stop shaking. Oh, shit. I wasn't aligned right. Interesting. It's like, look, if you use the analog stick, look how slow you go if you use D-pad. But the analog stick is better for aim in the harpoon. Come on. Ugh. Damn it. I keep thinking that it's gonna, like, realign in the middle, and it's not. Maybe I'm misremembering how it goes. Go. Ugh. Sorry, this is one of the rough runs. Damn it. I don't think it's that. I think that they just thought that yellow paint would make things visible. I don't think it's regarding selling copies. I mean, what is happening, dude? Like, I don't know what's going on with all this, like, movement, the extra movement I'm needing to do. I'm just not used to this. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. What was I gonna say? The idea of making things overly hand-holdy is done to try to guarantee more copies, though. Yeah. But that's the worst run. Like, my worst runs is usually me hitting the logs more. That was the worst run in the sheer amount of, like, doing the lawn turns and my crosshair not being aligned in the center. Like, maybe I'm just not on point right now. Maybe normally when I play, I just, like, align it in the, or I just keep it in the center. Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. Damn it, I missed. Almost tempted to restart. Shake my head. Come on, pull out. Ugh. Damn it. Damn it, I was even curving the right way. That's not a big deal. Come on, pull out! I've always hated that. I've always hated, like, that delay moment where you have to just wait before you're allowed to pull out the harpoon. But it's fine. It's just trying to force a limitation. Whatever. But despite that, I don't think the remake made it feel better. The remake made it... I felt like it made it more dragged out for a different reason. Like, my fastest runs, I actually have recorded. My fastest run, I can get this down really quick, but most of the time it kind of goes like this. Or worse. Yeah. Oh, he's so unconscious. Hot. See, look at this. Well, keep in mind, we also have, like, a built-in flashlight, but... Okay. The box is clearly visible. It's just, we're in a dark room. It should be dark. There, look, the light's not even facing anywhere near it. It's just lit brighter. That's it. That's just how the model works. With those, what do they do with them? They just make them shimmer. It's what Resident Evil 1 Remake does, and 0, where it's an animated shimmer. It's not like yellow or like paint cans. It's like, I feel like that looks fine. Nobody's offended, and I don't think anybody has ever been offended by something like that. Maybe somebody, maybe an 80s kid might thought it was annoying. Like, fair. But in terms of, like, what's better, yellow paint or that, I would say even an 80s kid would agree with a 90s kid, right? Can 80s and 90s kids coexist peacefully? Thank you. My 80s friends making fun of me for complaining about old school Mario having a life system. And that if you died, you'd have to start the entire game over. And her calling me a big baby. Shake my head. 80s kids bullying us poor 90s kids. What if I just didn't? What if I just didn't use a flash on you for once? I always do, but you know what? Fuck you. I'm just keeping it. But that is kind of risky because they are able to do a swipe when they're on the ground. But I think he did one, and then I had chose to, like, run past him. I didn't, like, see it, but I'm sure he probably did it. Can't make a climbing segment shimmer, though? What, like the rope? That's what you do right there. Look, it stands out. It's just lit. It's lit brighter. Alright, so let's see what's up here. No, this isn't where the lever is. We'll get to the lever and then we'll figure out what we're supposed to do. Somehow, some way. Isn't the, wait, is it, there it is. Buddy? Oh shit, hold on, sorry. Wait. YouTube chat disappeared. Hi! Okay, so we as the player are stuck, right? How do we make things visible? Well, that's lit bright, that's lit bright, and then that's lit bright. It's kind of obvious. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. And hell, it's like, you could even say it's warm tinted in a cold tinted game. Well, a cold tinted section. A lot of the game is actually warm tinted. Some areas are cold, some are warm. But they stood out contrasty. Color contrast, lighting contrast. And then, like, oh, what can we say that this is put here to show you where to go? They do seem to have like fires put there, like put in like the path. Communicated with light sources. Light sources are pretty. How am I supposed to know what to do? Maybe they should draw a illustration of the lever right here, like right here. Just in case I don't notice the lever, I might notice the drawing of the lever. It's like, how did they make this stand out? Like, well, I guess they added baked in. Well, I wouldn't say this is baked in light, and this looks like it's just rust, but it stands out. Like, there you go. Recently finished Expedition 33, and they made the rock a slightly different color to climb. That's all you need to do. Oh, you know what I want to do? I don't... Oh, no. Oh, man. Stand on a box and knife anybody? That's adorable. See, Resident Evil 4 is so versatile and cool. There's like 5,000 different things you can do. Ways you can play. Yeah! I'll tell you though, with all my experience with Resident Evil 4, I still suck at the double Gigante fight in terms of making that not last forever. But everybody said that you're not upgrading your guns enough for it. That's why. And I'm like, I don't want to though. I don't want to upgrade my guns. I want my money. La, 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 la. What even is my bolt action rifle at on this file?
Got a selection of
Sell.
Is that? Thank you. What are you buying? Thank you.
We don't really need this. But you know what? Let's try it. I haven't had a full upgraded gun in a while. Because as you can see, I don't replay on the same file. I just start a new file all the time. That's kind of fun. Okay, what should we do? La 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 la. Alright, increases the firepower beyond the weapon's threshold. Yay! Cool. This'll be kind of fun. Ah, I should have upgraded the shotgun. Ew! Why do I have this? Oh, right. I got it to sell it. I forgot to sell it.
What are you buying?
What am I buying? I'm selling this piece of shit.
Thank you.
Hee 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 hee. Thank you. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Da da da. But the other shotgun is cooler. Which one is this called? This is the Striker. What's the... I like the riot gun. It looks cooler. It looks kind of like the one in RE1 Remake. I don't know if it's the same, but... Oh. Since I just upgraded the capacity of my rifle, it should be at, like, max. I don't think I need to reload it. I've knifed him before. Oh my god, this is so strong. What the fuck? What? What? Really? Damn. Huh? That's crazy. I have not had fully upgraded guns in a while. Normally when I play, I just play vanilla raw dog, vanilla raw dog, vanilla raw dog. No upgrades, nothing. Just from the beginning. That's when it's the most challenging because this is a fun boss fight. This is actually fun to run around and just get little pot shots with your shotgun, and then when the Plagas comes out, shoot with the sniper rifle, and if you're ballsy, you can shoot him with the sniper rifle a bit, and then run over and do the knife too. It's pretty fun. Oh wow, that's the fastest I've ever done it. My goodness, my goodness. Ew, I want it. Wait, I want to shut it. Where be everything? Did I already picked that up? Okay. I thought there was a building I haven't gone in. Is it this one? Yeah. Well, that was easy. Pretty cool. And then we kind of... Oh, let's do this. Da-da-da. Look at all this beautiful rain. So cool. This is my favorite part of the game, is the village section with all the rain, because you're exposed to the night sky. I mean, I guess you're exposed to the night sky in the island section, but you don't have the rain to go with it. This is like when it's spookiest. And it's such a brief moment, you know. La 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 la. What's wrong? What the? Whoa, huh? That doesn't normally happen. I thought that I mastered it. Like, as long as you keep moving, the dogs are programmed to prioritize running after you. So they never stop and they never stop and do an attack. I guess I just slipped up somehow. Maybe it's because I just ran too close to his face or something. The other good atmosphere is whenever you deal with the regenerators. The regenerator theme is really nice. And I like it because it's like a lot of Resident Evil 4 music is dark ambience with a bit of a melody to it. Sort of, kind of like RE1 Remake a little bit, but not quite. Kind of, sort of. I love RE1 Remake music. Green, green, green. Red. Red. And then we have our character, Ashley. A very good AI, and a character that is actually almost exactly as nice as the Ashley in the remake. She just got mad at Lewis for being creepy to her once. She doesn't like her panties being looked at, which maybe people think is a bitch move of her or something, but I thought it was just comedic value they did. And then, when she coughs blood And Leon's like, are you okay? And then she kind of like, she freaks out and then she runs ahead because she's scared. That's why. She's not like a bad person or anything. But modern Ashley is like an overcorrection of we are going to manufacture her into being the perfect wife. And they did a good job. They got exactly what they wanted. Some people insist that like original Ashley's voice is graded. And I'm gonna assume most of the time, from what I've seen, most of the time it does seem to be about her cry for help whenever she gets grabbed. I don't think it's that bad, but in terms of her voice in general, she does have more of like an anime twang to her. Modern Ashley, I mean modern Resident Evil voice acting in general is like overly polished. You guys know how it is. Except Krauser. Krauser is like really cringe, but to give modern Krauser credit, he does at least sound anime, which is a little bit campy. Oh, see, look, the light thing was doing the flicker. I thought we fixed that with the HD fan HD thing. Why was it back to doing that? I've never been overly in love with this Ashley outfit. I think it's fine and cute, but... Don't woman-splain to me. So, from when I last played, I usually do a passive thing where I take Ashley up to... When we get back to the town, I take Ashley up the ladder where it's like a bell tower or something. I don't remember. And I leave her up there, and the Ganados just don't seem to be programmed to climb up there to get her. But if you try to do it on professional, they aren't having it because they just run at you faster. You don't have enough time to put Ashley up there, from what I remember. So I learned that it's actually not that hard to just take Ashley with you. And I'll show you what I mean in a second. So normally I take her up there, but now we're just gonna run and guns. Actually... Oops. I can't see. Hold on. Since I can't see, let's do an emergency little flash. Let's heal Ashley, because I let her get hit. Hi, Ashley. You coming with me? This way. It's like a little bit clumsy, but I'm not overly as practiced just rushing this way with her with me. It's like, it's kind of fun, like, if you want to, you could put her in here. If you're, like, you know, anxious or whatever. Or if you're confident enough, you could just bring her along for the ride. It's like, it's cool that it's a choice. No, I don't know if I've missed any other ones. Like, there's one on the, what do you call it? Yeah, that thing over here. I never got that. Ashley, I hear them coming. My gun is so strong. Hell, it was already strong anyway. But, you know, it's a bit upgraded. Ahí está. Ahí está. Whoa. Whoa, Ashley, that was dangerous. Whoa! Watching it, like, do that, like, animation was actually a bit scary. I don't know if I'm gonna worry about grabbing everything. But there's, like, 2 blue medallions that I saw. Where are you? Down. Okay, so... This one I think I actually forgot about. Hold on. This is... Wait, I saw it for a second. Yay! Alright. And then I think... Oh, wait. I probably still fucked it up. It's whatever. It's no big deal. Ashley hate is just skill issue. For the most part. Because most of them complain about hearing her scream for help and dying. Remake Ashley is the male fantasy. She's perfect. She's gentle. She doesn't do anything wrong. She doesn't ever raise her voice. Not to me. Not to her man.
I opened it, Leon.
Yet her AI is worse. Huh? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. And that's an objective fact. Like, does anybody actually, like, you can like the RE4 remake, but does anybody actually go, yeah, she's so much better in the remake because her AI runs wherever she wants to go? Or is it just kind of like maybe it's an irritant, but maybe fans just deal with it? Which I think is valid. There's games that I play that have issues, and I don't like the issues, but I just deal with it. Sometimes I don't even mark score. Like, we're about to get to a section that does things that I dislike. For example, Lewis will knock Ganados out of the combo that I'm about to do on them. Or the melee I'm about to do on them. You do? What's your reason for liking Modern Ashley's AI? Or is it what I said to her? It's not that you like that she runs around, but you just don't mind it. You just deal with it. I want to do something more aggressive than usual. I want them to just break through. Like, why? I don't want to drag this out. Like, let them come at me. Like, if you think you could take me on, take me on. She just worked, had 0 problems. I don't know if I believe that. Shall I help you, fellas? But maybe you just had a lucky run. Hey, how about I help you fellas out? How about I help you guys out too? You're struggling. One downside, though, is that if you are a heavy melee-reliant player and you accidentally get criticals a lot, it makes it to where you can't do, like, good setups. Because crowd control is just so helpful for a lot of reasons. Hold on. Is that a Placus? Yeah, come out. No. Now, would I do this on professional mode? I need a bit more practice before I start doing cocky plays on professional. Damn! What the hell? Oh, damn it, you finished them off before I could. Lewis, are you dancing? Oh, right, they made this section easier in the remake, which is really annoying. It felt easier and shorter. Hold on. I would like to use the sniper rifle, but there's a Ganado that's about to come up. But you know what? Let's risk it. I don't care. Yay! I might get a hit, but it's worth it. Oh, wait, hold on. Yay! Oh my god, they're all Plagas, bro! Whoa! That was scary. Damn it, everybody's a fucking Plagas. Okay, I'm gonna have to do something drastic. This doesn't kill them, though, unfortunately. It's getting dicey. Come up here, everybody. All right, we're gonna have to come up here to deal with this shit.
Use this.
Thank you, Lewis. Oh, what the hell? Is that how it's gonna go now? Just one shot with this gun? Man, I'm not used to the beefy guns anymore. I don't play Resident Evil 4 Remake on professional, but if we're comparing Resident Evil 4 original to the remake, this section is easier in the remake. I don't think it's fair to compare. Oh, damn. I don't think it's fair to compare, like, professional difficulty on the remake to normal difficulty in the original RE4. You know what I mean? Another thing about the OG, you could start shooting Ganados in this section while they were outside already because only killer count matters. In the remake, you had to wait until they get in to drop the wooden boards. So you can't, like, control it. You can't, like, just make it go faster. This is the first time I actually did it this aggressively in terms of just, like, breaking the boards and letting them come in. But damn, that actually works out better. Like, that makes, if, like, I were to speed run, that's probably what I would want to do. Like, if I wanted to go for an actual speed run, not, like, a casual for fun thing. That's what you would do, right? But it is a little bit crazy how quickly they all become Plagas. And I mean, they're always like that, but that felt like the first time to where it's like Plagas, like every 5 seconds. Okay, so you're saying if you're playing both on professional that the remake is harder. But is it harder for the right reasons, or is it harder because you don't have hit stun? Look at all these beautiful pieces of paper. Because I like how Resident Evil 4 feels. I don't like how Resident Evil 4 Remake feels. So I don't really know if I want to play it on professional. Oh, right. I have the gun. Well, I'm able to buy the, what is it? Where is it? Is it that gun? Or no, is it Punisher? Wait, what? Oh, yeah. But I don't want it because I have my super awesome gun that I'm too emotionally attached to. I don't want to sell it. 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 No.
Not enough cash, stranger.
Fine. I didn't want it anyway. Ooh.
Not enough cash. Come back.
That's fine. I don't need it anyway. We're gonna do both. Especially now that we know that the Gigante is just so weak against my awesome striker and rifle. It's this one, right? Yeah, this is the Gigante, and then the other way is the other people. The sisters and all of their friends. Leon! Come on, Ash! I want free damage! Are you not as... Okay, I was about to say, I'm like, hey, are you not as effective? I mean, okay. Actually, we gotta go! Oh, fuck. Thought he was gonna fall on us. Ha ha ha. La, la, la. Yeah, la, la, la. Now all these beautiful, Holmes quote are safe.
Wait.
Stop following me. Thank God. The legacy of this town is preserved. I saw a box. Strikers, yeah. It's usually better to do it up close. But I was hoping that I can kind of bullshit it, that maybe it was just so strong that I could just snipe with it. But that's okay. He eventually comes to me, as all men do. Let's go. I wish that another Gigante would show up. Ha. Let's use this key item. Money run. If we do both, perhaps we will be able to afford my cool vest. But nah, I don't want my vest. I just want my God Striker. Vest is cool and all, but just it'll make it too easy. It feels so wrong to play this way. It's like you don't need to use a Chicago typewriter to be God. You don't need to use an infinite rocket launcher to be God. Just play one new game plus. And you're a fucking god. Oh. Alright, I think I did it right? No! Well, no, I'll be back for you. 30% damage at range, damn.
Wait.
Come on, everybody! It's fun down here! Woo! Yeah! Wow! That's what I got! No. Wait. Damn. Too strong, man. How much did it increase the firepower? I kind of wish that I didn't go for the exclusive. I'm wondering how strong this would have been at the not bullshit upgrade. Just for curiosity's sake. Woo! Oh my goodness. Oh, Ashley! Oh god, I thought you got stuck on his body. And that he was going to become a Plagas. Oh, actually, you know what? Come down here. Let's fight the Chainsaw Sisters together. Oh, this is going to be so scary. Whoa! I don't have any flashes. That's so not good. That's not good. Oh. Handy dandy dish. Whoa, whoa, it's over! My bad miscalculation! Oh, Ashley, my wife, she's dead. But that's okay. I have Sherry, and I have Claire, and I have Ada, and I have Krauser. I have lots of wives. All Resident Evil canon. Whoa, that actually affects her up there? Ahí está. Whoa. Let's go. Whoa, let's go. It's actually scary that if you shoot them when they're like facing you like that, they'll like stumble towards you while having the blade Plagas. It makes them very threatening. I see other people like, they like to go for leg shots more than I do. And if you go for leg shots, I guess it lowers your chances at dealing with a Plagas coming out. Ashley, what'd you think of that? Now, obviously, the smart thing to do would be to tuck her away, but I mean, I have the fucking striker. So if I use the striker and don't fuck around, I'll be fine. I would have liked to have a flash, but I'll be fine without it. I thought there was something I was running towards. Where's the, drop? That's where we came from. Wait, where is it? Where's my circle? Do you think it would make the other chainsaw users any more threatening if they also had the scythe Plagas while attacking with the chainsaw? Yeah. Wait, where's the... Okay, here it is. Here's my circle dome. Ashley, come on, come on. They spawn her right there to get grabbed. Okay, so... Oh, ow! One of them's dead or both of them? No. Now they can quick turn too, I think. Whee! I don't feel like dealing with you guys. All you guys do is throw stuff. You're not like coming to me properly. Oh, they're still behind me, so they'll probably creep up soon. Let's use this on me. Wow, my health bar is all maxed out. Woo! Ahí está! Whoa, let's go. Oh, you're just falling down. It's okay. I'll get hit, but... It's not over yet. You know what? You don't have any health, Ashley. Let's... Ashley, come on. Use on Ashley. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I think the music's still playing because it's remembering the throw-in guys in the back. Because I don't think anybody else is, like, immediately here. I remember turning the game off here, being super anxious and terrified of this section. It is intense. For the longest time, I never wanted to really do it. I would just choose Gigante because you can run through it. It's like you don't even have to kill Gigante. But when you get more confident, then you can kill Gigante to get his money. And then when you get more confident, you just do both sections so you can maximize money and also just maximize, like, fun. It's, like, cool. More money, more money. We go up here. Alright, so I'm gonna get the God Striker now, right? That's crazy. Is he gonna continuously remind me that I have the ability to get the thing? I mean, I'm fine with that. I think that's like, whatever. Tune up. Do I actually have enough money to do it?
Is that all? Thank you.
I did it right. Oh my god. Wait, it's like 100. That's so insane. That is so crazy. Look at that. I thought it was actually lower. I thought it was like 30 or 50 or something. Not 100. Look at that. That is so cool. Oh, wait. We're going to the lift, right? Do you think that during Operation Javier, Leon and Krauser had a 10-minute sloppy makeout session? Kissing is weak. Plowing is better. Manuela, hold the camera. Steady it. Steady it. Okay. I get a close-up shot. Make it a full campaign game, please. But nobody listens to PumpkinSynth's amazing ideas. Can't see. There we go. Can't see. Wait, there he is. Huh? Do they even have this in the remake? Like this part? Oh, have a good night. I'm actually, well, I'm gonna wrap up pretty soon. I'm basically gonna do the big cheese boss fight, and then I'm gonna call it. Let's see how fast I can do it now. Cause my method, like, I guess depending on how upgraded or not my guns are, because for the most part I usually play with them, like, I usually fight him on a completely fresh new game. I don't, play with upgraded stuff. I don't know how fast I can actually get him, but when I play him, like, fresh, it's a little bit dragged out, but not that bad. It doesn't help that my method might be just a little bit slower than other people's. It's only in separate ways? Aw, shit. Separate ways is so... I wish I liked it more. I think the consensus is that it, in a way, it kind of is better than... Oh my god. Ashley, it's over. In a way, it's kind of better than old Separate Ways, but it's more annoying in other ways. Ashley, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought you. Where am I? Okay, I gotta do, like, the whole thing over. That's fine. Wait, right? Or did I just finish something? Oh. Wait. Oh, I think I... Oh, you could just backtrack. Okay, that's why. Because I got confused for a second, because I don't normally die there. So I got rearranged. Or what's the term? Also, hello, Mush. I'm doing good. I just want to run and get back to it. I don't remember what's even in the one room or the locker.
Wait.
I need you here, Ashley. I'm sorry. Alright, Ashley, coast is clear. But have a good night, Platinum. I enjoyed the Crowbcat video. It was funny. That was a lucky, like, second shot that I got. There were sections that I really liked in the remake. Separate Ways was like the Gigante fight with the grappling hook, but overall, I never really felt like replaying it. The grappling hook was kind of interesting. I never, like, mastered that boss, though. Because I've only, like, played through it once. I wonder how I would feel about RE4 Remake after I replay it 30 times. But the problem is that I don't really want to replay it much. Let alone 30 times. Would I protect you like Ashley? Do you put out? Not to imply she does. I'm just wondering if you would have an edge over her.
Wait.
I gotta sell this machine gun ammo. I don't want it anymore. Would I mount you? Yeah. You put out?
What are you selling?
I got onto the catchers! Yeah! Where's that ammo that I hate? Ew. Get the hell away from me. What am I doing? What's going on? What am I doing? What's wrong? What's going on? Hey! Is this a... What the... Oh my god! Oh, it's equipped. Okay, never mind. What's going on? What am I doing? Oh!
What are you buying? What are you selling?
Where's my... Oh, there it is. I share for a high price.
Follow me.
No, we're going the right way. Sure, do I want to use the mines on the big man? The big old man? Wait. Stay here. Don't follow me. What's the exclusive upgrade for the mine thrower?
Not enough cash, stranger.
Shake my head.
Follow me.
Mine gun is one of my biggest regrets. I thought it looked stupid, so I never used it or got to enjoy it. Don't worry. It's okay to be wrong. It's so good. It's so fun. And then they ruined it in the remake, and we like that. Normally, I go up there. I don't stay down here, so... Oh my god, you are so weak and vulnerable to me! Huh? Oh my god! And this is proof that the remake is better. I mean, look at this shit. This is crazy. Now I get my resources. La 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 la. You can see why I prefer to play on completely new games and not just replay with all my upgraded weapons and being overpowered in places where I shouldn't be. You kind of lose a bit of the magic of how the game is meant to be balanced, you know? Same with Resident Evil 5. Resident Evil 5 is actually fun when you do a new game and you're kind of grinding to get stronger instead of just being a god. And even then, if you are very versed in the game, even if you are vanilla as hell, it's still not going to be that hard if you're experienced. But if you're experienced and you have, like, god weapons, then it's just very trivial. Gosh, after my 5,000th time playing, it just lost all of its challenge. Ah, I'm back. I have money now. Good God, man. Did you rob that man? Yeah, I robbed that man. I took everything.
Not enough cash.
Adds home into the... Cool. I didn't remember that. Homan. Don't let anybody fool you, fellas. This is still a masterpiece game. Let's go. Let me skip this cutscene. Ah! I accidentally canceled out of the game. I'm back in OBS. Hmm? Oh. Boop. We did it. We're at the castle. Boom. Boom skibbity. Oh my goodness, it's late. But that's okay because we were gonna call it anyway. I'm actually surprised because I partially wondered, like, since the Crowbcat section lasted so long, I'm like, am I gonna actually, like, keep also playing Resident Evil 4? And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, that's fine. I always, like to... It's like a tradition now. Like, if I stream Resident Evil 4, I have to at least get to the castle. Like, just leave off on the castle and then kind of call it there. But I had a fun stream today. Thank you, Crowbcat, for adding material to my stream so I can react to it. Thank you. But I love Resident Evil 4. I play it so much. I probably have played it more than RE1 Remake and RE2 at this point, but RE2 does come close. But we have other plans for Resident Evil streams beyond just Resident Evil 4. There's still stuff I want to do with, like, all the other ones. And hell, I've never even streamed Resident Evil 3. I've played it 2 times. I've played it actually the least. Same with Code Veronica. I've played it very, very few times. I did stream Code Veronica, but long story with what happened with that. But let me go ahead and segue into my farewells. So here's my Discord. If you feel like joining my Discord community, you could be notified whenever I go live or whenever we do game and movie nights. Here is my website. This has all of my external links, ways to support, reference sheets, lore, just basic VTuber stuff. And then here is my Twitter where I post my schedule announcements, art, whatever, just typical stuff. And as a little side thing, if you like Moe content, I have side forums where I am basically the same characters as these two, but I am Moe and reptile themed. So it's a little bit different, kind of like a spin-off version of me, which is right over here. That's their website. They have their own separate Twitter because I wanted to keep it sort of separate projects. Oh, and also thank you for posting that as well. But yeah, I had a lot of fun. And, you know, I try to word things as best I can. Hopefully I was able to be clear enough in my stances, opinions when I was reacting to the video, but I'm a little bit sloppy. But I'll try to get better at that. I think, I hope. And today's what? Monday? Well, just turned Tuesday, technically. I think I have a collab today. I'm probably going to be on Guren's channel. I'm playing something with Gleam. I do not remember what we're going to be playing, though. But we'll figure it out. It'll be fine. Aside that, maybe I'll stream. Oh, Wednesday. Actually, I'll go ahead and kind of announce it to you guys early. It's a scheduled post that I'll post tomorrow. But I have a collab that I'm actually hosting Wednesday. I think it's Wednesday, right? It's going to be Don't Starve with a lot of the Nikudachi members. Mame Meow, Bucket, and then Ghost. They're all going to be there with me. We're going to be playing Don't Starve together. None of us are good except Mame. So Mame is going to be hard carrying all of us and kind of tutoring us, so to speak. But the goal is, because I believe that, the other Nikudachi members are kind of busy this month. But at some point, we're going to try to do, or I would like to try to do a full Nikudachi collab where it's all of us playing Don't Starve together. So that'll be kind of fun. I've been having a good time revisiting that game, even though I'm not really good at it or have much affinity for that genre. Don't Starve is like the exception of, you know, I want to play this. I like this. That's kind of cool. But that's it. And I will see you guys later. Also, I forgot to mention, we did finally, oh, no, we didn't. So I started, I did a host party of Spawn Season 3. I think it was yesterday. We watched about half of it. I'm going to resume the rest later at some point for you guys. If you weren't able to make it for the first half of Season 3, don't sweat it. Just probably watch on your own time. Don't like hold out for us anymore because we're kind of gonna focus on the second half of it. Okay, now I'm done. Now let's see who's rateable. There's a lot of people. Actually, there's not. Oh, right, because it's 3 a.m. My bad. I don't know who I want to pick. Why don't we raid Noko? She's playing Fallout 3. Raid Noko. I've actually never played any Fallout. I want to play the first one, though. Alright. So say hi to Noko. She's very cute. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.